Apocalypse, I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 651 Star Road. The Akaka civilization truly lives up to its reputation for special abilities. Even the Mire civilization relies on them. They've found crucial information from these wreckage databases and computers so quickly. But, since they were Mire's top subordinate, if they've discovered something important, why aren't they discussing it privately with Mire? Instead, they're planning to discuss it together. Wang Qizheng and Lin Qun walked towards the shuttle, preparing to board it to the silver spaceship. On the way, Wang Qizheng grumbled. Lin Qun said, either we'll find out about this important matter sooner or later, or they have their own motives, or, well, we'll find out when we get there. This can't be a trap. At this moment, the two of them boarded the shuttle and departed from the human fleet, heading towards the silver spaceship. The Akaka civilization had summoned personnel to pay respects to the Mire civilization's energy source, and Mire had agreed. Therefore, the meeting place was on a Mire civilization warship. Shortly after the human shuttle took off, another shuttle approached. It was none other than the shuttle from their good buddy, the Jiki civilization. Only the evolved being Jikenta came. Jikenta first expressed its gratitude. Their warship had been damaged, and the humans had helped repair it. It was very excited, and after thanking them, it said, I wonder what the Akaka civilization discovered? Could it be the next resource planet? Speaking of which, you didn't expect it, did you? Lord Mire of the Mire civilization is so powerful. Even the general of the Third Arm Overlord was no match for him, and he returned defeated. When will we become true source energy masters? Jikenta's thoughts jumped around, rambling on, but its excitement was undeniable. This time, the Mire civilization's blazing white source energy intervention greatly boosted everyone's confidence. The source energy level of their allies was so powerful, for them, it was a guarantee of security. As for offending the Third Arm Overlord, they had already offended him, so there was nothing to fear. Moreover, in space, the Third Arm Overlord and its follower civilizations were already rampant. Whether they offended them or not, if they encountered an enemy they couldn't defeat, they would die anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. Jikenta's thoughts actually represented the thoughts of the vast majority of people in the 9 civilizations. The more powerful the source energy expert, the more secure they are. Lin Qun jokingly reminded him, the more powerful the source energy expert, the more useless we seem. We need to be careful. Jikenta said, of course. But, human brothers, you don't need to be too cautious. I'll reveal some incredible information to you. As far as I know, the Mire civilization's home planet is gone, and their individual civilization members and fleets are few and far between. Therefore, they desperately need us. Hearing this, Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng exchanged a glance. Wang Qizheng took a swig of wine. This Jikenta seems honest, but he's actually quite cunning. He's only telling us such important information now. It seems it's because we helped them repair their warships this time. Lin Qun hadn't noticed, but after glancing at Wang Qizheng, he felt something was off and looked again. Hey? When did you bring this wine? This is for meeting the source energy level of the Mire civilization. Lin Qun, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Qizheng assured him. When you came to see it by yourself last time, were you drunk too? Wang Qizheng chuckled. Lin Qun said, I should have had tongs in board the ship when we set off. By this time, they had approached the silver spaceship of the Mire civilization. This was Lin Qun's first time boarding a Mire civilization spaceship. Although he had heard Wang Qizheng describe it before, boarding it himself was still different. The Mire civilization spaceship had a strange sense of holiness, and the interior was clean and tidy. The appearance and form of the life forms of the Mire civilization were also very strange. They were a group of luminous life forms. To the naked eye, they were very bright and dazzling, making it difficult to see their true appearance clearly, but Lin Qun's senses swept over them and he immediately understood. They actually resembled some kind of multi-segmented insect, standing upright, which was very peculiar. However, Their luminescence was also strange, seemingly having a hallucinogenic effect, making it difficult to see their true appearance. This time, Lin Qun also saw the appearance of the life forms of the Jiki civilization, namely the Jikenta. The Jiki civilization's beings were burly and robust, standing 2 meters tall, with 6 arms and 4 legs, and carrying some kind of strange carapace on their backs. They resembled a kind, honest and simple, beetle elder brother. Lin Qun also met representatives from other civilizations. Those with evolved beings came, and those without came from higher-ups. Which civilization would dare not send a qualified figure to pay homage to the source energy level leader of the Maya civilization? However, most of these important figures disregarded Lin Qun, a subordinate of their own evolved being. Only Jikenda treated everyone equally, chatting warmly with Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng. In fact, it already knew Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng through communication, so a few words were nothing unusual at this point. Among the discussions, the most prevalent topic was undoubtedly the battle they had just fought. Besides the joy of surviving, the rest was filled with elaborate compliments to the source energy level leader of the Maya civilization. Everyone spoke loudly, as if afraid the Maya civilization wouldn't hear them. However, each civilization has its own culture and characteristics, and some of the compliments sounded quite strange to Lin Qun from a human perspective. At this moment, Penbis stepped forward and led everyone to the meeting room. Lin Qun noticed that Penbis was the one leading the group here. Life forms from the Maya civilization were rare. Apart from the initial few luminous beings, the rest were semi-automated artificial intelligences. He recalled the information previously revealed by Jikenta. It seemed the Maya civilization was indeed sparsely populated. Not every civilization is as prolific as humans. The meeting room was also a huge space. It was bright white and had a very clean feel. However, the Maya civilization's source energy level Maya did not appear in person. It appeared in the form of a projection. It didn't seem significantly different from the other Maya civilization life forms, but Lin Qun sensed its aura sweeping through the room, gentle yet directly passing over everyone. Lin Qun was prepared, using the Great Evolution technique to conceal his aura and wearing a bronze mask beforehand, which didn't seem unusual among a group of strangely shaped life forms. The other party, oblivious to anything amiss, quickly moved on to the main topic. The very beginning of the main topic made Lin Qun almost feel like he'd stumbled into a praise session. Represented by Penbis, several civilizations took turns speaking, showering him with compliments. Among them, a square-shaped being from a particular civilization was particularly eloquent, constantly referring to the civilization as a source energy master, practically recounting the previous battle. However, in its description, it completely deified the Maya civilization's blazing white source energy, portraying it as a war god, claiming that the third-ranked overlord, Rakena, crumbled at its touch. Even the most skilled flatterer could probably rival this person's skill. Wang Qizheng took off his simultaneous translation device and whispered, "I have to say something, this flattery is giving me goosebumps." Lin Qun was also embarrassed. Through the nearby Jikenta, he learned that this person was also a relatively powerful civilization within the Maya Civilization Alliance, second only to Penbis's Akoko civilization, named the Neon Civilization, a transliteration, as this civilization seemed to have absolutely no connection to the ornate description of Neon. In this battle of flattery, only human civilization and the Jichi civilization were truly lacking. Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng weren't good at this kind of thing. They knew the truth and couldn't bring themselves to flatter, so naturally they had nothing to say. Jikenta, on the other hand, was eager and enthusiastic, but its own civilization's culture was honest and straightforward, so it couldn't come up with any pleasing flattery either. Jikenta was so anxious it wanted to spin around in circles, which was quite adorable. Seeing this, Lin Qun patted one of its 6 shoulders and said, "Brother, it's all right. How well you speak is one thing, but how well you do the work is what matters. You have 6 arms, which is quite nice. Actually, I also have a 6-armed skill. Let's have a contest later." Jikenta looked at Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng's nonchalant attitude and said dejectedly, "You haven't even performed well, aren't you worried?" Wang Qizheng and Lin Qun both smiled without saying a word. They were the ones who killed Kenna here. The real super boss was here. As bosses themselves, why were they in such a hurry to curry favor with another boss? The Maya civilization's energy level quickly reached its limit and it called a halt, letting the Akoko civilization's Penbis handle the real business. Lin Qun immediately perked up. He had come here specifically for this. He wanted to know what the Akoka and Maya civilizations had discovered. Perhaps it was their next target, or perhaps it was what Lin Qun and humanity most wanted to know: what exactly was wrong with the third cantilevered overlord civilization. At this moment, Penbus spoke up. Yes, Lord Meyer, I will now interpret it. Everyone, the reason we gathered here today was actually Lord Meyer's intention. Although we were attacked by the third arm overlord this time, we successfully made it here. Although we suffered losses, they are not significant compared to our gains. And most importantly, from the information we have unearthed so far, we have already obtained two very important pieces of intelligence. First, we have discovered a new resource planet. This planet is a bit far from us, but it is very likely to have more than 5 million participants under the third arm overlord, as well as a lot of advanced weaponry. I think everyone knows what this means. The Akoko civilization's ability to decipher information is indeed unique and formidable. In such a short time, they have already found useful information from the gains of this battle. Such information should be top secret, something that even humans might not be able to decipher. Although the Meyer civilization's technology is more advanced than that of humans, it is obviously not possible. The Meyer civilization's emphasis on and heavy reliance on the Akoko civilization is clearly due to its unique deciphering ability. In the universe, the importance of information is self-evident. A civilization within the Alliance capable of rapidly deciphering information from advanced civilizations and uncovering top-secret content would be coveted by everyone. Unfortunately, the Akoko civilization's uniqueness lies in its innate abilities, not its technology. Otherwise, the Mir civilization would likely have already seized it. Now, they can only use it. However, Lin Qun suddenly recalled a saying: the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. Within the Alliance, the Akoko civilization appears strong, but in the vastness of space, they are undoubtedly a weak civilization. Lacking technological prowess, they rely solely on their innate abilities. Upon hearing Penbus's words, everyone discussed excitedly. Advanced weaponry meant greater combat power and a civilization's advancement. The contribution points were self-evident. With over 5 million contribution points, each civilization in the Alliance would receive far more than this time. Most importantly, this was a resource planet, and the permanent military presence wouldn't be too large. With a source energy level expert, the possibility of a smooth takeover was high. The Meyer civilization source energy level expert spoke up. Gentlemen, yes, this is another opportunity to reap the rewards. The third arm overlords tried to annihilate us, and they failed. Now, it's time for us to make them pay for their attack. This time, I won't hold your petty selfishness on the battlefield against you, that's understandable. But I also believe that through this battle, you and your respective civilizations have understood what the right choice is. However, I hope there won't be a next time like this. Otherwise, without the third arm overlords even lifting a finger, I will personally annihilate your civilizations. Finally, I want to say, all civilizations that fought alongside me against the third arm overlord's pursuers will have the opportunity to participate in this harvest. Our civilizations will all grow strong, and in the future, we will be the new civilization group in the third arm. When the Meyer civilization source energy level spoke, its aura swept across the land, employing both carrot and stick tactics. The representatives of the various civilizations below were both trembling with fear and excitement. Lin Qun, on the other hand, silently watched this scene. As an old earthling, he was no longer impressed by this carrot and stick approach followed by empty promises. In his view, it was far too difficult for the Meyer Civilization Alliance to reach the level of the third cantilever overlord and its subordinate groups. The current size of the Meyer Civilization Alliance was no different from that of interstellar bandits. The reason they were able to come together was because they were now relatively weak wandering fleets, except for the human civilization mixed in among them. Even the Meyer civilization itself no longer has a home planet. Anyone who still has a home planet, a large population, and a fleet might not have this alliance. However, Lin Qun had no intention of undermining it. This alliance was beneficial to him and humanity, and he was happy to see it continue. Moreover, Lin Qun was very interested in this newly discovered resource planet. Over 5 million participants were all from the Third Arm Overlord. If he could seize 2 million, 3 million. Lin Qun's eyes began to gleam. Since humanity and the Third Arm Overlord had a life-or-death relationship, Lin Qun would not hold back on the civilizations and lives of their followers. Moreover, the civilizations under the Third Cantilever Overlord have always been extremely brutal. Any thought of mercy towards such a civilization is irresponsible. A seemingly weak and harmless alien civilization spared today might slaughter thousands of your own kind tomorrow. Civilizations in the universe are wary and suspicious, so once they encounter each other, the result is often a fight to the death. Alliances like the Maya civilization are only superficially harmonious. Once interests collapse or any other uncontrollable situation arises, they will immediately go to war. Even the Maya civilization, which currently seems to be united, could at any moment turn its sword against those around it. The only reason they didn't act, including those from Lin Qun's civilization, was the same: maintaining the alliance's existence was far more beneficial than overthrowing the alliance and wiping out the other civilizations. Lin Qun could wipe out the entire Maya civilization alliance, but that alliance only had fewer than 200,000 participants. However, by using the Maya civilization alliance, he had come to this resource planet and reaped over 500,000 contribution points in one battle. If he successfully found his next target, he could gain even more, not to mention the opportunity to have the Maya civilization take the blame for his actions and the ability to use the Akoko civilization's special capabilities to crack enemy ship systems and databases to locate targets. They've already reaped all the benefits. That's why Lin Qun and humanity have obediently stayed here, pretending to be weak civilizations. The Maya civilization is the same. Their alliance is also driven by self-interest. With their small populations and few warships, they need the support of these weaker civilizations to fill the gaps, doing tasks requiring manpower, gathering clues, and acting as bait. In this battle against the third cantilever overlords like Rakena, it seems like only the Maya civilization's source energy level warriors were contributing. However, without other weaker civilizations sharing the firepower, even if the Maya civilization's source energy level warriors survived, their 2 spaceships would have been completely destroyed. Without their spaceships, even if they won the source energy war, the vast. What should the starry sky do? Of course, the Maya civilization's energy level couldn't surpass that of the Rakena on its own. But this is precisely why this superficial alliance, though seemingly harmonious, could be maintained. Civilizational actions are all about which side's interests are greater. If they become useless to each other, the entire alliance will inevitably collapse, and the alliance relationship will immediately turn into a life or death struggle. Therefore, all the flattery, following, and encouragement are superficial, merely for gaining a larger share of the spoils. It's impossible for any civilization to genuinely hope to forge a truly trustworthy and reliable alliance with civilizations like the Maya through such means, except for experienced civilizations like the Jiki civilization. A fledgling civilization, lacking depth and somewhat naive, would never entertain such a foolish idea. Therefore, the tangible benefits of the next target announced by the Maya civilization's energy level are what truly excite the representatives of various civilizations, sparking heated discussions. After all, while this harvest was risky, the benefits were real. Even if many contribution points were stolen by someone, for these already weak civilizations, the gains were still considerable, and they were quite satisfied. Hearing that there was another opportunity to harvest, and that the next target was already set, how could they not be excited and yearning? Contribution points and advanced weaponry technology, these are the keys to a civilization's growth. These are vital resources. Only when civilizations grow and become powerful can they survive in the long run and avoid extinction. If civilizations don't perish, every individual can survive. This is the hope for every life and every civilization. Just then, after the excitement of the representatives of various civilizations subsided slightly, under the instruction of the Maya civilization's source energy level, Penbus revealed a second matter. Besides this, there's a second matter. We discovered the same information in both the resource planets and the wreckage of the pursuers' ships. In the databases of these followers of the Third Arm Overlord, there's a highly classified mission, searching for an interstellar route called Star Path. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 652. A legend slaps the face of the civilization that once became the Third Cantilever Overlord. A Star Path. Lin Qun frowned upon hearing this term. This wasn't the first time he'd heard this information. Brent was also searching for a star path. Elena and the others' mission was to explore the surrounding interstellar environment, but essentially, it was to help Brent find a star path. Yet, even Lawrence, Elena, and the others didn't know what the star path Brent was looking for was, or where it was. Lin Qun thought that the answer might only be found when they found Brent, but unexpectedly, he heard it from Benbus here. At this moment, The square-shaped being from the Neon civilization also asked in confusion, "Star path? What star path? Isn't the entire starry sky a path, where you can go anywhere? Anywhere can be a star path. What's so special about the star path that the third arm overlord is looking for?" Penbus shook his head and said, "Don't ask me. Neither I nor Lord Meyer know what it is. But from the information we've deciphered about this resource planet and the wreckage of the two pursuit ships, we know that while carrying out all their actions, they also had this task, recording all the star environments they passed through. The purpose was to help the third arm overlord find a star path. But we haven't found the answer to what a star path actually is. It seems they haven't recorded it in their database or system at all." At this moment, the Meyer civilization's source energy level also spoke up. "This is the second thing I wanted to say. What the third arm overlord is secretly looking for is definitely extraordinary. And this information is very well hidden in the information database we've obtained. Only the unique decryption technology of the Akoko civilization allowed us to discover it. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that this star path is unusual. What the third cantilever overlord is looking for must have some value. If you know or come across any related information now or in the future, please let us know at any time, and we'll work together to figure out what the third cantilever overlord is looking for." Lin Qun fell into deep thought upon hearing this. It seems the third cantilever overlord, like Brent, claims to be searching for a star path, but probably hasn't told the civilizations below what a star path is. The assigned task is actually the same as what Brent gave Elena and the others: record everything wherever they go. But what exactly is this star path? Judging from this, the Akaka and Meyer civilizations clearly don't know much more, otherwise they wouldn't be sharing their findings. Unfortunately, if the Meyer and Akaka civilizations don't know, then the weaker civilizations below them, even less capable than them, know even less. They are all low-level civilizations. Naturally, they couldn't possibly know anything about these things, or even have heard of them. But perhaps, they know something else they haven't said, or they were hiding something else. Perhaps we'll have to find out for ourselves. This Meyer alliance, seemingly cooperative, was actually rife with hidden agendas and selfish motives. Even if they didn't know the true nature of the Star Road, they might still possess other information they hadn't revealed. Lin Qun stared at Penbus, his eyes slightly narrowed. Penbus seemed to sense something, a sudden chill creeping over it, and instinctively glance in their direction. But Lin Qun had already looked away, so it merely frowned, paying little attention. The meeting ended there. The Meyer civilization's source energy level hadn't said much throughout. Each person, harboring their own thoughts and speculations, left a meeting room. On the way, they probed each other, engaging in casual conversation. Human civilization, though a latecomer, possessed considerable strength. Other civilizations, for whatever reason, were willing to exchange a few words with Wang Qizheng and Lin Qun. However, civilizations like the Jiki civilization's Jakenta were relatively marginalized. Penbus, too, had become marginalized. All the civilizations felt that the Akaka civilization had secretly stolen the lion's share of the contribution points on the previous resource planet. They dared not openly protest, but harbored resentment and privately disliked the Akaka civilization's Penbus. However, this silent protest was ultimately futile. The Akaka civilization's Penbus sensed something, coldly glanced at the group of civilizations, and said, "I still have some matters to discuss with Lord Meyer. If you have nothing else to do, hurry back to your warships." Its tone was full of superiority. It was as if these civilizations, no matter how much they fawned, could never be considered part of the source energy level, while it and its civilization were already favored by Lord Meyer. It also gave Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng a special look, saying, "You've just joined. Now you know how powerful Lord Meyer is, right? Following the Meyer civilization and us brings many benefits." This was a demonstration, telling the newcomers to be obedient, not only to the Meyer civilization but also to them. After saying this, it turned and left. Only after it left did the other civilizations dare to speak. One civilization's representative complained, "They're just a little bit strong and have unique technology. If they didn't have advanced hacking technology, would the Meyer civilization even consider them? If you ask me, the Meyer civilization might already have their technology. Then they'll be in big trouble." Another civilization's representative chimed in, speculating maliciously, "This time, they must have secretly reaped extra contribution points. Besides the Meyer civilization, only the Akoko civilization possesses detailed information about that resource planet." They know where the most participants are. So, they must have chosen a good location beforehand, wanting to quietly make a fortune and seize the contribution points that should belong to us. That's why we civilizations only harvested so little. Exactly. We still need to be wary and careful of this Akoko civilization. They're far too cunning. However, these civilizations, despite their complaints, wouldn't dare say such things when facing the Mire and Akoko civilizations. After all, they were too weak, and no matter how dissatisfied they could only grumble in private. In front of them, none dared to speak, still relying on the Mire and Akoko civilizations. Strictly speaking, without the Mire and Akoko civilizations, they wouldn't even have the chance to harvest contribution points. Hearing their complaints, Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng, the two human representatives, exchanged a glance, remaining silent, feeling inexplicably guilty. By this time, they had moved to the transit station at the outer port, which was set up temporarily for the upcoming meeting. Without the equipment and monitoring of the Mire civilization, the square-shaped Neon civilization life form, which had previously been the most fervent in its flattery, finally spoke up. How, in my opinion, the Mire civilization's source energy level is nothing special. The Third Arm Overlord didn't even take them seriously, only sending such a small force. So what if they were driven back? They act all arrogant, as if they had defeated the Third Arm Overlord. I heard that some time ago, there was a little-known civilization that was truly formidable. They devoured a whole fleet of the Third Arm Overlord's forces, killed 3 source energy beings, including 1 high source energy level life form, causing the Third Arm Overlord heavy losses. Its words drew sidelong glances from Wang Qizheng and Lin Qun. It was partly because the little-known civilization it mentioned made them feel like they were looking in a mirror, and partly because this creature had previously been the most obsequious to the Mire civilization, but now it had turned around and immediately scoffed at them. Its change of attitude was astonishing. Immediately after it finished speaking, another representative of a different civilization chimed in. Yes, I've heard of it too. This little-known civilization is incredibly powerful. The Third Arm Overlord even has a bounty on their heads within its own civilization group. It's a civilization whose legends have repeatedly slapped the Third Arm Overlord in the face. Compared to them, the Mire civilization is indeed not that impressive. Jikenta also said wistfully, sigh, when can we become such a powerful civilization? Never mind whether this legendary civilization that once slapped the Third Arm Overlord in the face is stronger than the Mire civilization. The Mire civilization is definitely stronger than us. His words silenced everyone, filling them with longing. Which weak civilization doesn't yearn to one day become powerful? The path of civilization's advancement, the path of life's growth, is unavoidable for any civilization and any life form. Those at this level yearn for and anticipate higher levels, and once they reach those higher levels, they yearn for even higher levels. But the most tragic thing is that the starry sky is cruel. Most civilizations may not even reach the first higher level they aspire to. Just then, in a corner among the representatives of various civilizations, Lin Qun coughed and asked, "This. I have a question. Do you know, what's the name of that legendary civilization that once slapped the Third Arm Overlord in the face?" Everyone looked at Lin Qun. After a long pause, they all shook their heads. How would we know? What good would knowing do? It's all hearsay, it might not even exist. Obviously, no one knows the answer to this question. They are all weak civilizations, and it's not easy for them to even hear about such things, let alone know so much. The square-shaped Neon civilization evolvers bowed and scraped in front of the Mire and Akoko civilizations, but behind their backs, they looked disdainful and said, I don't know either. Even if this legendary civilization really exists, the Third Arm Overlord specifically sent a fleet to attack this civilization in the first place. They must have had their eye on something about this civilization. If there is any pursuit, it should be within the Third Arm Overlord civilization group. They would never release information about this civilization to the outside world for everyone to know. If you really want to know, maybe you could ask the Akaka civilization. They've cracked the databases of the warships and civilizations under the Third Cantilever Overlord. Perhaps they have some information there. However, such information is useless to us. I reckon they've already filtered it out from the massive amount of data. If you really want them to help you investigate, they'll probably rip you off. Lin Qun almost thought he was an imposter, and only now, hearing this, did he inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief. He then realized he'd been overthinking things. If he were truly an imposter, wouldn't he have been discovered and attacked much earlier? Lin Qun's gaze shifted, and he readily agreed, saying, "Then forget it. I was just asking casually, I didn't mean anything by it." However, secretly, both Lin Qun and Wang Qizhang felt a little strange. Had they become so famous without realizing it? But in the universe, other people's business is their business. It's none of your concern. The information obtained by the Meyer Civilization Alliance from the extermination of these alien civilizations related to the Third Arm's overlord forces must have included information about humanity. It's just that their information database is too vast, and it was overlooked during the filtering process. Otherwise, the Meyer and Nikoko civilizations would have discovered long ago that humanity is a legend. How could things be like this now? The square-shaped neon civilization evolvers shook their heads and complained, completely different from their previous demeanor. Everyone echoed their sentiments, harboring much dissatisfaction, but everyone knew it was just talk. They weren't from the same civilization, and uniting to resist was impossible. Moreover, they all depended on the Meyer and Nikoko civilizations. Looking at these civilizations, Lin Qun suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps this was the tragedy of weak civilizations. On the way back, Wang Qizhang said, "Damn it, luckily we were playing dumb. Although we looked at these alien civilizations in the Meyer Civilization Alliance like clowns, seeing how these civilizations depend on others for survival, their lives aren't easy. Lin Qun, we need to become stronger. If we continue to be so humiliated, we'd rather die." Wang Qizhang's words reflected Lin Qun's own thoughts. Lin Qun said, "We are becoming stronger. The Meyer civilization wanting to become the next Third Canyon overlord is a bit of a pipe dream, but our human civilization has that possibility. We need more time, more opportunities, and more contribution points." At this moment, humanity truly felt this way. Their fleet was fighting abroad, reaping contribution points. That was progress. For Lin Qun, reaping more contribution points and using them for card draws and upgrades was much faster than him cultivating on SYNOPSIS. And the stronger he, the strongest human, became, the stronger human civilization would become. Meanwhile, on SYNOPSIS and on New Blue Star, the entire human civilization is striving to propel its progress, constantly growing stronger and more advanced. The fact that humanity has achieved this, instead of losing its home and living in fear and dependence like other civilizations, is itself a testament to its strength. Today, humanity has a foothold in space, forged through countless battles and bloodshed. Human civilization is already stronger than before, and it will become even stronger. The shuttle returned to the New Hope warship. Lin Qun asked Wang Qizhang to find Suji and relay his experiences on the silver spaceship of the Meyer civilization. Lin Qun himself returned to his room alone, closed his eyes, and activated his ability, Divine Travel. His primordial spirit rose from his body and suddenly entered space. At this moment, with Lin Qun's improved realm and continuous cultivation, his divine travel had reached a higher level. Currently, his primordial spirit's attribute was 100% energy, meaning it possessed 1,400 attribute points, no longer fragile. The primordial spirit, being ghostly and elusive, is perfectly suited for stealthy operations. Lin Qun also possesses the apprentice ability of Sequence 9, which, combined with his ability to travel freely, allows his primordial spirit to enter virtually anywhere within the Meyer Civilization Alliance fleet, all without being detected. Currently, Lin Qun's destination for his primordial spirit's astral projection is the flagship of the Akaka civilization. He wants to see what information they have obtained and whether there is any other important information they haven't publicly disclosed. Lin Qun's journey is remarkably successful. Relying on the unique and invisible nature of his primordial spirit, and aided by his apprentice ability, he traverses the Akaka civilization's ships without being detected by their radar or any life forms. Even at the core formation stage, Lin Qun can maintain free movement for a considerable period, even with this kind of long-distance primordial spirit travel. He even floats past the evolved beings of the Akaka civilization without them noticing. Due to the unique nature of the primordial spirit, it could pass through a wall directly. Even with special materials, entry for a primordial spirit was somewhat difficult, but Lin Qun, relying on his apprentice's abilities, quickly overcame this and successfully infiltrated. He searched for a long time before finally finding their database. Lin Qun didn't have hacking skills, and a primordial spirit, lacking a computer, couldn't directly hack in. However, he had the simplest and most effective method, observing from the sidelines for a while until a technician from the Akoko civilization entered the key, at which point he knew the key. openly standing behind you, watching your password. Then, finding a secluded spot, he acted quietly. He logged in and began browsing. This core database of the Akoko civilization suddenly became as accessible to Lin Qun as a member, allowing him to see whatever he wanted. But as Lin Qun had expected, the information was vast and complex. Lin Qun then focused on the important information categorized by the Akoko civilization itself. Sure enough, resource planets and star paths were the most important parts. The Penbus and Mirror civilizations hadn't held back on this information. What they obtained was basically what they publicly stated. However, Lin Qun did discover another crucial piece of information they hadn't publicly revealed. It was a vague, directional message obtained from the later destroyed pursuer's ship. This information was heavily encrypted, and even after the Akoko civilization deciphered it using its unique abilities, the complete picture remained as ambiguous as a riddle. This information was even more concealed than the matter of the star path, perhaps because these two ships closely followed a V-shaped ship from the Kenes civilization, the overlord of the Third Arm, and thus obtained it. The Akoko civilization analyzed that this information seemed to be some kind of warning from the Third Arm's overlord to its subordinate civilizations, possibly saying, "A divine messenger from the Divine Kingdom has arrived on the Third Arm." Chapter 653 Death Planet. The flagship of the Akoko civilization. An invisible, mysterious figure swiftly detached from it, returning to the New Hope warship in space. This stealthy individual was none other than Lin Qun. Although Lin Qun appeared furtive, he was actually extremely well hidden. No one in the Akoko civilization noticed his operation. Lin Qun had completed his task. He had directly accessed the login accounts and keys within the Akoko civilization. He simply waited behind other Akoko civilization beings for a while. He also quietly logged into an unmanned Akoko civilization's strange computer, leaving no trace. If this could be considered a hacking intrusion, it would be the most sophisticated. There wasn't a single trace of intrusion. And it was a real person personally intruding. Of course, Lin Qun's methods were simply more ingenious. He remained undetected by the Akoko civilization, while the Akoko civilization could never have imagined that all their secrets and gains had been seen by someone without their knowledge. After Lin Qun returned, he continued to behave himself alongside human civilization, seemingly unchanged. However, Lin Qun had already obtained what he wanted. While the Maya and Akoko civilizations had made considerable gains on the surface, most of the information they acquired was useless and redundant. After all, this resource planet and the two pursuing ships were insignificant within the Third Arm's dominant civilization group. If they could have captured the V-ship, that would have been acceptable, but given Lin Qun's previous experience fighting the Third Arm's dominant fleet, if the V-ship had been captured, their databases would have self-destructed immediately. Even if they hadn't, with the Kenes civilization's technology, and even with the Akoko civilization's superior intuition, they couldn't overcome such a gap and wouldn't be able to decipher it or obtain any information. This large amount of useless information also served as cover for human civilization. Whether the civilizations on the resource planets knew about the bounty placed on humanity by the Third Arm's overlord was unknown to Lin Qun, but the pursuer's ship's database did indeed contain this information. The Akaka civilization hadn't noticed it, so Lin Qun casually deleted it and erased his deletion from the logbook. Although the Akaka civilization was unlikely to discover it unless they came with a specific purpose, it was still better to delete it. In general, only 3 pieces of information were truly useful. The first was about the resource planets. The second was about the star path. Both of these were publicly stated by the Pendus and Maya civilizations at the source energy level. There was no falsehood, and nothing was being concealed. Information is limited, and there was nothing to hide. The third was the divine envoy from the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom's faction might have sent a divine envoy to the Third Arm. Lin Qun immediately thought of Bikas, whom he had encountered before. The divine envoy wasn't from the Divine Kingdom, but rather a representative chosen by it, yet the envoy's power was undeniable. It represented at least a ruler-level life form, and possibly even a top-tier civilization from a first-level battlefield. This was a force capable of threatening the Third Arm's overlord. Although the Third Cantilever Overlord Civilization Group is not part of the Evil Super Civilization Alliance, it is a neutral civilization and could very well become a target of the Divine Kingdom. The rules of Special Civilization Battlefield 613 only favor the Divine Kingdom faction, not only by offering more benefits but also by allowing them to attack any other faction and protect their own allies. However, who is this divine envoy? Lin Qun didn't know. And probably no one could answer that question. But inexplicably, Lin Qun thought of that guy from before, and his heart skipped a beat. However, he temporarily buried this guess deep in his heart. The starry sky was deathly silent. The fleets slowly drifted in the starry sky. After this meeting, the 9 fleets completely quieted down. They waited quietly, confirming the danger had passed before taking action. During this time, Lin Qun continued to cultivate, trying to improve his strength as much as possible and break through to the 8th level of the sword control technique. At the same time, Lin Qun was also playing with the fusion cards, thinking about what he should upgrade next. He possessed numerous cards, some now practically useless, yet powerful in their own right. However, as low-level cards, their effectiveness was limited on higher-level battlefields. For example, the Vengeful Demon Transformation card, the Shining Fruit ability card, the Peerless Zhao Yun card, Eskinner's Sun ability, and Captain America's shield, the Vibranium Spear, the Time Belt, the Romantic Turret, Kirby's Magnifying Glass, the Immobilization Spell, the Panacea, and even the left foot of the Sealed One. Lin Qun only realized the sheer number of cards he possessed upon compiling this list. Along the way, he had barely even used some of them. The Immobilization Spell and Kirby's Magnifying Glass, for instance. He had used the Panacea, but not for himself. It was given to the Federation for research, hoping for mass production. However, SCP-related items were inherently mysterious and difficult to replicate. Human scientists had been researching it for a long time without any breakthroughs. These cards weren't weak. However, Lin Qun has become much stronger, and some of his cards are no longer powerful enough. Although their mechanics and performance are strong, they are difficult to use effectively on high-level battlefields, so Lin Qun rarely uses them anymore. Besides these cards, Lin Qun actually has some cards that are already useless. For example, the Black Charcoal card, which he drew back then, has little value, and the Vibranium Spear and Shoulder Cannon, which are now almost obsolete. They are not only useless to Lin Qun, but also have no useful value in the current Federation. Looking at these cards in his hand, Lin Qun gradually had some ideas. The best way is to find a way to reuse these cards and try to fuse them into a more powerful card. This way, the powerful mechanics can be retained, and the strength can be genuinely improved. As Lin Qun pondered, some ideas gradually emerged. First, there is a main element. Lin Qun already has an idea for this main element, Mark 50. Lin Qun currently has no shortage of weapons, except for a suit for interstellar travel. The Mark 50 is powerful within planets and even possesses some interstellar travel capabilities, but its usefulness has diminished as Lin Qun's strength has increased. However, this doesn't mean the suit is useless. On the contrary, Lin Qun desperately needs a powerful suit. Many of the source energy beings Lin Qun has fought are equipped with special suits, serving both as protection and amplifying combat power. These suits, tailored to the life form, are not only effective in combat but also play a significant role in interstellar travel outside of combat. A powerful suit can also multiply combat power. Tony Stark, an ordinary human, can transform into Iron Man with his suit. In space, with a sufficiently powerful suit, Lin Qun's combat power could also rapidly leap forward and increase. Having the main body, it's all about how to fuse it to enhance its abilities, adding powerful abilities to this main body. And then, what will be fused together depends on luck. He could also ask the fairy for good luck. Things shouldn't be too bad. Lin Qun pondered, but didn't act immediately, still making final selections. His fusion card could fuse up to 6 cards at a time, so naturally he wanted to freeze the fusion, using 6 cards to create a super powerful card. He needed to carefully choose these 6 cards. Meanwhile, the previously silent Meyer civilization finally sent a message confirming that there were no more pursuers and they were completely safe. In this way, they no longer needed to hide in this secluded location and could leave. However, the Meyer civilization didn't immediately order a departure for the newly identified target planet, but instead returned to the asteroid where their alliance's base was located for reorganization. But everyone understood that reorganization was one aspect. The real reason was that they had just clashed with the pursuers of the Third Arm Overlord and were worried that the opponent might be prepared, so they wanted to wait a while before making a safe move. The Meyer civilization was still cautious after all. If this had happened before, who in the Third Arm would have dared to confront the Third Arm Overlord? But now the situation had changed. This Meyer civilization is indeed cautious. Their series of responses are very prudent. They just repelled the pursuers of the Third Arm Overlord, and they are likely still within the Third Arm Overlord's sight. To attack again would be too risky. Waiting is more prudent. Lin Qun somewhat approved of the Maya civilization's current actions. Wang Qizhang laughed. Even ancient bandits knew to rob once and then lay low, let alone this star civilization. However, given the current state of the starry sky, the Third Arm Overlord's pursuit suffering a loss this time might not even attract the Third Arm Overlord's attention, although they hadn't personally witnessed or experienced much of the core situation of the current special civilization battlefield. Everyone had gained some understanding of the war situation in the starry sky. They knew that although they mostly faced a desolate starry sky, seemingly without intense warfare, in higher-level civilizations, a great war had already begun. The arrival of a divine envoy from the Third Arm also proved this point. A divine envoy's descent must have a reason. This warning message specifically sent by the Third Arm Overlord to various civilizations has prompted some deliberations. Perhaps their previous assessment of the Third Arm Overlord's problems wasn't a good one. However, this is good news for humanity and the Maya Civilization Alliance. Previously, the Third Arm Overlord was a behemoth in this star system, but now, with the emergence of the Divine Kingdom Camp and the Super Civilization Alliance, the entire star system's situation is changing. Lin Qun said. Perhaps as the war progresses, the Third Arm Overlord's strength will weaken, and other civilizations outside these two camps will face even greater danger. Lin Qun's judgment is based on his observations of the current civilization battlefield. The battlefield is still in its early stages and unclear, but if the Divine Kingdom Camp and the Super Civilization Alliance truly clash in the future, other civilizations and civilization groups will inevitably face increasingly perilous situations. However, for now, the Third Arm Overlord is likely the most affected, giving humanity and the Maya civilization a certain opportunity. But judgment is one thing, caution is still necessary. Even though the dominant civilization of the Third Arm is preoccupied with other adversaries, given the strength of the Maya Civilization Alliance, the other side wouldn't need any particularly powerful civilizations or individuals to deal with them. This period of waiting will last for nearly 10 blue star days. In the vastness of space, this is not a long time for any civilization. During this time, humanity secretly contacted the humans on Shyan 2 and transmitted some of the information they had obtained there. They exchanged information about their respective situations. Shyan 2 is operating normally, without any dangerous situations. Shyan 2 is located at the junction of the Third and Second Arms, where there are few signs of civilizations or life activities in the surrounding area. This is why humanity chose this location. Now, the natural environment here is also acting as a natural barrier. Knowing that the main human force is not on danger and is still developing steadily, and that the war in the 613 star system's civilization battlefield is not intense at present, everything is still developing slowly under the vast starry sky, each civilization is acting independently, and it has not yet evolved into true super war, and it will probably take a long time before that stage is reached. Lin Qun and the others were greatly relieved to receive this news. Unlike other civilizations in the Maya Civilization Alliance, they still had their home planet, their escape route. The safety of Shyan 2 was undoubtedly the most reliable reassurance for everyone. After 10 days of waiting, the Maya civilization finally announced its intention to begin operations, regrouping its fleet. This time, the Maya civilization chose not to conduct prior reconnaissance, but instead to directly jump over and launch a surprise attack. The Maya civilization had learned from its previous failure. It believed that the extensive pre-operation reconnaissance equipment had likely exposed their purpose, attracting the pursuit of the Third Arm Overlord. Therefore, this time, it wanted a direct surprise attack. To seize this target resource planet in one fell swoop and then leave in the shortest possible time. A swift and decisive victory. After all, if they were to send probes to investigate, neither the technology of their own Maya civilization nor that of the Akoko civilization could match that of the other. Being discovered would be a very real possibility. Furthermore, given the capabilities and technological level of their probes, even if they were discovered, they wouldn't know they'd been found out, ultimately alerting the enemy. Therefore, while advanced reconnaissance could indeed provide early information about the target location, lacking the necessary technology would only lead to greater trouble. This time, the Maya civilization personally mobilized its forces. In addition to the original 9 civilizations, 2 more were added, making a total of 11 civilizations, all ready to set off. The extra civilizations selected were extremely excited and grateful to the Maya civilization. For civilizations like theirs, reaping contribution points was an opportunity few had the chance to enjoy. Being able to share in the spoils with a Maya civilization was something they could hardly achieve or even imagine on their own. They all rallied around the Maya civilization, following them to the target battlefield. Lin Qun said, "This time, they didn't send the Akaka civilization." Presumably, on the last resource planet, although the Maya civilization didn't say anything, they probably felt that the Akaka civilization had seized most of the contribution points. They're still somewhat dissatisfied. Wang Qizhang laughed and said, "Haha, this Benbis usually acts so arrogant in front of us, he never dreamed he'd be carrying our burden. What's the use of being so haughty on the surface? Everyone knows whether we've actually gained or lost." Humanity followed suit, generously taking some weaker civilizations aboard their spaceships to join them. These weaker civilizations were deeply grateful to humanity, providing supplies and weapons to all civilizations. In the 10 days that followed, they provided humanity with far more resources than anyone else, even surpassing the resources of the Akoko civilization. Thus, the Harvest Fleet, comprised of 11 civilizations from the Maya Civilization Alliance, with nearly 50 warships, set off in a grand procession. The Maya civilization dispatched another silver spaceship, forming a two-ship configuration with the previous one, to lead the way. After several jumps, they arrived directly at their target location. At this moment, all 11 civilizations were prepared for battle. Even humanity was extremely cautious and vigilant. No one knew what lay beyond the space they had jumped out of. It might be a resource-rich planet with little combat capability. Or it might be a massive trap filled with enemy fleets waiting for them. However, to everyone's surprise, neither of these possibilities held true. As their fleet emerged from the jump portal, they saw a planet tragically floating in the dark starry sky ahead. It wasn't a complete sphere. It was a large, broken sphere. 2/3 of it remained intact, while the other third had detached from the main body, like a ball of dirt falling from a height and shattering into two pieces with a crack. The broken pieces were composed of numerous massive rocky structures, inextricably linked to the other 2/3 of the main body, countless planetary fragments. And this was their target planet. The resource-gathering point planet of another third-armed hegemonic civilization group, confirmed from the database of the previous resource planet. But this target planet was clearly not what people expected. It had suffered a devastating blow. Life on it had long since perished. The surrounding starry sky was extremely dim. Even more chilling was that in the star system containing this resource planet, not only this one planet had been attacked, but at least 3 planets had suffered devastating blows. One planet had even shattered completely, fragmented under the pull of gravity, about to become an asteroid belt. It seemed that an extremely fierce battle had erupted here. Planetary collapse, everything vanished in destruction. And now, the battle here was over. Only boundless silence remained, including this dead planet before them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654 Fusion, Blazing Sun Armor. Damn it, we're too late. No, maybe we're not too late. If we had come earlier, we might be finished too. What happened here? I'm afraid we'll have to jump back and get to the light that has already flown into space to find out. But then we'll need to know how long ago the war here ended. It's been detected. There are no more life forms left in this star system. There are only some remnants in interstellar space, but not many. It seems the battlefield has already been cleaned up. In the communication channel of the Maya Civilization Alliance, the various civilizations chattered incessantly, even becoming somewhat noisy. The situation before them certainly made them want to discuss it. In fact, what these civilizations felt most was shock and fear. They were all weak civilizations. In this Maya Civilization Alliance, most civilizations didn't even possess planet-destroying weapons, let alone the power to easily destroy a planet to this extent. The interstellar battlefield before them spanned half a star system. The war seemed to have broken out from a planet inside the star system and fought all the way here. It was a true collapse of the galaxy. All traces of civilizations here had been erased. After exploration, the resource planet before them was found to be a desolate wasteland. The horrific attack and the cataclysmic destruction that tore the planet apart completely obliterated everything on it. The hidden resources were buried again, and all traces of civilization's mining, buildings, and individual lives of the participants were reduced to ashes, becoming part of the barren planet, indistinguishable from one another. This scene made many civilizations in the Mire Civilization Alliance realize the horror of interstellar war for the first time, and also made them more clearly understand what kind of battlefield they were currently in. They hadn't encountered it yet simply because space was too vast. But war was already breaking out everywhere. And it was extremely brutal. On the New Hope warship, Lin Qun stood at the forefront, watching the scene on the screen, silent. It was difficult to analyze and reconstruct how the battle here was being fought. But this was also a wake-up call for humanity. This was interstellar war. In the battlefield of a second-level civilization, conventional nuclear weapons were no longer restricted. Thus, in space, there were scenes of nuclear weapons flying everywhere. In landing planetary wars, such as on frozen planets, the light of nuclear weapons was everywhere. Now, not only are nuclear weapons unrestricted, but in this special battlefield of civilizations, no weapon or powerful individual is bound to be. Planet-destroying weapons can be unleashed at will, and there are even more terrifying weapons. This means that as long as a civilization possesses the technology for such weapons, destroying each other's planets is nothing special. This will be a very common mode of warfare. Directly destroying your planet, while not directly killing your personnel or fleet, is the most direct form of attack and the greatest blow to the future of a populous and prosperous civilization. In the galactic-level battlefield of civilizations, the battlefield is much larger, and civilizations have more space and time. However, similarly, the previous restrictions are much fewer. Civilizations of different levels will compete on the same stage, and the gap between civilizations may be negligible or insurmountable. Suji watched this scene intently and said softly, "This kind of war must never break out on SYNOPSIS. Although human civilization has developed considerably, it does not yet have the capacity to face such a war. If such a war breaks out on SYNOPSIS, it will be a devastating blow to the entire human civilization." At this moment, the Mire civilization issued its order, and everyone dispersed to search the star system for anything of value. The 11 civilizations split up, except for the Mire civilization, which remained in place. The other 10 scattered and traveled through space. The surroundings were deathly silent. There was nothing there. The battlefield had long since been cleared away. On other celestial bodies, there was nothing of value either. No living beings, no valuable remnants of civilizations, and no danger. The war here was completely over, leaving only this dead planet. Both sides in the war had likely departed and would never return. Ultimately, everyone came away empty-handed. After the initial surprise and shock subsided, everyone was somewhat disheartened. After all, when they came, they all thought this place would be full of contribution points, and every civilization would gain something. They hadn't expected that the actual result would be nothing but emptiness. Only a dead planet remained. Lin Qun then said, "Perhaps the Third Arm Overlord has encountered a major problem. This resource planet is not only being targeted by us, but also by other civilizations. Who could be targeting the Third Arm Overlord? Could it be the Divine Kingdom faction or the Super Civilization Alliance that has it in such trouble?" Everyone speculated. So far, no one had encountered any civilization from the Divine Kingdom faction, let alone the Super Civilization Alliance. They were all somewhat concerned about these two important entities in the war between civilizations in this star system, their curiosity tinged with wariness, because they were two massive opposing sides in the war, and behemoths that were currently difficult for human civilization to shake. Returning to his original position, Lin Qun stood on the bridge, looking at the desolate planet before him. The only conclusion he could draw was that the Third Arm Overlord was preoccupied with other matters. The situation here further confirmed their previous guesses. The Third Arm Overlord was likely deeply embroiled in enormous trouble. "The bigger the tree, the more the wind blows," Wang Qizhang said. "These overlords of the Third Arm are so arrogant. So many civilizations in the Third Arm know about them, so they naturally become the target of everyone's attacks. I just don't know who they are fighting against. Who won? No one can answer these questions. But it is certain that this place is absolutely safe. There will be no ambush here, and probably no other civilizations will come here." The Mire civilization said, "The battle here may be observed by others. Let's withdraw for now and lie low in the vicinity to avoid becoming someone else's target. The Maya civilization's allied fleet temporarily withdrew from its current position and lay in wait nearby. The Maya civilization and the Akoko civilization were discussing their next course of action. Currently, this resource planet has been destroyed, the trail has been cut off, and they have completely lost their target. They are thinking of a new plan. The Maya civilization is not very strong, but it has considerable ambition and desire. It hopes to use this civilization battlefield to advance its civilization rapidly and rise to become a powerful force in the starry sky. For a civilization like it, only the civilization battlefield could offer such an opportunity. Otherwise, relying on their own development and progress would take an unknown amount of time. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up the opportunity to grow stronger. The Akaka civilization was a staunch supporter of the Maya civilization and also wanted to reap contribution points, so they were very attentive. Human civilization, on the other hand, was unconcerned. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about it, they could just wait. If there were risks, the Maya civilization would bear them. If there were no targets, the Maya civilization would find them. What a good thing it was to reap the rewards without lifting a finger. The Maya civilization was ambitious and constantly looking for targets, which was good for Lin Qun and the human fleet. Finding new targets as soon as possible would allow Lin Qun and humanity to reap contribution points, right? The Maya and Akaka civilizations never imagined that their ambition and greed would unknowingly turn them into laborers for human civilization. Lin Qun, meanwhile, took this opportunity to continue pondering his card fusion plan. He was working hard to make the fusion cards work. And in his mind, what to fuse and how to fuse were becoming increasingly clear. The Maya civilization and others were indeed very experienced in finding opportunities. They quickly came up with a new idea, leading their entire fleet to a location in space. This location wasn't far from the dead planet, and according to the Maya civilization's calculations, other civilizations were likely to pass through there. Humanity didn't see anything amiss, nor did they know how the Maya civilization arrived at this conclusion. However, in this respect, the Maya civilization was clearly far more experienced than humanity. Finding a target would be beneficial, so the human fleet followed, observing how the Maya civilization would ambush them. Upon arriving, the Maya civilization cooperated with the Akoko civilization, deploying some equipment, seemingly for finding the target, or perhaps as some kind of bait to track other civilizations, but without involving others. The Maya and Akoko civilizations wanted to exploit the ambitions of other civilizations. With the opening of the interstellar civilization battlefield, powerful civilizations faced even stronger ones, and weaker civilizations faced even weaker ones. Therefore, regardless of their level, all civilizations had opportunities and inevitably harbored ambitions to profit from the unique environment of this interstellar civilization battlefield. Those civilizations didn't care about the struggle between divine kingdoms and super-civilization alliances, they only cared about their own interests. And this was precisely the goal of the Maya civilization. Humanity neither inquired about nor intervened in the arrangements made by the Maya and Akoko civilizations. Lin Qun remained steadfast in his original intention, adopting a wait-and-see approach, observing whether the Maya and Akoko civilizations could gain anything. The wait was long. During this process, while continuing his cultivation, Lin Qun also finalized a fusion plan, took out his fusion card, and began activation. Lin Qun's main idea remained the same as the initial plan. He wanted to upgrade the Mark 50 nanometer battlesuit. To create a brand new, powerful battlesuit. Higher performance, stronger amplification, and more powerful abilities. This was what Lin Qun wanted. Therefore, the main component of the fusion was the Mark battlesuit. Fusion card activated. The fusion card slowly rose before Lin Qun, transforming into a vortex-like stream of light, appearing before him. Without any prompting, Lin Qun could sense that he could invest up to 6 cards into it, deciding whether to begin fusion based on his own decision. So, Lin Qun first deployed the Mark 50 nanosuit. The Mark 50 had provided Lin Qun with significant amplification and assistance on the battlefield of the third-level civilization on Blue Star, proving invaluable in his battles against the evolved beings. Now, deploying it, Lin Qun recalled many experiences with the suit. Then, the second card was the time belt. The time belt could distort and reverse 20 seconds of time within a certain range. Although the cooldown was long, the effect was astonishing, capable of reversing the tide of battle in 20 seconds. While the cooldown was long, for a C rank card, Such an effect and such a long cooldown were negligible. However, like the Mark 50, the time belt was of little use in large-scale interstellar battlefields. Just as the Mark 50's speed and defense were insufficient in large-scale cosmic battlefields, the time belt was also ineffective. Its activation range was not clearly defined, but in cosmic space, it definitely exceeded its influence. Coupled with the excessive cooldown, Lin Qun hadn't used this card in a long time. At this moment, fusing them together was the best option. Hopefully, the fusion of the time belt and Mark 50 will grant the new suit time-related abilities, ideally upgrading the time belt's abilities as well. And these two cards aren't the whole fusion. Lin Qun took a deep breath and pulled out the third card he had prepared. This card was Eskinner's solar ability card. Like the other cards, after Lin Qun entered the starry sky, both the card's abilities and stats weren't as impressive. Although Lin Qun used it occasionally, it was no longer a primary card, but rather a support card. However, Lin Qun believed that such an amplification card, combined with a suit which was originally designed to enhance his own abilities, might have unexpected effects. Therefore, this was the third fusion card Lin Qun used. The fourth card followed the same strategy. Lin Qun directly chose to throw in the Homelander transformation card. Lin Qun already had the Superman card. The Homelander transformation card was now useless. He decided to use them directly for forging to enhance the Mark 50's abilities. The approach was similar to Eskinner's Sun ability card. Cards that amplify all abilities might provide a comprehensive upgrade to the suit. Then, the fifth card was also a potential solution, the Vengeful Demon transformation card. This was once a powerful card, now useless, but perfect as fusion material to upgrade the Mark 50 nano suit. Aside from the Mark 50 nano suit itself, the rest of the cards Lin Qun invested were skill-based. Lin Qun was worried that adding creature summoning cards or other item cards would alter the core, resulting in something other than the suit. In this case, multiple skill cards combined with one item card should allow for fusion, ensuring the fused entity remains the item itself. Up to this point, Lin Qun had chosen cards that had previously played a significant role, serving as his main cards. Now, he was fusing them all, hoping they would upgrade together and unleash their full potential at a new level. At this moment, only one card remained of the maximum 6 cards that could be fused. Lin Qun hesitated slightly over this last card. He wanted to use a small item card for fusion, but he had several options: the Predator's Cannon, the Vibranium Spear or Shield, the Romantic Turret, and Kirby's Magnifying Glass. Each seemed to offer many possibilities. Ultimately, Lin Qun chose Kirby's Magnifying Glass. The other weapons were relatively conventional. Only Kirby's Magnifying Glass was a conceptual ability. Although it had been sitting unused for a long time, its power shouldn't be underestimated. After all, suddenly pulling out a magnifying glass on the battlefield and shining it on your opponent was unrealistic. However, if he could combine its characteristics and abilities with his armor, making it part of the armor, perhaps he could solve this usability problem and allow Kirby's Magnifying Glass to truly shine. The remaining cards could perhaps be fused later when he drew more fusion cards. Lin Qun had a lot of cards anyway. This time, he chose to fuse and upgrade his warship. Next time, with another fusion card, he could choose to fuse and upgrade other things. As Lin Qun added the last card, the fusion process was fully initiated. He watched as the items and cards spun and rose, transforming into a blazing ball of light in midair. Lin Qun stared at this scene, feeling both nervous and expectant. Before initiating the fusion, Lin Qun had also prayed for the fairy's good fortune. The result of this fusion shouldn't be too bad. Most of these cards were ones Lin Qun had frequently used, and he even had some attachment to them. Lin Qun hoped to fuse them into an even more powerful card. This state lasted for a few seconds, and then a brand new card appeared before Lin Qun. It was a dark gold card with some iridescent glints. A special card. Lin Qun had already discovered the existence of special prismatic cards during the level 4 card pool. At that time, he thought it was the color of S-rank cards, but after drawing S-rank cards himself in the level 5 card pool, he realized that the normal color of S-rank cards was dark gold, not a color with a hint of prismatic light. He then deduced that this card with prismatic light on its base color was a special type of card. And now, the fused card also had this color. Lin Qun breathed a sigh of relief and looked closely. The name of this card had completely changed, but just as Lin Qun had expected, the main element was armor. The fused card was also armor. The card depicted a cold armor bathed in the blazing sun, with fire and darkness intertwined. The coldness of the metal revealed a trace of life force, as if it were breathing. It was somewhat similar to the previous version, but it was completely different from Iron Man's nanosuit. But overall, it exudes a dark and cold aura beyond its advanced technology. Just looking at it gives off a chilling and powerful feeling, making one's heart pound. This is definitely no ordinary item. And its name is now, the Blazing Sun Armor. Chapter 655 New Discovery. Name, Solar Armor, Special Fusion Card, Type, Item Card Rank, S Description, this card is a fusion card. Fusion materials include, Mark 50 Nanosuit, Time Belt, Sun, Homelander Transformation Card, Vengeful Demon Transformation Card, and Kirby's Magnifying Glass. Using this card grants you the Solar Armor. The Solar Armor is a special fusion armor with a nanobiological structure that can change size to fit the user's body. The armor has a complete weapon system and propulsion device, with a maximum speed of 12 km per second. The armor has extremely strong defensive capabilities, which can increase exponentially when the user is charged with dark energy. The armor's maximum flight speed can be adjusted according to the user's needs while worn. When the nano armor is damaged, it can be bathed in stellar rays, absorbing photons and radiation for self-repair. The self-repair time depends on the extent of the damage. The Fiery Sun Armor has the following effects. 1. Power of the Fiery Sun raises the wearer's pure realm by 1 level, but attributes remain unchanged. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 120 hours. 2. Time Reversal. Activating this effect allows you to choose one of the following 2 options. 1. Every 10 hours, the Fiery Sun Armor can activate this effect once, resetting the armor and the wearer's status and health to the optimal state within 30 minutes, blue star time, prior to the current time. 2. Reverse time within a certain area for 20 seconds. Cooldown: 444 hours. 3. Kiss of the Sun. When exposed to stellar radiation, the Fiery Sun Armor will be charged and replenished to the wearer. 4. Demonic Flame. When the armor's energy is 50% or higher, this effect can be activated. Under this effect, the Fiery Sun Armor will be enveloped in hellfire, providing the wearer with immunity to fire and a significant armor bonus. This state will consume a large amount of armor energy. If the demon flame is maintained for more than 30 minutes, it will consume even more energy and can activate the ultimate demon form, gaining a larger size and more powerful bonuses. 5. Judgment of the Sun. Activating this effect allows you to apply a judgment effect to a target within a 3-kilometer radius every 6 hours. This judgment effect will inflict a random negative effect on the target that is not immediately fatal. 6. Solar Burst. Consuming all the energy of the solar armor, it can create a large-scale, indiscriminate explosion. The explosion's power will be related to the armor energy consumed. All of the above effects can only be used while wearing the armor. The solar armor's energy can be obtained through purchase from the shop, self-dark energy replenishment, and stellar radiation charging. Special Note 1. This card is a fusion card. If affected by a card or effect that dissolves fusion, this fusion card will dissolve back to its original materials. Special Note 2. The Time Reversal Reset effect will not reset the cooldown time of the Time Reversal ability itself. Special Note 3. Hey, wear too much armor, be careful not to get skin diseases. Conditioning. The effect text on this card is quite extensive. Lin Qun spent a long time reading it, becoming increasingly surprised. This card's effect can be considered an upgraded version, incorporating all the materials Lin Qun invested. Lin Qun is very satisfied with these fused effects. Firstly, the basic effects of the Fiery Sun Armor have been improved. Defense and combat power can only be perceived after actual wear, but judging from the stats alone, the maximum speed is higher than before. Lin Qun's original Mark 50's maximum speed, calculated according to the speeds on Earth, was the first cosmic velocity limit, more than 20 times the speed of sound. But this time, its maximum speed reached the second cosmic velocity on Earth. In space, individual speed is still quite important, as it determines the ability to move quickly. Even with the help of a teleportation portal, Lin Qun still needs an increase in individual speed, because now, evolved beings can no longer pose a significant threat to him. His real enemies are source energy level life forms, and with his original speed, he couldn't compare to source energy level beings. Now, the speed of this solar armor can provide Lin Qun with a considerable boost. The other effects are similar. This ability to absorb stellar radiation is clearly an enhanced version of Eskinner's ability, because the solar armor no longer has the weakening effect of not being affected by sunlight. As for the side effects of arrogance, they have also been removed. This armor can not only be charged by sunlight, but it can even achieve self-repair under sunlight. This self-repairing ability is actually very important. Lin Qun himself couldn't repair this special armor, and even the Federation might not be able to fix it properly. But with this self-healing ability, there's basically no need to worry about the flame armor being damaged in battle. Kirby's ability can be used directly, taking effect within 3 kilometers, no need for a magnifying glass, just wait for it to activate. It'll give you a negative buff the moment you see it. What can you do about it? The Vengeful Demon transformation ability has also been integrated, and Lin Qun astutely discovered that the cooldown time for this effect is gone. This means that as long as the armor has enough energy, it can maintain this state. If the activation time exceeds half an hour, it can even obtain the ultimate demon form. As long as there's energy, it can even be maintained indefinitely. This is an effect that the previous single Vengeful Demon card, which only had a few minutes of effect and a long cooldown, couldn't compare to at all. A few minutes of Vengeful Demon transformation and constantly having Vengeful Demon transformation are completely different concepts and strengths. It's practically an upgraded version of the Flame Armor's Demon transformation ability. Besides this, the most important thing is the change in the Time Belt's ability. The Time Belt is a very special card. While not high level, it's one of the very few time-related abilities Lin Qun currently possesses. Now, fused with the Fiery Sun armor, its changes are significant. First, the cooldown time is greatly reduced. What was originally a simple reversal of 20 seconds of time now offers 2 options, returning to the optimal state within half an hour or 20 seconds. Every 10 hours, the armor and the user's state can be reset. What does this mean? In high-level battles, 30 minutes of intense fighting is rare. This means that if Lin Qun is about to lose within 30 minutes, he can even use this armor to directly rewind to his full state, eliminating the need for the 12 trials and allowing him to fight 2 lives with 1. Most importantly, the armor's state can also be reset. The special notes mention that time reversal cannot reset its own cooldown time, which is natural. But what does this mean? It means that other effects requiring cooldown and recharge can be reset. The armor's state is reset to its previous state. Judgment ability, Big Bang, and Vengeful Demon transformation will all gain another chance and longer usage time. This means that all effects can be used twice in a single battle. The rewind time has also increased. Even, the Sun Power effect can be activated twice. While it seems to only last 10 minutes, in actual combat, combined with the time rewind ability, it can reach 20 minutes. This elevates the entire realm. This means that all the abilities of the Sun armor can be used twice thanks to the time belt effect, resulting in a significant improvement. Moreover, even without this method, the cooldown of time rewind is only 10 hours. Combined with the Sun Power effect, it can even refresh Sun Power for 10 minutes every 10 hours. Although this doesn't achieve the 20-minute usage time, it directly shortens the cooldown of Sun Power to some extent. By using time rewind to create combos, the Sun Power effect can be refreshed every 10 hours. As long as the timing is right, Sun Power can be activated for 10 minutes every 10 hours. Furthermore, the original abilities are completely preserved. In reality, within the expanse of space, the original 20-second time reversal effect has become somewhat limited. Its influence is manageable within a planet, but over distances of tens of thousands of kilometers in space, it's simply insignificant. At endless distances, it might only reverse one's own time. Therefore, the size of the affected area is no longer so important. Moreover, reversing time by 20 seconds in a chaotic battle not only potentially helps oneself but also one's opponent. If I rewind 20 seconds, and you rewind 20 seconds, even if you're unaware, it introduces many variables. Now, however, it directly affects oneself, making it undoubtedly more valuable and effective. Of course, most importantly, this reversal ability perfectly synergizes with armor effects. Skills that could previously only be used once can now be used twice, which is crucial on the battlefield. Of course, this 20-second time reversal still has its value. This upgrade adds more options, allowing users to choose which type of time reversal to activate based on the situation. This effectively upgrades and strengthens the original time belt, making it more flexible in combat and enabling the most advantageous choices and judgments based on the circumstances. It retains the original features while upgrading to a more powerful effect. The fusion effect is quite remarkable. In Lin Qun's view, time reversal and the power of the Blazing Sun are the two core key skills of this Blazing Sun armor. This power of the Blazing Sun doesn't improve attributes, only increases realm. This might seem useless, but realm is the most important. For example, for Lin Qun, he is currently at level 7 of sword control technique. Increasing his realm by 1 level would bring him to level 8. This level might not seem useful, but if he can reach level 8 of sword control technique quickly, combined with this skill, he could directly reach level 9. Lin Qun speculates that reaching level 9 of sword control technique would place him at the source energy level. In that case, with this Blazing Sun armor, he could directly step into the source energy level ahead of schedule. Compared to the level and methods of source energy, attributes are unimportant. Lin Qun can raise his attributes using his numerous amplification methods. This is the most crucial point. Compared to the spirit subduing talisman method, the improvement from the Flaming Sun armor is the most practical, stable, without side effects, and not a consumable. Every 120 hours, Lin Qun can have 20 minutes of source energy level combat power. This is incredible. At Lin Qun's current level, attributes are one aspect, but realm is even more important, especially the possibility of reaching a higher realm, which is extremely rare. Looking at this card, Lin Qun felt even more eager and impatient to break through to the 8th level of the sword control technique. If he could gain enough contribution points at once, he might be able to level up directly using contribution points, faster and achievable in one fell swoop. After reaching the core formation realm of the 7th level of the sword control technique, Lin Qun's cultivation speed slowed down considerably. It wasn't that he didn't want to be fast, but the higher the realm, the more difficult it was to advance in cultivation. Last time, upgrading his sword control technique to level 6 cost him 648,000 contribution points. If you were to upgrade again, using 6 times the previous amount, it would likely cost a whopping 3.88 million contribution points. 3.8 million sounds exaggerated, but it's not actually that much. After all, in the world of cultivation, even for a core formation expert, taking a single step forward is incredibly difficult, requiring countless years of cultivation. Compared to that, contribution points are insignificant. Before, Lin Qun might have been reluctant, but now, if he could combine it with the Blazing Sun armor to reach level 8, it would be worth it. Source energy combat power would be a qualitative leap, extremely important, with considerable impact, potentially changing the current strategy of Lin Qun and the human fleet. At this moment, in his room on the New Hope, Lin Qun, after reviewing the effects, became eager and immediately activated his cards, summoning the Blazing Sun armor. The Fiery Sun armor, when first summoned, appeared as a metal briefcase, resembling the shrunk form of the Mark 50 suit Lin Qun had previously acquired. Upon activation, the briefcase-like armor seemed to come alive, rapidly nano-sizing and silently spreading along Lin Qun's arms to cover his entire body, even more tightly than the Mark 50. It exuded a sense of both life and advanced technology, giving it a remarkably sophisticated feel. Moreover, while the armor was close-fitting, it wasn't overly restrictive, offering a comfortable wearing experience without the heaviness and constraint often associated with armor. It felt like wearing skin. Lin Qun moved freely without any hindrance, as if wearing ordinary clothing. He felt extremely comfortable. Lin Qun was very satisfied with this. From the outside, Lin Qun's armor appeared extremely tough and cold. This armor, including a faceplate, covered his entire face, and its black and fiery red colors gave it an extremely fierce and sharp look, as if scorching heat was about to burst forth from the warship. At this moment, Lin Qun clenched his fists, feeling a powerful surge of strength coursing through his body. This armor was even more powerful than the previous Mark 50, and could even serve as an evolver's armor or a source energy armor. Lin Qun was somewhat delighted. He was very satisfied with the result of the fusion. These nearly obsolete cards had been reused and fused into armor. Currently, Lin Qun possessed powerful source energy level weapons such as the Vajra bracelet and the immortal execution sword for offense, and his defense had also improved. The Fiery Sun armor was exceptionally powerful. A sharp light flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. He also went into his alternate dimension to test the various functions of his armor. As he had predicted, time reversal could almost completely reset the armor's cooldown and energy states. Moreover, Using the power of the blazing sun, Lin Qun was indeed able to rapidly advance a level, directly reaching the 8th level of sword control. Reaching the 8th level, Lin Qun had a vague feeling that his judgment was correct. The 9th level of sword control was the opportunity to reach the source energy level. Of course, under normal circumstances, the 9th level of sword control wouldn't reach the source energy level, but Lin Qun's strength didn't solely come from sword control. His basic attributes and various abilities combined allowed him to reach the source energy level with the 9th level of sword control. It seems the most urgent task is to break through to the 8th level of sword control as soon as possible. Using this blazing sun armor, even without the spirit descent talisman, I can occasionally reach the source energy level. While testing, Lin Qun received a message from the bridge. Their silent state was about to change. Lin Qun went to the bridge. Suji said, "The Mire civilization sent a message informing the entire fleet that they have made a new discovery in deep space, 30 billion kilometers away. It's an unknown civilization, its identity unconfirmed, and quite large. It seems to be a big fish. Their intention is to devour this fleet, and as before, follow the trail to find their possible home planet or colony, and harvest their contribution points." Lin Qun was somewhat surprised, saying, "This Mire civilization seems quite formidable. They've already found a new target in this area so quickly. The Cheyenne IU-2 human search had yielded no results for a long time. It seems their methods were flawed. Humanity is still inexperienced in understanding space, not truly understanding the laws of space, nor knowing how to find other civilizations. It seems the Mire civilization is very experienced. Although we've been observing them, we can't track their previous deep space launch equipment, so we can't figure out how they discovered it," Suji said. Mr. Lin, the Mire civilization has sent an invitation to hold a war conference, preparing to devour this unknown civilization. This new discovery has excited many civilizations within the Mire Civilization Alliance, who were just disappointed by their failed attempt to reach the dead planet. Although this unknown fleet is vast, too large for any single civilization to handle on its own, the Alliance has a significant opportunity, naturally leading to the emergence of ambition and greed. Human civilization, arriving late, has joined this war tournament initiated by the Mire civilization. Chapter 656. Who will be the bait? A remote conference was being held in the conference room. Representatives from various civilizations attended, with Wang Qizheng, an evolved being, representing humanity and positioned roughly in the center. This was clearly a ranking based on strength. However, the proceedings were being broadcast live to the bridge, allowing everyone to see and communicate with Wang Qizheng in real time. Other civilizations followed a similar pattern, seemingly sending a representative, but in reality, it was merely symbolic, with their fleets watching from behind. Upon entering the meeting room, Wang Qizheng stared intently, his large, round eyes scanning the room. Humanity's technology in this area had advanced, keeping pace with everyone else. In the remote holographic conference room, interaction was possible, and Wang Qizheng waved and greeted the representatives of the Jakenta and the square-shaped neon civilization from afar. His Jakenta comrades responded with their usual enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the representatives of the square-shaped neon civilization transformed into sycophants, completely ignoring everyone else, including Wang Qizheng. They were now surrounding the representatives of the Mire civilization and Penbus of the Akoko civilization, showering them with flattery, saying, "You're truly amazing. You've found a new target so quickly. Our Neon civilization is willing to follow the Mire civilization to annihilate this fleet." In the eyes of the square-shaped Neon civilization, human civilization and the Jakenta civilization were just like them, worth a bit of banter, but flattery was useless. If they truly wanted to rise to prominence, they had to rely on the Mire and Akoko civilizations. Therefore, at this moment, their eyes were no longer on Jakenta or human civilizations, but entirely on Penbus of the Akoko civilization. Penbus, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Its civilization wasn't particularly powerful, and opportunities to be flattered by other civilizations were rare. Therefore, they valued their status highly and correspondingly appreciated such flattery and respect. Being surrounded and fawned over gave Penbus a sense of superiority, as if it and its civilization were infinitely powerful. At this meeting, the Mire civilization's energy level hadn't yet reached that level, only a luminous life form represented them. Upon its appearance, the room fell completely silent, and Penbus became obedient. Then, This luminous life form representative stated publicly, "The fleet we discovered is moving 30 billion kilometers away from us. They are very cautious and stealthy. We are calculating their trajectory, but we cannot attack them immediately. We must first ascertain their situation, whether we can defeat them, and whether this is a trap or a danger. Then, we will launch an attack according to the previous plan. Therefore, we will further deploy detection equipment to confirm their situation as much as possible. Then, once there are no problems, we will conduct a final probe, set traps, and implement plans. We will then assign tasks to your fleets, and hope everyone will cooperate." This time, the Maya civilization did not delegate this task to the Akoko civilization. Instead, they took it upon themselves. Penbus, standing to the side, remained silent, though his expression was somewhat unusual. Everyone had no objections. Humanity was simply waiting to reap the rewards. The Maya and Akoko civilizations would assess the risks, and humanity wouldn't have to do anything. This perfectly aligned with human expectations, so naturally, there were no objections. Wang Qizhang sat there, not uttering a single word from beginning to end. Immediately, the Maya civilization transmitted the available information to the various civilizations. This target fleet was quite large, consisting of 16 ships, several of which were rather large, but not all were warships. Some appeared to be manned or cargo ships. However, their specific strength was difficult to assess. Nevertheless, judging from the composition and size of their fleet, there should be quite a few participants. Assessing the situation before taking action is the safest approach. Otherwise, if the enemy has exceptionally powerful individuals and an advanced fleet, they won't be besieging them, they'll be handing over contribution points. However, these aren't the main points. The Maya civilization representative's next move is the crucial one: probing, setting traps, and devising a plan. The Maya civilization's attack strategy seems familiar. Once initial reconnaissance confirms the target, they plan to send a civilization as bait to lure the enemy into attacking. Just as they seek out and attack other participants to gain contribution points, any civilization seeing a weak fleet will not let it pass. This was unlikely before the 613 star system's civilization battlefield opened. Now, with contribution points to be gained from killing other civilizations, it's even less likely they'll let it go. Therefore, just like when humanity first encountered the Jichi civilization, a civilization was used as bait to lure the enemy into attacking, and then the escape route was meticulously planned. This escape process served two purposes: to lure the enemy into the encirclement and trap set by the Alliance, and to test conclusions that simple detectors could not obtain during the bait's escape, truly understanding the enemy's strength. Then, the trap would be activated to eliminate them. This method was used last time against a fleet of the 3rd Cantilever Overlord's follower civilization. The fleet of the 3rd Cantilever Overlord's follower civilization pursued them all the way, thoroughly understanding the enemy's strength before luring them into the final trap. This tactic sounds simple, but it is very effective. Moreover, it is relatively complete and low risk. Apart from the bait, everyone else faces little risk. The main issue discussed at this conference was who would act as the bait. As soon as the question of who would act as the bait was raised, all the representatives of the civilizations shrank back. Even the square-shaped life form of the Neon civilization, which had just emerged, remained silent, seemingly pretending to have a bad signal. Within the Alliance, several weaker civilizations had already served as bait. There was no need to do so again. People looked at each other, all thinking the same thing: who would be the bait? Nobody wanted to be the bait. But the real purpose of this meeting was to determine who would act as bait. The Maya and Akoko civilizations could handle everything else, practically ruling in their own right, so there was no need for other civilizations to say anything. But this matter was necessary. Acting as bait without willingness was useless. After a moment, Penbus spoke: "I think we should let the human civilization do it. Humanity is new to the Alliance and hasn't contributed anything yet, but their strength is sufficient. They're not too weak and should be able to successfully complete the bait mission." As Penbus spoke, his gaze fell directly on Wang Qizhang. The luminous life form representative of the Maya civilization also turned to look at Wang Qizhang. Wang Qizhang had come to reap the rewards without lifting a finger, but unexpectedly, the task fell to him and the human fleet in the blink of an eye. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes widening, ready to explode, but remembering he wasn't alone, he remained silent, waiting for instructions from the fleet behind him. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the New Hope, Lin Qun, Su Ji, and the expert team had a clear view of the situation at the meeting. Suji frowned and said, "Did the Penbis and Meyer civilizations plan to choose us beforehand? This is probably a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. That's only natural. We just arrived and haven't made any contributions to the alliance yet. This is a test, and it's only right. Mr. Lin, what do you think?" Although Lin Qun was also somewhat surprised, his reaction wasn't as strong as Wang Qizhang's and the others. He pondered for a moment and smiled. What's there to worry about? If they want us to be bait, we'll be bait. If something goes wrong, we'll just run away. Anyway, we can stay in this alliance if we can, but if we can't, there won't be any major losses. At most, no one will be working for us for free. It'll just be a little more troublesome for us to find and harvest contribution points. And if the Meyer civilization, the Akoko civilization, or something like that causes trouble for themselves, we can just wipe them all out and harvest contribution points. At most, we won't be doing a steady, long-term business. Lin Qun spoke with great ease, but his words offered a way of thinking that directly bypassed the problem itself, leaving everyone stunned for a moment before they suddenly realized, yes, Mr. Lin is right. In this alliance, other civilizations truly rely on the Meyer and Akoko civilizations, but we are not. Here, this alliance is just a shield to protect us from harm. If something really happens, we can just walk away. If the Meyer and Akoko civilizations are blind, we'll wipe them all out. We have the strength. What is there to worry about? Yes, Mr. Lin is right. On our blue star, those with nothing to lose are not afraid of those with shoes, but in this cosmos, those with shoes are far more powerful than those without. The civilizations in the Meyer civilization are all barefoot, inseparable from this alliance, and even hoping to make a comeback through it. But we are different. Our main body is still safely on Shianayu 2. Yes. Not to mention, our strength to begin with is not weak. If there's profit to be made, we'll follow the Meyer civilization. If there's no profit, we'll simply overturn the table. No matter which we choose, we won't be at a disadvantage, and we'll all reap contribution points. The group quickly reached a consensus. Humanity needs the Meyer Civilization Alliance, but not that much. Each civilization within the Meyer Alliance has its own calculations, but these calculations don't affect humanity. This is because humanity is actually at a higher level than the Meyer Civilization Alliance. Under these circumstances, the calculations and schemes of these civilizations within the Meyer Alliance don't actually affect human civilization, so human civilization doesn't need to care too much. After deciding to unify, Suji directly said to Wang Qizhang, "Mr. Wang, let's follow Mr. Lin's suggestion and agree to their terms." Wang Qizhang blinked. He had been following the discussion and conversation, and had heard everyone's voice. Initially, Bombers had been furious that humans were being used as bait, and Wang Qizhang had almost lost his temper. However, upon hearing this, he blinked again, realizing Lin Qun's point. This might be infuriating for others, but for humans, it was no problem at all. Therefore, Wang Qizhang understood. Facing the gazes of the luminous figure representative of the Meyer civilization in Bombus, he remained silent for a moment, then smiled calmly, nodded, and said, "We agree." The other civilizations were somewhat surprised by humanity's swift agreement. Even the luminous representative of the Meyer civilization and Penbus were taken aback, seemingly not expecting humanity to agree so quickly. They had assumed that humanity wasn't planning to agree when Wang Qizhang hesitated and his expression changed. They were even considering how to pressure humanity into agreeing. They hadn't anticipated that humanity would agree so readily. After all, this was a risky matter. Other civilizations also cast their gazes, some with sympathy. They believed that humanity's quick agreement stemmed from having no other choice. They couldn't refuse, nor could they leave their alliance, so they had no choice but to agree. Refusing would be far more complex than simply refusing. Penbus, too, had a strange expression. Seeing that the Meyer civilization representative hadn't spoken immediately, it thought for a moment and then said, "All right. Human civilization, your contributions will be remembered by the alliance. However, your fleet is large enough that not all of you need to be used as bait. Sending half of your ships is sufficient, the rest can remain with the alliance. If anything goes wrong, your remaining members will be the seeds of your civilization and will receive preferential treatment from the entire alliance." Benbus's words sounded appealing, but even those from the Jakanda civilization present could tell that Benbus's purpose wasn't to help human civilization prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Hearing this, Suji laughed on the bridge, saying, "Benbus has a clever plan. He wants to keep half of us as hostages. He's afraid we won't work." An advisor on the side added, "What seeds of civilization and preferential treatment? Hell, if we were just an ordinary civilization, and our main force was lost, even if the rest weren't divided up, they would probably become the bottom rung of the entire Meyer Civilization Alliance, trampled and exploited by other civilizations." Lin Qun replied, "It's alright, let them stay if they want. At worst, we can take over all the civilizations of Meyer as well." Lin Qun chuckled and said, "If the bait is successful, everyone will be happy. We can continue to lie in ambush here. The Meyer civilization shouldn't have any doubts about us. We can take it slow and steady. If it doesn't work, we'll take everything. It's a one-off deal, and we won't lose out. Let them do whatever they want." Lin Qun possessed numerous methods, capable of fighting against great source energy with his life on the line. He wasn't afraid of ordinary opponents. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape, unless faced with an overwhelming, incredibly advanced fleet and a Dominator-level life form. But such a lineup was extremely rare in space. It wasn't something one could easily encounter. Even if this discovered unknown fleet was a trap, using humans as bait, Lin Qun wasn't afraid of them capturing him. He could simply run away. Besides, they were flying the banner of the Meyer Alliance, keeping a low profile so no one knew who they were, posing no threat to humanity. Therefore, there was no risk. And if the Meyer civilization dared to turn against him after he ran away, he would show them what true cruelty was, wiping out the entire alliance. No matter which option he chose, he would gain contribution points and face no threat. Either way, it was advantageous for humanity, so Lin Qun's mindset was naturally very calm. Seeing Lin Qun's composed expression, Suji couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin, now I finally understand what it feels like to have strength and confidence. What others consider bad is nothing to powerful civilizations. What others perceive as risk is simply not a risk to powerful civilizations. These civilizations scheme and plot, and even the Meyer civilization is extremely cautious. Yet, the human civilization they chose as bait is more composed than anyone else. This isn't a matter of mentality, it's absolute strength. Such power allows them to avoid the precariousness of other civilizations." Of course, Lin Qun could also choose to declare himself the leader, but that would mean he and human civilization would bear the risks. A tall tree catches the wind, so it's better for someone else to be the tree. Therefore, at Lin Qun's behest, humanity quickly agreed to this request. The Meyer civilization representative and Penbus were dumbfounded by humanity's cooperation. They seemed completely unprepared for such a smooth process. Humans agreed without hesitation, agreeing to everything they asked. Penbus was bewildered. Was this some good thing? Why did this human civilization agree so readily? The representative of the Meyer civilization's luminous body finally said, "Alright, it's settled then. Human civilization will assume the responsibility of being the bait this time and will gain the right to harvest more contribution points. We will begin the entire plan as soon as possible. Everyone, this is another opportunity for us to grow stronger." After the meeting, everyone left. The Jiki civilization, however, was truly a good brother. Even after the meeting ended, they sent a message, not explicitly stating anything, but it was a warning, telling humanity that this was not a good thing and to be very careful. This Jiki civilization, although a bit naive, isn't stupid. Wang Qizhang chuckled as he looked at the message. Such a civilization is rare in the universe. There truly are good brothers. Lin Qun shook his head and smiled wryly. The Jiki civilization thought human civilization hadn't grasped the stakes. Last time, the Jiki civilization was used as bait out of necessity. They didn't want to be bait, but they had no choice. They were a weak civilization with little option within the alliance. However, they perceived human civilization as having sufficient strength to refuse, hence their reminder. "Tell them we understand, don't worry," Lin Qun instructed Suji to relay to the Jiki civilization. This Jiki civilization was indeed capable. If a real war broke out, they might be able to offer them a way out. Meanwhile, while humans and the Jiki civilization were communicating privately, the Meyer and Nikoko civilizations were also in the process of negotiating. Chapter 657 This is a trap. I thought this human civilization would face some difficulties, but it's gone so smoothly. Benbus spoke with a luminous representative of the Meyer civilization, its expression somewhat strange. In the past, when this baiting mission was assigned, which civilization didn't show reluctance and make excuses? But now, This human civilization had arrived and agreed so readily, making Benbis feel a little insecure. The Meyer civilization's luminous representative said, "I think this is excellent. It shows that this human life form is loyal to our alliance, which is a good thing. Perhaps we can report to Lord Meyer that this human civilization's own strength is quite good, and their attitude is so good, perhaps they can be given priority in cultivation within the alliance." Upon hearing this, Benbis's expression changed. If this human civilization were promoted, wouldn't that affect the status of their Akoko civilization? Facing the representative of the Meyer civilization, a high-ranking member of their ranks, Benbis, though dissatisfied, remained silent, saying only, "Observe further, see if this human civilization will be honest this time. If they truly serve our alliance well, that's what loyalty to our alliance is all about." The luminous representative of the Meyer civilization didn't say anything more, only glancing at Benbis with an eye-like structure on their body before looking away. After a few more words, they ended the communication. The Meyer civilization had more important matters to attend to. Before sending out the bait, they needed to test the waters. If it was a trap, or if this massive fleet was invincible, there would be no need for an ambush or attack. It would be their Meyer civilization alliance fleeing in panic. Benbis, however, was puzzled. This human civilization agreed to such a disastrous deal so easily. Is there some benefit we haven't seen? Regardless, we must keep a close eye on this human civilization and not let them shake our position in the alliance. If necessary, we can use this opportunity to weaken their strength. What good is it if they gain the favor of the Meyer civilization without strength? The Meyer civilization won't even glance at them. With this meeting, all the missions were finalized, and the Meyer civilization began further reconnaissance. The massive fleet, over 30 billion kilometers away, seemed completely unaware that it had become a target, continuing its steady journey on its own orbit. Meanwhile, humanity also began preparations. Lin Qun and Suji discussed sending 5 spaceships. 5 conventional spaceships would serve as bait. The flagship and the remaining 2 would remain. If the situation changed and the alliance with the Meyer civilization turned against them, even without Lin Qun, the human flagship, with its performance and strength, could hold out for a while until Lin Qun returned, at which point the tide would turn. 5 warships were sufficient. Wang Qizhang was also left behind by Lin Qun to oversee the situation. Such strength was already considerable within the Meyer civilization alliance. As bait, Lin Qun and 5 warships were enough. After all, Lin Qun's combat power was formidable, which was the source of their confidence. However, a strong lineup was still necessary, hence the decision to send 5 warships. News from the front quickly arrived. The Meyer civilization, after conducting probes, discovered that this massive fleet in deep space appeared harmless. They seemed to be transporting people or goods, and although there were many ships, their overall combat capability didn't seem particularly impressive. If this target civilization's fleet truly carried a large population, then the contribution points gained from destroying it could far exceed expectations. It might be a very attractive target. This news excited everyone. Moreover, this target fleet didn't seem to contain high-energy life forms. Its technological strength was comparable to the Meyer civilization. Most importantly, their fleet didn't contain multiple civilizations. It was a single civilization's fleet. It might not belong to any current faction, making the risk of attacking them minimal. The Meyer civilization sent a message: "We must be careful and try to finish this quickly. They are carrying people and goods, and may also be a nomadic civilization, or they might be being hunted by other civilizations." They transmitted a lot of information. It was all information and analytical conclusions from their detectors. They didn't hold back at all. They basically sent humanity whatever they knew. After all, this success benefited the entire Meyer alliance. The human decoy fleet set off, quietly departing from concealed locations, first bypassing the vicinity. Then, they quietly approached the enemy. The decoy strategy was very simple. The enemy's technology was similar to the Meyer civilization's. Any detour or proactive approach would seem too deliberate, and might even be traced back to the enemy. If they discovered it was a trap, their plan would fail. Therefore, the Meyer civilization's plan for the human decoy was to detour to the vicinity, but not to actively approach, but to travel alongside the enemy, waiting for them to discover the humans. This was the safest approach. From the enemy discovering the ambush and intending to harvest them, it would directly become the enemy discovering the humans and coming to harvest them. This would greatly reduce the enemy's vigilance. After the enemy attacked the human decoy, the humans could then retreat. This plan required immense patience. Lin Qun listened and agreed that the Maya civilization indeed had some ideas. Just like when they used the Jiki civilization as bait before, their caution was beyond imagination, but perhaps this was the proper state of an experienced interstellar civilization. Immediately afterward, the human fleet set sail. Lin Qun transferred from the New Hope warship to another ordinary Federation warship, becoming the new flagship of this bait fleet, and swiftly moved forward, disappearing into space. Behind them, the other civilizations silently watched this scene. They would remain silent, waiting for the target fleet to take the bait and chase after humanity before they would warp to the final trap location, set up an ambush, and annihilate it completely, just as they had done with the fleet that had wiped out the followers of the third spiral arm overlord. The starry sky was deathly silent. The plan seemed to be going smoothly. The human fleet, consisting of 5 warships, sailed along the darkness of space, their camouflage so convincing that they appeared as a normal, cautious fleet stealthily navigating the cosmos. After a period of acting, they successfully entered the enemy's observation range as planned. Initially, the enemy made no move. It seemed they hadn't detected them at all. On one of the human warships, Lin Qun, his eyes glued to the radar display of the enemy fleet, said, "Let's not rush. We'll continue with the Maya civilization's plan to camouflage. Perhaps they've already discovered us, but are observing and dare not act rashly." This is quite possible. Since Lin Qun is here as bait, he naturally has to play his part to the end. He has that much patience. After entering space, he has adjusted and fully perceived the difference between space and the ground. Time within a planet and time in space are completely different concepts. Not to mention the time collisions caused by high-speed motion, even the normal pace of war is different. Space is too vast, requiring more time and more patience. Of course, the most crucial reason is that human civilization is fearless and not particularly apprehensive about being bait, so naturally they are not in a hurry. And Lin Qun's patience soon paid off. The target fleet began to exhibit unusual behavior, which directly meant that they had been successfully discovered by the target fleet. And the other side had begun to take action. In the dark space, the enemy fleet suddenly began to accelerate, but did not explicitly approach Lin Qun's 5-ship bait fleet. Instead, it maintained a distance in space, sailing parallel to Lin Qun's 5 warships. They were traveling side by side in space. The captain of the warship Lin Qun was on couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin, they seem to be observing. What if they escape? Would the Maya civilization's plan have failed? If they escape, it means they've been exposed, or they're not greedy, in which case they should escape this calamity," Lin Qun said, narrowing his eyes. "But that's unlikely. Civilizations are all greedy. Currently, the target fleet is significantly larger than the 5 human warships. This is free contribution points, and Lin Qun doesn't believe they would give it up. If they did, they would indeed be powerful and escape successfully. Because at the current distance between the 2 fleets, it's safe for both sides. Even if the target fleet wanted to leave, Lin Qun and the human fleet wouldn't be able to catch up. However, after this massive fleet raced alongside the human decoy fleet for a while, it suddenly accelerated and began chasing after the human fleet. Clearly, their probing and observation were over. They believed this was a chance encounter between civilizations in space, and now they wanted to devour the human fleet. Like the Maya Civilization Alliance, this massive fleet wouldn't let go of a weak civilization encountered along the way. These are all contribution points, regardless of the amount, they would naturally take them. In space, it's survival of the fittest. Lin Qun's judgment was correct. They've taken the bait. Within the human decoy fleet, this situation was quickly confirmed, and Lin Qun immediately issued orders to begin the escape according to the Maya civilization's plan, accelerating their escape along the predetermined route. Of course, this escape was very realistic, appearing no different from a normal civilization fleeing an attack. Moreover, this was actually part of the Maya civilization's plan, and even more so, the mission of the human decoy fleet. The human decoy fleet needed to put on a convincing performance, while simultaneously using this opportunity to further observe the true strength of the massive fleet. What was their technological capability? Did they possess top-tier high-energy life forms? These questions were crucial. While hunting others, one must also be wary of becoming prey oneself, kicking a hornet's nest. Lin Qun agreed with this caution. The vastness of space meant that weaker civilizations far outnumbered stronger ones, But who could be so unlucky as to encounter a powerful one? A seemingly unremarkable fleet could be extremely dangerous and powerful. This level of caution was necessary. However, this target fleet did indeed seem to lack any advanced technology or high-energy life forms. During the chase, Lin Qun discovered that the target fleet pursuing them seemed to lack even evolved humans, representing a purely technological civilization. However, its technological level wasn't particularly advanced, at most comparable to the Maya civilization. While human technology lagged behind civilizations of the Maya's level, in space, the gap wasn't insurmountable. Therefore, the plan proceeded smoothly. The human decoy fleet maintained a semi-safe distance, keeping the pursuers at bay, and advanced, twisting and turning, towards the trap set by the Maya civilization. This process took nearly 2 days, and they had moved billions of kilometers away from their original positions. But at this moment, something happened. The target fleet, which had been chasing the human decoy fleet, suddenly began to slow down. What's going on? They seem to have stopped chasing us. The situation was quickly confirmed. This massive fleet seemed to be abandoning the interstellar chase. Their current slowdown was preparation for giving up and rapidly retreating. Lin Qun stared intently at the scene ahead. It's not impossible, we're still too small compared to them. Given our size, it's possible they've chased us for so long and now don't want to continue. Mr. Lin, what should we do now? Lin Qun pondered for a moment, then said, didn't the Maya civilization give us a system of super-distance quantum communication? Let's contact them directly and tell them our target is losing patience and is about to escape. During the past 2 days of pursuit, Lin Qun had been communicating and exchanging information with the Maya civilization through this equipment, relaying news of the target civilization. They had learned that the Maya civilization and its forces had already reached the trap location and laid a thorough ambush, waiting for the target civilization to fall right into it. But the current situation was clearly beyond their original plan. At this moment, the target fleet was slowing down and gradually changing course, preparing to disengage. The Maya civilization's feedback arrived at that very moment. Hold them back, we're on our way. As the situation changed, the Maya civilization was rapidly adjusting its strategy. After days of tracking and reconnaissance, the massive fleet of this target civilization had been confirmed to pose no real danger, a highly attractive prey. Given the low risk, why would the Maya civilization let such a prize slip by? The target civilization's massive fleet was clearly carrying people, likely a large population, contribution points, a considerable number, naturally tempting. Faced with a choice between greater caution and profit, the Maya civilization chose the latter. They needed contribution points to become powerful. Thus, the Maya civilization swiftly changed its strategy, shifting from setting traps to proactive attacks. Upon receiving news from the Maya civilization, a cold glint flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. We'll turn around now and open fire. Actually, even if the Maya civilization hadn't come, Lin Qun was prepared to take action anyway. He didn't need this alliance. He could easily wipe out the fleet and collect all the contribution points himself. That would be ideal. But since the Maya civilization was coming, it didn't matter. Lin Qun would act now, and by the time they arrived, he would have already collected most of the points, leaving some for the Maya and Akoko civilizations to use as clues to find their home planet or colony. Either option was fine, and Lin Qun didn't hesitate. He showed no mercy to this alien civilization. If they weren't bait, and were truly a weak and defeated fleet that had failed to escape, they would have been annihilated by the target civilization's fleet long ago. However, Lin Qun and his people weren't weak, they were wolves in sheep's clothing. Big fish eat little fish, it's all for themselves and their civilizations, there's no right or wrong. At this moment, Lin Qun ordered the fleet to accelerate, charging forward at high speed, unleashing a barrage of secret cannon fire. Lin Qun himself was like lightning, clad in his blazing armor, using his teleportation ability to pierce through space at high speed. His first target was the middle section of the entire fleet. Although this wasn't the exact location of their warships, it was indeed the core area previously estimated for their cargo and personnel transport. Cutting off their fleet from here would not only split them in two but also force them to focus on one aspect while simultaneously tying them down, effectively killing them here. Most importantly, the fleets of the Maya civilization and others were about to arrive via teleportation at a rapid pace. Lin Qun wanted to seize the opportunity to reap the rewards before they arrived, naturally targeting areas with the most people. The target civilization's fleet, however, seemed caught off guard by the sudden and fierce counterattack from the civilization they had just been chasing. They appeared to be caught off guard, and several of the giant transport ships in the middle were directly torn apart and shattered in mid-air by Lin Qun and the human fleet, sending debris flying. Other surrounding warships rose into the air. Lin Qun, now hovering above the fleet, frowned. Despite sinking 2 warships in a rapid attack, he hadn't received the expected amount of contribution points. Looking down, he saw that among the flying debris of the warships, the 2 giant cargo ships were completely empty, carrying neither cargo nor a large number of alien civilizations. On the contrary, most of their interiors were empty, with only some special equipment remaining. The shattered starlight still shimmered. Seeing this, Lin Qun was shocked. He immediately realized something was wrong. Damn it, this is a trap. Lin Qun instantly understood. It turned out that the fleet targeted by the Mire civilization was also bait, and their acting was even better, deceiving humanity and the entire Mire civilization alliance. He quickly retreated, while several unknown warships surrounded him. At the same time, behind Lin Qun and the human fleet, more warp portals opened, and the Mire civilization alliance fleet was also warping in. Chapter 658. Did they escape? This is a trap. That was Lin Qun's immediate assessment. The giant transport ship was completely empty, without cargo or people. However, both human reconnaissance and the early investigations by the Mire civilization had confirmed that it was fully loaded, which was clearly due to the glowing, unknown facilities inside. These facilities interfered with the detection of other civilizations, misleading them into believing it was full of goods. What else could this be but a trap? Based on previous reconnaissance, the technological strength of this target civilization was inferior to that of the Mire civilization. How could it possess unknown facilities that could deceive the Mire civilization? This target civilization was even more adept at deception, and it should be far more advanced. Otherwise, it was impossible that the Mire civilization hadn't discovered the problems within these transport ships. They were definitely not what they appeared to be. Their apparent reluctance to pursue could be a genuine decision, or it could be deliberate. They had discovered that humans were actually bait, wanting to lure out more civilizations behind them. They were turning the tables, attracting humans to chase and fall into their trap. And they had almost succeeded. Until this moment, Lin Qun had thought that they were the better actors, but he hadn't expected that this target civilization was also acting. Good heavens, a space hunt, all about acting. However, it seems it's already too late. It's too late to warn the Mire civilization alliance. The warp portal is open, and the Mire civilization, along with other civilizations, is charging in, including the 3 warships left behind by the human flagship. The Mire civilization alliance fleet has entered the fray. But what kind of civilization has set this trap? At this moment, Lin Qun, startled, is rapidly retreating in mid-air, first avoiding the onslaught to see what's going on. He can't worry too much about the Mire civilization. His assessment has already been relayed back to the 5 human warships behind him. Lin Qun is preparing to retreat even further to see what's happening. Even if it's a trap, it depends on the level and strength of the civilization that set it. If it's ordinary, even if it's a trap, they might be able to fight back, practically delivering themselves to the enemy's doorstep. But in the blink of an eye, the situation has changed again. From Lin Qun's initial 1,000-mile raid and proactive attack, the situation has now reversed. Lin Qun is now rapidly retreating, while the opposing fleet has risen several warships, turning the tables and surrounding Lin Qun and his 5 human warships, preventing their escape. However, while this fleet harbors hidden secrets, its overall strength seems genuine. Its strength is similar to that of the Mire civilization, and it lacks high-energy life forms. Therefore, their counterattack and encirclement have failed to stop Lin Qun and the human fleet. Lin Qun, clad in his fiery sun armor, moves with incredible speed. Using a teleportation spell, he rises into the sky, takes a step, and with the help of his apprentice abilities, opens a portal in the void. He steps through it and returns directly to his warship. The 5 human warships are now in a neat retreat formation, moving backward. Facing the enemy fleet's relentless bombardment, they are orderly retaliating, launching various weapons into space, primarily for interception, but also with some counterattacks, to prevent the enemy fleet from further encircling the human fleet. Lin Qun, meanwhile, is quickly attempting to contact the Mire civilization and his own human flagship. However, the signal was severely jammed. Communication was completely impossible, and the long-range communication device provided by the Maya civilization, which had been working just moments before, was also malfunctioning. This was a higher-level technological interference, and Lin Qun and the human fleet hadn't even noticed when the interference began. Meanwhile, the fleets of the 11 major civilizations of the Maya civilization alliance were also emerging from their warp. At this moment, they were unaware that this was also a trap, still believing they were there to reap the rewards. From the Maya civilization to the Jiki civilization, everyone was eager and excited. Because, after such a long period of observation, they hadn't seen anything wrong, and they were quite convinced that this massive target fleet, although large in scale, was just an ordinary civilization and no match for their allied fleets. And therefore, this target civilization would inevitably become everyone's contribution points. This target civilization's fleet had deceived everyone in the Maya civilization alliance. In the Akoko civilization's spaceship, Penbis's gaze was cold. This time we all need to be careful and grab as many contribution points as possible. Also, keep an eye on the other civilizations. This time I must find out who's so good at grabbing. Penbis was furious. Last time, it wasn't them, yet they became the target of everyone's accusations, forced to take the blame. This left the Akaka civilization feeling extremely aggrieved. Therefore, this time, they were determined to find the civilization that truly stole the contribution points and teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, the Maya civilization's source energy level units were already positioned in front of their silver warships, ready to strike and swiftly capture the entire target civilization's fleet. Behind them, the other smaller civilizations were also excited. The easy prey was right before their eyes. Individually, none of them could match the target civilization's fleet, but together they would have an overwhelming advantage. The neutral alliance fleets of 11 civilizations raced against each other, afraid of being too slow and missing out on kills. Such opportunities were rare for civilizations like theirs. However, as soon as they left the warp, they were surprised to find that all their communications were disrupted. Only short-range communications within the warships remained usable. Communication between warships and between different civilization fleets was almost completely cut off. What's going on? Communications are being severely disrupted. What happened? The source of the interference is suspected to be the fleet we're about to attack. No. On the warships of the various civilizations within the Maya Civilization Alliance, everyone immediately became uneasy. Anyone could see something amiss in this situation. On the flagship of the Akoko civilization, Lord Penbis, we've lost contact with our other warships. The Maya civilization has also lost contact with us. Our radar and communication systems have been interfered with and hacked. We are fighting back with all our might. More messages were rapidly arriving. Penbis was initially startled, then his heart sank. This isn't right. This is probably a trap. The Maya civilization had also noticed the anomaly. The Maya civilization possessed the most advanced technology in the alliance. Now, being interfered with and hacked meant that their opponent's technology was even more advanced, and such capabilities were far beyond what their target civilization's fleet, which they had clearly investigated, possessed. Therefore, there's only one possibility for this situation. They're also bait. This is an ambush. At this moment, the Maya civilization's source energy level swiftly burst forth from the battlefield, without hesitation or waiting. Its source energy swept across all directions, unleashing the power of rules and control over dark energy to clear this space. It acted preemptively, clearing a retreat route before making other plans, ensuring at least the relative safety of itself and its Maya civilization alliance, remaining invincible. However, almost at the same moment the Maya civilization's source energy was unleashed, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding dark and desolate starry sky suddenly brightened. Fleets suddenly appeared in what seemed like empty starry spaces. All were cold, powerful, and advanced warships, unknown enemy vessels. These warships had clearly been nearby for some time, but their advanced technology meant neither humans nor the Maya civilization had detected them. This wasn't a lack of vigilance. The Maya civilization was extremely vigilant, and neither Lin Qun nor the human warriors were careless. However, given the technological gap, even the most cautious approach would fail to detect them. This is the tragedy of a backward civilization. The fleet now appearing, along with the target civilization's fleet ahead, represents at least 4 different civilizations. Aside from the target civilization's fleet, which was also used as bait, the remaining 3 all possessed cold, eerie warships. While their numbers weren't significantly greater than the Mire Civilization Alliance's fleet, each ship was incredibly powerful. Before appearing, they blended seamlessly with the starry sky. Now, they were like ghosts. If they hadn't revealed their aura, they might not have been detected at a glance. Compared to them, the Mire Civilization Alliance's fleet was like the difference between a rabble and an elite force. At this moment, from the very center of this forest of fleets, an extremely terrifying aura rose, at least at the 7th level of source energy. Its power swept across the area in an instant, almost completely suppressing the Mire Civilization's source energy level aura and power. The instant it seized control of the dark energy, its voice resounded almost simultaneously in the starry sky and within the hearts of the Mire Civilization Alliance's members. Those weren't actual musical notes, yet they allowed all life forms to seemingly understand the meaning of the same sentence in their own civilized language. Failed to catch a civilization from the evil super-civilization camp, but instead found a bunch of overconfident individuals. Hell, a bunch of neutral civilizations. Open your eyes wide and see. Daring to target our Divine Kingdom camp civilization, you're courting death. This voice, cold and mocking, seemed to utterly disdain these civilizations and life forms before it. Because right now, the Mire Civilization Alliance's entire army had been deployed, yet before them, it appeared backward and primitive, utterly inadequate. Naturally, they sneered with disdain, and within that, a hint of annoyance. Because their powerful Divine Kingdom camp civilization was aiming for the evil super-civilization camp, yet they had been targeted by such a weak civilization group as the Mire Civilization Alliance. This was a disgrace to them. It turned out that these civilizations were all from the Divine Kingdom camp. No wonder these civilizations far surpassed the Mire civilization. Such civilizations were extremely rare in the starry sky, let alone so many appearing at once. Their target was also the target of another camp. The current situation is akin to the Mire Civilization Alliance running into a trap, thinking they were easy prey, only to find themselves biting off more than they can chew. At this moment, the fleets of these three divine kingdoms are all extremely advanced, far surpassing any civilizations they've encountered before, and each is commanded by a source energy level 7 vessel. With such a fleet supporting them, a source energy level 7 vessel is virtually invincible in space. Most importantly, these three fleets don't seem to be the end. Behind them, as the war begins, warp portals open one after another, indicating that even more fleets are on their way. The Divine Kingdom camp has countless civilizations and fleets about to be deployed to this battlefield. These few civilizations that have already shown themselves are not all of them. No one in the 11 fleets of the Mire Civilization Alliance is a fool. Even the Jiki civilization suddenly realized what was happening, their initial joy turning to shock, their warships filled with boundless terror. They are neutral civilizations, not aligned with the Divine Kingdom camp. Haven't they just walked right into the line of fire? At this moment, in the starry sky, the Divine Kingdom's fleet was positioned in 3 directions, with the Divine Kingdom source energy locking down the starry sky in the center. The fleet advanced in sync, and as the Divine Kingdom source energy voice fell, a full-scale attack was launched, sweeping across the starry sky. The first few unfortunate Mire Civilization Alliance warships were directly pierced by the powerful high-energy ray main cannons. Their shields and armor were all pierced, exploding violently in space. They had come prepared, but the difference in strength was too great. The Mire Civilization's source energy class vessel struggled to hold on, but immediately issued an order to its silver warship, "We are no match for them, retreat immediately." Communication interference continued, preventing its orders from reaching the entire Alliance fleet. At this point, there was no need for that. They were lucky if they could leave on their own. However, to the surprise of this Mire Civilization's source energy class vessel, just as it was about to flee, someone in its Alliance fleet was running even faster than them. They had already broken away from the fleet and the battlefield, soaring into the starry sky in a cloud of dust. That's human civilization? How can they run so fast? The source energy level beings of the Mire civilization and the previously represented luminous beings of the Mire civilization were dumbfounded by this scene. At this moment, no one could care about anyone else. The silver warships of the Mire civilization quickly turned and fled. The source energy level beings of the Mire civilization, while fleeing in their warships, simultaneously attacked, clashing with the opposing great source energy level beings. The source energy beings of the Divine Kingdom were great source energy level beings. Even the weakest great source energy being was source energy level 7. The source energy beings of the Mire civilization, however, were only source energy level 2. Under such circumstances, they could only barely ensure their own survival and that of their warships while desperately fleeing, hoping to leave the scene as quickly as possible. Because in the starry sky, the fleets of the Divine Kingdom were increasing in number. In the distant starry sky, starlight seemed to twinkle, as if a vast fleet was leaping out. Deeper still, an incomparably terrifying aura seemed to be rising, that was at least a top-tier source energy being. This was terrifying. The civilizations within the Meyer Civilization Alliance were all terrified, their only thought at this moment, run. Run for their lives. This wasn't just a simple trap set by the Divine Kingdom faction. A large cluster of civilizations from the Divine Kingdom faction was here, countless advanced civilizations, and powerful high-energy beings. Although communications were severely disrupted, in such a situation, who couldn't see the situation clearly? The source energy leaders of the Meyer civilization were running faster than rabbits. If they didn't run now, wouldn't they be courting death? Every civilization and every spaceship was fleeing for their lives, and in an instant, chaos reigned. And these civilizations within the Meyer Civilization Alliance were utterly astonished to discover that some were running faster than everyone else. Even faster than the Meyer civilization itself. That's human civilization. How did they run so fast? They're almost out of the battlefield. They probably discovered the problem before us. Maybe they didn't have time to warn us. This human civilization might be in league with the Divine Kingdom. In league with the Divine Kingdom, why are they running? Inside the Akoko civilization's spaceship, Penbis was also surprised. He hadn't expected the humans to run so fast. They had just arrived, in the chaos of information interference, when the human civilization's fleet seemed to have already converged and started running away. That's why they were able to leap ahead so quickly. And Penbis's analysis was indeed correct. Lin Qun was the first to discover the problem and immediately prepared to run away. Regardless of whose trap this was, it was clearly beyond the level of the Meyer Civilization Alliance. Lin Qun's idea was to withdraw. The surrounding area was the boundless starry sky, and the nearest planets were hundreds of billions of kilometers away. If they started a war with the Divine Kingdom here, even if Lin Qun's vanguard was not afraid, once the fighting started, the Divine Kingdom's reinforcements would likely come continuously, while the humans only had 8 warships. If they lost them all, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Moreover, Lin Qun had no intention of starting a war with the Divine Kingdom faction. Even though it was currently a battlefield of civilizations, and the Divine Kingdom faction didn't represent the Divine Kingdom itself, with the possibility of a divine envoy descending upon the third arm, Lin Qun still wanted to avoid the Divine Kingdom faction. Humanity was already being targeted by the overlord of the third arm, and if they were also targeted by a divine envoy, how could they possibly survive with 2 ruler-level life forms and 2 super civilization groups? Therefore, Lin Qun immediately made a hasty retreat. At that time, humanity's position was actually the best. Because Lin Qun had led his fleet to actively attack the Divine Kingdom's decoy fleet, while the Divine Kingdom's ambush fleet appeared in a position surrounding the Meyer Civilization Alliance fleet, perfectly avoiding Lin Qun's location. Although the information interference also had some impact on the human warships, Lin Qun had the portal and apprentice abilities. He had already given instructions for the retreat on one side, and then stepped through the portal back to the New Hope. Facing the bewildered Suji and the others, he didn't have time to explain and directly ordered them to escape through the gaps, allowing the human fleet to move immediately. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The Meyer Civilization Alliance and other civilizations, along with the Meyer Civilization's source energy level, directly drew the attention and massive damage from the Divine Kingdom's main force and source energy level attacks. After all, the human civilization fleet, used as bait, was merely cannon fodder. The Meyer civilization and its fleet were the main force and core. The Divine Kingdom temporarily ignored the human fleet. The advantages of hiding within the Meyer Civilization Alliance were fully demonstrated. The human fleet seized this opportunity to take the lead and surge ahead of everyone else. Chapter 659 Shifting the Blame East. The existence of the Meyer civilization at the source energy level proved invaluable. While it wasn't a match for the great source energy level being, it diverted the combat power and attention of this great source energy level being from the Divine Kingdom, giving other civilizations, including the human fleet, a chance to escape. Amidst the chaos, all the civilizations under the Meyer Civilization Alliance displayed their unique abilities, scattering in multiple directions. They had arrived united and cooperative, but now, facing imminent disaster, They were each running for their own lives, with no one caring for anyone else. This was especially true of the Mire and Akoko civilizations, which had previously fawned over them. Now, these were key targets of the Divine Kingdom's forces, and they were being avoided like the plague. Some civilizations even broke up into smaller groups, their fleets not all heading in one direction, but splitting into several groups heading in different directions. Run. Retreat. Retreat. Compared to the orderly advance of the three Divine Kingdoms' fleets, this situation was nothing short of a disorganized rabble, a complete mess. Of course, being disorganized wouldn't help either. The three Divine Kingdom civilizations here, in terms of both technological strength and high-energy life force, were superior to the Mire Civilization Alliance. If one were to be singled out, the 11 civilizations of the Mire Civilization Alliance, even ignoring source energy level combat power, might be able to defeat it. But now, with three such Divine Kingdom civilizations, their unity was useless, they could only flee. Moreover, the Mire Civilization's source energy had fled. Even if they won the fleet, without the technology and weapons to counter source energy, and unable to defeat high-energy life forms, they would still face certain death. Although the Mire Civilization's source energy had fled, it had attracted the most attention, disrupting the Divine Kingdom fleet's formation and making it easier for the others to escape. Of course, the most terrifying thing wasn't actually the enemy in front of them, but the massive Divine Kingdom Legion gradually emerging in the distant starry sky. It was a true war legion. Lin Qun, aboard the New Hope warship, looking at the acquired images and partial information, could only conceive of this description. It was a star space legion, composed of countless fleets, and containing an unknown number of powerful civilizations and beings. They needed no concealment. The fleets stretched like a forest, their powerful auras surging through the starry sky, displaying their might. The most intense aura belonged to a peak source energy being, a top-tier source energy life form, whose strength even surpassed that of the Huayu Lin Qun had encountered in the Cloud Pattern Level 2 civilization battlefield. This made Wang Kezheng, Su Ji, and the others, who had already grasped the situation, even more relieved. Lin Qun's judgment was correct. While Lin Qun wasn't incapable of fighting these nearby Divine Kingdom fleets on the surface, he could at most suffer fleet losses. The Divine Kingdom legions emerging behind them were far beyond what Lin Qun and his 8 warships could contend with. They shimmered in the starry sky, standing far away, not even intervening, simply watching the 3 Divine Kingdom fleets sweep through the Mire Civilization Alliance. There was no need to intervene. The Mire Civilization Alliance's fleet and contribution points were beneath the notice of these powerful beings. Entrusting them to these 3 civilizations was sufficient. Moreover, the small Mire Civilization Alliance was neither their target nor worthy of being their enemy. Perhaps only the rules of the Divine Kingdom could bring so many powerful civilizations together to form such an army. Ordinary individual civilizations, to achieve such scale and strength, would be extremely rare across the entire cosmos. Yet, under these rules of the civilization battlefield, they had successfully gathered, forming such a massive army, dominating the stars. Amidst the chaos, some civilizations from the Mire Civilization Alliance wanted to join the Divine Kingdom's camp on the spot, but this was impossible. It would take time, and they simply didn't have enough time. Escape was the only best option. Humanity's power, and Lin Qun's power, were currently insufficient to directly confront such an army. It was like one person trying to fight against the power of an entire nation. The Divine Kingdom faction, an evil super-civilization faction, is nothing like the scattered neutral civilizations, not even comparable to the civilization group gathered by the Third Spiral Arm Overlord. This is a true war bloc, a behemoth, and in the current special civilization battlefield of Star System 613, any neutral civilization would find it difficult to contend with them. However, precisely because of this, including the Divine Kingdom's decoy fleet, there are only 4 civilizations in total. Facing the scattered Mire Civilization Alliance, it's difficult to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Powerful civilizations have their strengths. When they hide, weaker civilizations are completely undetectable. When they strike, the seemingly formidable ships and cannons of weaker civilizations are destroyed in an instant. But when it comes to escape and survival skills, weaker civilizations are far superior. In this chaotic battle, each civilization displays its unique abilities. Although the 11 civilization fleets of the Mire Civilization Alliance suffered heavy losses, a large number of ships successfully escaped, disappearing into space. Rapid warp jumps, rapid escape. The Divine Kingdom faction's legions remained motionless, with only the 3 Divine Kingdom civilizations responsible for the operation having dispatched fleets to pursue the scattered Mire Civilization Alliance ships relentlessly. Among them, the human civilization suffered the least damage. All 8 warships were undamaged. This wasn't just because humans were fast, but also because they were insignificant within the Mire Civilization Alliance. They were pursued by only 1 fleet, 3 warships, each containing a top-tier evolved being. This lineup seemed sufficient to overwhelm the human fleet, but the human civilization knew that such a force was simply a suicide mission. Lin Qun said, "Don't rush into action. Let's jump back a distance first, and once we've completely shaken off the Divine Kingdom faction's legions, we'll take them down." Gaining contribution points from these pursuers wouldn't be a wasted trip. But they couldn't act now. They weren't even out of the Divine Kingdom faction's range yet. If they launched a counterattack now, displaying astonishing power, the main forces of the 3 Divine Kingdom civilizations currently pursuing the Mire civilization would immediately turn around and kill them. Get out of here first, run away first. Lin Qun was also terrified by the Divine Kingdom's legion. Even though he had experienced 2 civilization battlefields and even fought against a 3rd cantilever overlord's fleet, he had never seen such a sight. It was truly as dazzling as a constellation of stars. At this moment, the human fleet was using the initial distance to quickly enter warp and escape from this place. The pursuers behind were also hot on their heels. It was a force from one of the 3 civilizations of the Divine Kingdom, with 3 warships and a top-level evolved human. The evolved human was on the lead warship and sneered, "These weak civilizations, do they really think they can escape? Once they're in our sights, none of them will get away." In his eyes, the civilization with 8 warships in front was as weak and insignificant as the other civilizations. Although they had many warships, they lacked quality and were therefore useless. They would easily annihilate them. Chase them to death. As one of the civilizations within the Divine Kingdom's camp, while its civilization wasn't considered top-tier within the camp, a single top-tier evolver was more than capable of dealing with these weak, neutral civilizations. They relentlessly pursued, following closely behind with their leaps. Before completely leaving, Lin Qun glanced into the distance. That was the chaotic battlefield where the Mire Civilization Alliance had been utterly crushed. The battle there wasn't completely over yet. Some civilizations had already fled in panic, but others were left behind, still caught in the chaos, desperately being cut off, surrounded, and about to be annihilated. They and the Mire Civilization's source energy level bore the brunt of the firepower. The main forces of the 3 Divine Kingdom civilizations were essentially all engaged in dealing with them. Lin Qun, seeing this, felt a pang of regret. The neutral civilization alliance is quite good. Although we have to pretend to be weak, someone helps us find targets. Even if we run into a brick wall, someone will take the fall for us. How rare is that? Wang Qizheng, standing to the side, added, "This, if it weren't for the 3 main forces of the Divine Kingdom keeping an eye on them, we wouldn't have been able to escape so easily." Wang Qizheng's expression was also complex. The unfortunate Mire and Nikoko civilizations silently bore the brunt of everything. Meanwhile, human civilization was using this chaos to quickly escape, disappearing into the starry sky. In the distance, deep within the vast Divine Kingdom army, in a massive, gleaming planetary fortress, a phantom shadow stood there, its life state extremely peculiar, like a real entity yet also like a non-existent projection. When observed, its appearance seemed to constantly change. One second and the next, its appearance appeared completely different. And its aura was absolutely concealed. Standing there, without observation, one would not notice its existence. In the center of the room it was in was a massive star map projection. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was a projection of the 3rd arm of the current star system, 613. It was observing it intently. Without any visible movement from it, the star map rippled vastly. If a human expert were present, observing this same star map, they would be able to see that the battle taking place hundreds of thousands of kilometers away seemed completely unrelated to it. It was utterly indifferent. Just then, the wall behind it flickered. Another tall, slender life form appeared, respectfully saying, "My lord, these ignorant neutral civilizations are fleeing. The 3 civilizations we dispatched will be responsible for tracking and eliminating them. They are very good at escaping. Should we? No need. Just a bunch of trash." The illusory shadow ahead interrupted it, saying, "The divine messenger Because is coming. We must prepare to welcome him and offer our great gift, That's what we should be preparing for now. As for these weak neutral civilizations, leave them to these 3 civilizations. Don't allocate any more resources. Don't let these insignificant civilizations alert our true enemies. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, sir. The tall, slender figure bowed deeply, saying, I will restrain the excess power. But I will also have these 3 of our civilizations hunt them down to the bitter end. These ignorant and foolish neutral civilizations dared to disrupt the traps we set for the evil super-civilization alliance. We must make them pay the price. The illusory shadow said indifferently, without wasting extra resources, that's your business. You don't need to report to me. Yes, sir, I meant to say, I. The tall, slender life form behind spoke at length, but the illusory shadow in front seemed completely oblivious, remaining silent as it continued to observe the star map. Its figure flickered, almost merging with the vast star map, creating a chilling effect. Yet, it also displayed a star-like indifference and disregard. It didn't care. Those weak, neutral civilization fleets were utterly insignificant, not even worth a second glance, not even a single word needed to be discussed. The tall, slender life form paused, then lowered its head and left. At the same moment, in a desolate starfield 3 trillion kilometers away from the current battlefield, a warp portal opened. The human fleet swiftly emerged. 8 warships quickly jumped out of the warp portal. Relying on the warp, they rapidly increased their distance by 3 trillion kilometers. Having left their previous position, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. The 3 pursuing warships were nothing compared to the immense pressure exerted on them by the vast army of the Divine Kingdom. Even separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, the fleet, as dazzling as stars, and the terrifying aura that seemed to traverse the cosmos, sent chills down one's spine. However, the human fleet of today was no longer the novice it once was. Having just emerged from warp, Suji swiftly issued orders, immediately inspect the surrounding starry sky, and all ships, prepare for war. This jump escape location was just temporarily chosen by the human fleet. It's far enough away, but the specific situation here is still unclear. Moreover, they haven't completely escaped the risk of being tracked. If there are still pursuers, the human fleet must jump again to a safer location. Besides, given the technology of the 3 warships from the Divine Kingdom, they should be able to catch up quickly, so we must be prepared. Under Suji's command, the human fleet has confirmed that their current location is relatively safe. At this moment, they are all redeployed, the human fleet is orderly deployed, and they await the appearance of their enemy in this desolate starry sky. If there are only 3 warships and pursuers, Lin Qun is prepared to counterattack. What they fear is the massive army of the Divine Kingdom, not the 3 warships pursuing them. Don't pursue a disparate enemy. If those 3 warships truly believe we are a weak and easily bullied civilization and dare to attack, as long as we confirm that there is no Divine Kingdom army following behind, we will immediately wipe them out. Eliminate them and completely cut off their pursuit. Lin Qun spoke coldly. Running away continuously wasn't a solution. Creating distance and counterattacking the fleet behind them might be the only way to completely escape the pursuit of the Divine Kingdom's fleet and resolve the problem once and for all. However, to humanity's surprise, they quickly detected warp. They really are following us. Be careful. Pay attention to the number of their fleet and whether there are any people behind them. But it wasn't just 3 ships that warped in. We detected warp in more than 15 warships. What's going on? Have we been exposed? Suji frowned deeply. Even Lin Qun was taken aback. He also thought that the bigwigs of the Divine Kingdom had discovered that their human fleet was the real hidden bigwig in the Meyer Civilization Alliance, and that the Meyer Civilization and others were just scapegoats. However, what quickly jumped out of the warp portal was not a vast army of Divine Kingdom pursuers and top experts. Instead, it was a group of Divine Kingdom pursuers and a group of familiar faces, a Divine Kingdom pursuer fleet, a spaceship from the Jiki civilization, and a warship from the Akoko civilization. And there were more than 15 of them, and they were still warping over. The amazing warships shimmered in the starry sky, revealing a terrifying majesty and oppressive power. Of the original 5 warships of the Jiki civilization, only 1 remained after being attacked. They had seen the human warp and followed on their own initiative, followed by 2 Divine Kingdom pursuer spaceships. As soon as they warped over, the Jakenta sent an urgent message: "Human brothers, please help us. Please fight alongside us against the enemy. This is the last spark of our civilization. As long as you are willing to help, Our Jiki civilization is willing to become a vassal of your civilization. Jikenta's tone was panicked. Of their 5 warships, only 2 remained, teetering on the brink of destruction from the relentless bombardment. Their situation was dire, and Jikenta's voice was a desperate plea. Unlike humans, who were feigning weakness and had a stronghold, these 2 remaining warships were the last embers of their Jiki civilization. How could they not be anxious? Meanwhile, the Akaka civilization had intentionally followed. As a semi-main force within the Meyer Civilization Alliance, they received special attention. The Divine Kingdom's pursuit ships numbered 6, more than the combined forces pursuing humans and the Jiki civilization. Most of these pursuers were brought by the Akaka civilization. The Akaka civilization, arrogant and domineering within the Meyer Civilization Alliance, had always considered itself second only to the Meyer civilization in strength. However, this had also made them the focus of the Divine Kingdom's attention, resulting in heavy losses and leaving them all red-eyed with rage. They were both terrified and resentful. Inside the Akoko civilization's spaceship, Penbis's eyes flashed with ferocity as he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, that's it. Wherever human civilization runs, we'll run there too. Lead these divine beings to them, and we can escape." Meanwhile, 300 million light-years away, where there should have only been humans and a group of divine beings pursuing them, the unexpected arrival of the Jiki and Akoko civilizations instantly threw the situation into chaos again. Humans weren't fools. Seeing the Akoko civilization's fleet appear and silently flee, Lin Qun understood that the Akoko civilization wanted to divert attention. His gaze darkened, and he sneered, "The Akoko civilization wants to drag us into this, making us draw their fire so they can escape. A classic case of sacrifice a friend to save the enemy. Their idea is good, but unfortunately, they've chosen the wrong target." Human civilization was not a pushover. This kind of diversionary tactic was suicide. Chapter 660 They have another evolved being. In the starry sky, the Akaka civilization's fleet advanced. Behind them, several Divine Kingdom ships relentlessly pursued. Benbis gritted his teeth and said, "We're moving closer to the human ships. We've suffered heavy losses, but this human civilization has suffered minimal damage. Let these Divine Kingdom fleets go directly to the humans." Nearby, other Akaka civilization beings couldn't help but ask, What if the human civilization attacks us?" They were all panicked. Their previous arrogance within the Meyer Civilization Alliance was now shattered by cold reality. Among the weaker civilizations of the Meyer Civilization Alliance, they were one of the most powerful, quite remarkable. But now, facing the Divine Kingdom's forces, the Meyer civilization had suffered a crushing defeat. Their situation was even more dire. Their previously invincible fleet was now scattered and routed, a sorry sight. Their losses had already exceeded half. Now, having left the battlefield, communication had been restored, but it was of little use. At this moment, Penbis gritted its teeth and said, "This human civilization has also been targeted by the Divine Kingdom. They still need to join forces with us. How dare they attack us? They don't have the strength to be our enemy. Unless they want to die, they can only endure it. We don't need to worry about so much, we can just go straight over." Penbis had a very clever plan in mind. It had deliberately chased after them because it saw that the human civilization's fleet was intact. In the current state of the entire Meyer Civilization Alliance, a complete civilization's fleet was undoubtedly more likely to become a target for the Divine Kingdom's pursuers. Therefore, by following the human fleet, it could directly divert the trouble to humans. With a human fleet sharing the risk, their danger and risk would naturally be much smaller. In its view, with the strength of the human civilization, it was probably no match for the Divine Kingdom's fleet. Even if it knew that the Akoko civilization was diverting trouble, it wouldn't dare to do anything to them. It could only suffer in silence and swallow its anger. The only unfortunate ones were humans. And humans, unfortunately, couldn't do anything. Because the pursuers from the Divine Kingdom had already arrived, even if they knew that it was deliberately lured here by the Benbis and Akoko civilizations, they could only endure it and could not retaliate. Once they did, facing the pursuers from the Divine Kingdom, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. If the human civilization wanted to survive, it could only join forces with the Akoko civilization, thus suffering a silent loss. Benbis's strategy was undeniably cunning. It also did not choose to follow the Meyer civilization, because the Meyer civilization had been overtaken by the great source energy level and the true main force of the Divine Kingdom. At this point, following the Meyer civilization was not a way out. but a sure path to death. Running away was the best option. Meanwhile, multiple ships from the Divine Kingdom's camp were merging into a fleet, relentlessly pursuing the Jichi, human, and Akoko civilizations. These ships of the Divine Kingdom originated from the 3 civilizations previously under its control, but now they were all converging, with a uniquely shaped ship in the center, which was becoming the de facto flagship. Inside the spaceship stood a strange life form. Its aura was completely concealed, yet it subtly indicated the dominance of the entire flagship. Gazing ahead with a cold gaze, it said, "These civilizations have banded together. Do they intend to turn around and attack us? This is suicide." Nearby, another life form couldn't help but whisper, "Sir, will you intervene?" The strange life form replied, "There's no need. Let our evolved beings act first, lest they accuse me of trying to steal even my meager contribution points. Besides, I want to see if these civilizations have any trump cards left if they want to retaliate." The other life forms immediately deployed according to its command. Then, from the fleet of the Divine Kingdom faction, multiple evolved beings rapidly rose, advancing side by side with the Divine Kingdom's pursuing fleet, attacking and slaughtering the fleeing human fleet. In fact, some members of the Meyer Civilization Alliance had previously considered surrendering in the face of the Divine Kingdom's attack, but it was futile. These weak civilizations were seen by the Divine Kingdom as walking contribution points. Surrender was refused, and they were all slaughtered. There was no mercy in the eyes of these civilizations. In fact, even if they weren't from the Divine Kingdom civilization, if they encountered each other in space, and I could crush and annihilate you with such a vast difference in strength, would I let you go? That was impossible. Moreover, they were backed by the vast Divine Kingdom civilization, making them even more fearless. For such neutral civilizations, only slaughter was the only option. Therefore, even the usually naive Jiki civilization was now realistic, desperately fleeing, knowing that if they were hunted down, they would surely die. The Divine Kingdom's forces would not spare them. And in the human fleet, Suji said in a deep voice, "The news from the Akaka civilization has arrived. They don't admit they came on purpose, only saying they want to fight alongside us against the enemy, to resist the pursuit of the Divine Kingdom's fleet. They even said they'd overcome this together." Wang Kizhang said indignantly, "These Akaka civilization people are truly a bunch of shameless scum. They even managed to jump together. What else could they be doing here if not specifically chasing us? So what? Do they really think we're like them, fleeing from defeat? They're not a mere civilization, they don't have that many powerful pursuers, and the fleet chasing them is only of average strength." Lin Qun sneered, "Perfect, this time we won't pretend. We can lend a hand to the Jiki civilization, and as for the Akaka civilization, let's take them in along with the Divine Kingdom's fleet pursuers. Perfect, they'll all become our contribution points. Mr. Lin, what should we do then?" Lin Qun's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Be cautious. Get out of there first, tell the Akaka and Jichi civilizations that we can join forces, but these evolved beings chasing us must be eliminated, otherwise, with their influence, we won't be able to jump." The civilizations behind these Divine Kingdom pursuers' warships were completely unknown to humanity. Previously, they had thoroughly investigated the 3 ships chasing human civilization, knowing at most one evolved being. But now, the Divine Kingdom's fleet had reached 11 ships, and 3 evolved beings had already broken through. Who knew if there was a sourceless energy source among them? Or special weapons? Since they were currently feigning weakness, they might as well continue the act and see if the Divine Kingdom's fleet had any hidden tricks. Suji immediately understood and quickly communicated with the other civilizations. The Jichi civilization was overjoyed and extremely grateful, saying, thank you, human brothers. We will definitely fight our way out. Our Lord Jikinta has already broken through." The Jichi civilization knew that their arrival here was simply adding to humanity's troubles. Therefore, upon hearing that humanity was willing to fight alongside them to overcome difficulties, Jikinta didn't hesitate to be the first to charge out. Facing the pursuing forces of the Divine Kingdom, whoever stepped forward first would undoubtedly face the greatest risk. Jikinta did this naturally to demonstrate their loyalty and prevent the human civilization from thinking they were just causing trouble without contributing. They naturally had to go all out, otherwise, if they became alienated from other civilizations, they would have even less of a chance. The Jichi civilization only had these 2 ships left. Besides these 2 ships, there were only a few individuals remaining on the asteroid where their Meyer Civilization Alliance had a stronghold. However, Those individuals didn't have any ships. If their ships and powerful individuals were all lost here, then the few remaining individuals on the asteroid would be extremely vulnerable. How would other civilizations treat them? It was tantamount to extinction. Meanwhile, on the Akoko civilization's warship, Penbus sneered, "See? I told you, even if humanity knew we were deliberately diverting trouble, they would have to obediently endure it." However, what human civilization said makes sense. If we don't repel the evolved beings from these divine kingdoms, we can't leap forward and can't leave. We're also preparing to act, but we'll be the last to strike. We'll wait until the evolved beings from humanity and the Jakenta civilization have made their move before we act. That way, our evolved beings will be safer. Our risks will be less. At this moment, they were already 3 trillion kilometers away from the Divine Kingdom's army. Although the Divine Kingdom's pursuers behind them were also fierce and powerful, Penbus and the others were no longer as tense and fearful as before. After all, judging from their appearance and posture, the main force of the Divine Kingdom's camp should be behind them and would not pursue them any further. The enemy in front of them was the enemy they would face. Penbus felt that as long as things went smoothly, according to its plan, after sacrificing the human civilization and the Jichi civilization, they would definitely be able to escape. This was a certainty in its mind. Penbus felt that its mind was clear and that its choice was absolutely correct. This would preserve the greatest benefit for their civilization. At this moment, along with Jichita's attack, a figure quickly emerged from the human fleet. It was Wang Kizhen. The top evolved beings on the Akoko civilization's side also quickly joined the attack, forming a 3 against 4 situation. However, the situation still did not seem optimistic. After all, the other side had 4 evolved beings and a fleet to cooperate with. It seemed that the situation was at a stalemate, but in reality, the balance of the war was constantly tilting and would soon completely tip in favor of the Divine Kingdom's camp. Several factions locked in a fierce struggle, clashing and advancing across this desolate battlefield in the starry sky. Like a millstone being churned, no one could escape. This couldn't go on. Jakenta gritted his teeth and said, "Human brothers, the Akoko civilization, how about I go up and hold you off while you find a way to leave? My only request is that you take our ships with you. Our civilization only has these 2 ships left, we can't die here." Jakenta charged left and right, seeing no hope, and despair crept onto his face. The Akoko civilization remained silent. Humanity's answer to it was, "You will not die." On the other side, Penbus's gaze darkened. If all else fails, sell off the evolved humans and the Jichi civilization to buy us some time. Wait. Before Penbus could finish this plan, they were shocked to discover a sudden change on the battlefield. At that very moment, the aura of a second evolved human emerged from the human fleet. This evolved human's aura was extremely fierce. Clad in dark red armor, it rose from the fleet, piercing the starry sky in an instant, entering the battlefield of 7 evolved humans in the blink of an eye, and with a single, unexpected attack, instantly killed a top-tier evolved human from the Divine Kingdom. The attack was swift, precise, and ruthless. It astonished all the evolved humans. A top-tier evolved human. There's another top-tier evolved human in the human fleet. The Akaka civilization fleet was completely stunned. Penbus was also extremely surprised. This human civilization actually has 2 evolved humans, and there's another one hidden here. And a top-tier evolved human at that. They never expected that human civilization possessed such powerful individuals and methods, and that they could hide so well, remaining hidden until now. The Divine Kingdom camp was also astonished. The other 3 evolved beings, who had been fiercely attacking, were startled to see one of their top evolved beings about to be instantly killed, and they all retreated, their offensive suddenly slowing down. Jakenta exclaimed in surprise, "Human brothers, you." The top evolved being from the Akaka civilization was also speechless, never expecting that there was another evolved being hidden within the human fleet. Previously, both the Akaka and Meyer civilizations had secretly scanned the human fleet and confirmed that, apart from Wang Kizhen, there were no other high-energy domain life forms exceeding the evolved being level within human civilization. Now, how could another top evolved being suddenly appear? How did they hide like that? The Akaka evolved being felt a growing unease, realizing that the human civilization they thought they understood so well was far less clear than they thought. Wang Kizhen laughed loudly in the intercom, "Haha, Lin Qun, you've finally made your move. Now it's time for us to counterattack." Having just been overwhelmed by the evolved beings of the Divine Kingdom faction fleet, Wang Qizhang was already extremely displeased and now followed closely behind Lin Qun in a counterattack. It was Lin Qun who made the move, displaying the strength of a top-tier evolved being, launching a surprise attack and instantly killing one of the top evolved beings from the Divine Kingdom faction. The kill was swift and decisive. At this moment, he was unstoppable, without any pause. Seeing the other three evolved beings retreating, he charged forward at high speed. With the enhancement of his flaming sun armor, Lin Qun's speed surpassed the second cosmic speed of Blue Star in space. Combined with the abilities of the portal and teleportation gate, he took a single step, closing in on an evolved being from the Divine Kingdom faction, and instantly killing him. One strike, one evolved being killed. Unparalleled combat power. The evolved being from the Divine Kingdom faction's civilization had never expected this situation and was caught off guard, instantly annihilated. The lifeblood of the Divine Kingdom faction's civilization was also astonished, seemingly not expecting that these weak, neutral civilizations' fleets would possess such a powerful evolved being. And, moreover, an instant kill. Able to instantly annihilate other evolved beings, even top-tier evolved beings, they are absolutely at the pinnacle of the evolved world, geniuses that such weak civilizations could not normally produce and cultivate. At the same time, the fleeing human fleet swiftly changed direction, switching from escape to counterattack. This transition was incredibly natural and smooth, as if they had been preparing for a counterattack all along. The Jichi civilization beings on the two warships of the Jichi and Jichi civilizations were completely dumbfounded. This human civilization, why are they fighting back? Are they trying to annihilate the fleets of these Divine Kingdom faction civilizations? The Akaka civilization's fleet was also extremely shocked, but Benbis did not choose to stay. Instead, he ordered his troops to take advantage of the situation and flee quickly. Regardless of what humans did, the Akaka civilization was already trying to escape, so they dared not linger. Lin Qun had been watching them closely and naturally noticed this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately turned his sword, intending to take the Akaka civilization's fleet away first. You want to shift a blame to us? Fine, but don't even think about leaving alive. Lin Qun saw through the Akaka civilization's plan. His cooperation was only because he had already considered the Akaka civilization a contribution point. The price of offending human civilization would be a bloody price. This Akaka civilization was already Lin Qun's prize. However, before Lin Qun could make his move, someone else acted. A surge of source energy rose across the battlefield, and dark energy control swept across the starry sky. The Akaka civilization's leap was controlled before it even began. Meanwhile, in the spaceship at the center of the 11 warships of the Divine Kingdom camp, the strange life form looked down at Lin Qun, who was dominating the battlefield, and said, "It seems that this top-tier evolved being is their trump card. But even if he is a top-tier powerhouse among evolved beings, what can he do against a source energy level life form? It's nothing but a death throes." In its eyes, Lin Qun and the human civilization's counterattack at this moment was simply a futile attempt, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was about to make its move. It had actually been very cautious, not immediately attacking, but carefully observing to see if there were any other powerful individuals or threats within this neutral civilization. And now it was certain. Nothing more than that. Want to counterattack? Wishful thinking. It would extinguish the foolish ideas of these stupid civilizations. It would end this battle completely. So, at this moment, its source energy aura rose fiercely, sweeping across the battlefield with an invincible force. Like a god descending. What this confident source energy life form of the Divine Kingdom civilization didn't know was that the moment its aura flashed across the starry sky, Lin Qun's heart stirred. It seemed that the most powerful individual among the Divine Kingdom's pursuers had made its move. They indeed possessed source energy. However, judging by appearances, it's only at the source energy level 1. In a typical battlefield, this would be more than enough. The scarcity and unparalleled power of source energy would guarantee absolute safety, and only a massive civilization like the Divine Kingdom could so easily have a source energy life form accompanying its fleet. But, if it's only source energy level 1, this battle is likely over. Dear readers, Happy New Year! I'm asking for another round of monthly votes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 They can kill source energy. On the desolate battlefield of space, a terrifying figure of source energy level was projecting. It was a source energy level 1 powerhouse. A source energy level 1 powerhouse, even one who had just entered the source energy level, was worlds apart from an evolved being. It had absolute confidence that once it made its move, it could wipe out the remnants of the Mire Civilization Alliance. In fact, its earlier hesitation, ostensibly to give others the opportunity, was also out of caution. Although unlikely, what if there were beings among these fleeing civilizations who could threaten it? Only now, having confirmed there was no danger, did it choose to act, displaying the power of source energy. It loved this feeling. The crushing power of source energy life over lower life forms. In the legions of the Divine Kingdom civilizations, this feeling was forced to be restrained due to the presence of so many powerful beings and civilizations. Because there, even a source energy level 1 like itself was simply insignificant, there were far too many powerful beings and civilizations. But at this moment, this feeling returned. This told it. As a source energy level being, it was the most powerful existence in most parts of the starry sky. The hopes of these weak civilizations would be easily extinguished by it. It seemed to already see the desperate and painful expressions on the faces of these beings. However, it never dreamed that Lin Qun was also waiting for this moment. The instant it revealed its source energy form, Lin Qun in the center of the battlefield suddenly activated, his figure soared into the sky like lightning. The performance of the flaming sun armor was excellent. This was Lin Qun's first time using it, and he felt great, even surpassing his previous Mark 50 nanometer suit. It truly lived up to its upgraded reputation. Just as this strange life form was waiting for Lin Qun was also waiting for it to make its move. However, Lin Qun didn't indulge in such self-admiration. Lin Qun's only thought was caution and a swift kill. After all, this was a source energy life form, waiting for the opponent to reveal all its cards before revealing his own, and then annihilating it before it used all its means, might seem somewhat underhanded, but it was actually the safest and most reliable method of warfare in the starry sky. And now, it's having an effect. While Lin Qun isn't a source energy level being, he has more than enough power to kill a source energy level being. Although they're nearly 3 trillion kilometers away from the Divine Kingdom's army, Lin Qun still hopes for a swift victory, to quickly eliminate these Divine Kingdom pursuers. After all, these guys are different from their previous targets. They have the backing of the Divine Kingdom, even more powerful than the third cantilever overlord. Therefore, as Lin Qun's fiery sun armor rises simultaneously, he also uses a spirit descent talisman to directly elevate his cultivation level. To other life forms, Lin Qun's actions are utterly incomprehensible. He's actively charging towards a source energy level life form. Isn't this courting death? What is he doing? Jikento was utterly shocked. Has your human's top-tier evolver gone mad? He's charging towards a source energy level being. Penbus's eyes widened in disbelief, but it reacted quickly, immediately saying, "This human civilization's life form has gone mad. Ignore him. Let our evolvers retreat immediately. While this human draws our attention, fight your way out and escape." A deep fear also surfaced in Penbus's pupils. Its fear was of a source energy level being. Just now, it thought they could definitely escape, but now it didn't think so. With a source energy level life form present, everything had become unpredictable. That was a source energy level life form. Such a title alone could terrify weak civilizations. Source energy life forms swept across the starry sky. They were simply not something they could contend with. Civilizations and life forms of their level might not even have the chance to escape. They would be annihilated here. They might truly be doomed. This human life form dared to challenge a source energy life form, a futile and hopeless situation. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Qun, clad in his fiery sun armor, soared into the sky. Behind him, his alternate dimension expanded magnificently, revealing a grand and imposing palace that encompassed almost the entire Divine Kingdom fleet. This display wasn't just a move against the strange source energy life form of this Divine Kingdom, he was also simultaneously targeting the remaining 11 pursuing warships of the Divine Kingdom, blocking their jump paths. Seeing this, even the strange source energy life form laughed. This evolved being from a neutral civilization had gone mad. Not only did he dare to attack him with his evolved human form, but he also attempted to use his alternate dimension to devour the entire Divine Kingdom's pursuing fleet of 11 ships. Who did he think he was? A great source energy level life form? Was this a provocation? Or was this civilization too weak, and this evolved being simply unaware of the vast difference in power between himself and the source energy level? Source energy life forms don't possess alternate dimensions because these dimensions have become part of their source energy power, manifesting in the starry sky. This is a manifestation of the source energy life form's rules, a power that surpasses the alternate dimensions of ordinary evolved beings. A clash between the two would be a dimensional reduction attack. Therefore, in the eyes of this strange source energy life form, what Lin Qun witnessed was as foolish and laughable as a primitive man wielding what he thought was a supremely sharp sword against modern heavy artillery. This was a path to death. The strange life form sneered, even finding this civilization utterly pathetic. This civilization and this life form were completely unaware of the gap between themselves and others, weak yet oblivious, a greater tragedy. And its way of showing pity was to annihilate him and his fleet. This source energy one immediately mobilized its power. At this moment, its rule power and dark energy control struck simultaneously. As a source energy one life form, its rule power wasn't particularly strong, but it was enough to crush life forms below source energy level. It could even easily tear apart the alternate dimensions of evolved beings. Its attack at this moment was like a terrifying, startling swan, tearing through the starry sky and pouring down, intending to engulf the forest below in its strike. It would rip you apart, even your alternate dimension. It wanted to show this dare to provoke evolved being what true disparity meant. At this moment, the battlefield seemed to fall silent. The lives of the Divine Kingdom, the Jichi civilization, and the Akoko civilization all watched this scene with trepidation. The wrath of the source energy was something these beings could not withstand. The terrifying aura emanating from that strange life form's source energy fluctuations seemed to shake the starry sky, causing a chill to rise from the depths of the hearts of all the surrounding evolved beings, a natural fear, like that of a creature at the bottom of the food chain towards a creature above. Destruction was imminent. However, the reality was astonishing. This impact failed to kill Lin Qun. On the contrary, as it advanced, Lin Qun's figure was like a bolt of lightning. The power of that strange life form's source energy was directly shattered and dissipated in midair, vanishing completely. Lin Qun used a spirit summoning talisman crafted from Wu Tu. Although its effect wasn't as strong as before, it still helped Lin Qun reach the level of Source Energy 1 and master Wu Tu's power of rules. With the experience from last time, Lin Qun used it with great ease this time, using the power of rules to counter the power of rules. He directly used Wu Tu's domineering and sharp power of rules to shatter the starry sky, completely dismantling the torrent of power from the strange life form's Source Energy 1 attack, successfully neutralizing its attack on Lin Qun. Lin Qun didn't pause at all. His aura soared like a rainbow, rising astonishingly. Breaking through the evolver level, achieving the Source Energy realm. Lin Qun's aura was rapidly advancing, leaping towards the same level as the strange life form's source energy. At this moment, all the fleets and life forms in the arena were shocked, watching this scene in disbelief. His energy level is leaping. This life form is not an evolved being. His power fluctuation level has surpassed that of an evolved being. It's a source energy life form. This life form from the neutral faction civilization is a source energy life form. The Jichi and Akaka civilizations were completely dumbfounded. Benbis's face suddenly turned pale, and he said in utter shock, "There's a source energy level in the human civilization fleet. This human civilization actually has a source energy life form?" Jikento was even more surprised, saying, "My God, human brothers, you actually have a source energy life form hidden away." Former brothers in misfortune, turning around to see that not only was he a big shot, but he was also a super big shot with a source energy life form. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield was shocked. No one expected that a source energy life form could emerge instantly from the doomed Meyer Civilization Alliance fleet. The scales of war seemed to have been reversed in an instant, and everything was reshuffled at this moment. The strange life form, Source Energy 1, paled in shock. "How is this possible? Your source energy, how can you have an alternate dimension? My senses can't be wrong, how come I didn't detect it?" It never imagined that the life form before it was source energy. But by then, it was too late. From the starry sky, amidst the dissipating light of the clash between Lin Qun and its power of rules, a flash of cold light appeared. A golden, yet restrained, gem flew out, moving with incredible speed, directly striking its body. This seemingly ordinary attack produced a terrifying effect. Its body nearly shattered, its hasty defenses were completely pierced. It was horrified to discover that this was a great source energy level weapon. What was the background of this neutral civilization? Not only did it possess a strange source energy, but it also wielded a great source energy level weapon that even ordinary great source energy beings wouldn't possess. Its expression changed drastically. This is wrong. This life form is wrong. This civilization is wrong. At this moment, its mindset had completely changed. The thought of killing these life forms vanished, replaced by the single word, escape. Because the opponent was unstoppable, shooting into the sky like a dark line of fire, attacking with unparalleled force, although it could sense from the aura that the opponent was probably only at the source energy level 1, it had a feeling that if it fought back, it would surely die, just like the top-tier evolver who was instantly killed before, killed on the spot. Escape. Escape quickly. I finally became a source energy, I can't die here like this. It was directly awakened by Lin Qun. It dragged its body, shattered by the Vajra bracelet, and tried to run away. However, at this time, it was too late. Lin Qun's alternate dimension had already opened, enveloping it in half of the Divine Kingdom's pursuing fleet. The Heavenly Kingdom held court, descending into the starry sky. And Lin Qun had already arrived with a force of thunder. 1,000 miles of rush, arriving in an instant. Only one kill. This strange life source energy, with its unique life form, was difficult to behead with a single sword strike, so Lin Qun directly attacked with all his might, relying on the power of the Heavenly Kingdom's court and the rules of Wu Tu, instantly annihilating it. The speed was astonishing, like slaughtering a chicken or a sheep. Immediately, a notification from the Divine Kingdom appeared before Lin Qun, gained 1 contribution point and 20 million experience points. This source energy 1 had been slain by Lin Qun. Its aura rapidly dissipated in space. Everyone was horrified. No one had expected that this source energy 1 of the Divine Kingdom, with such a domineering entrance, would end so tragically. Inside the 11 pursuing warships of the Divine Kingdom camp, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? The source energy lord was instantly killed. This neutral civilization alliance actually has such a powerful figure. Quick! We must leave as soon as possible. However, it was too late. Lin Qun wouldn't give them a chance. Lin Qun's swift attack on Source Energy 1 was to devour the entire Divine Kingdom fleet with lightning speed, preventing them from sending information to the Divine Kingdom. Because currently, the human fleet was powerless to block their information. At this moment, the Heavenly Kingdom's court was closed. Lin Qun's alternate dimension spanned 600,000 square kilometers, enough to engulf the entire Divine Kingdom fleet. After instantly killing Source Energy 1, Lin Qun's body plummeted rapidly. His massive source energy projection appeared in the alternate dimension of the Heavenly Kingdom's upper court, like a god overlooking the earth. The 11 Divine Kingdom warships before him were practically ants. Then, one after another, they exploded. With the power of Wu Tu's rules amplified by the fiery sun armor, Lin Qun was virtually invincible. Within the Heavenly Kingdom's upper court, he annihilated the 11 pursuing Divine Kingdom warships. At close range, the immense advantage of high-energy life forms was fully exploited, and at this distance, even the Starfleet with its superior technology had no room to maneuver. Within the Heavenly Kingdom's upper court, they were unable to warp or communicate, and could only watch helplessly as Lin Qun descended like a god of death. Lin Qun directly activated the fiery sun armor's vengeful flame mode, his body engulfed in hellfire, descending upon the warships and delivering devastating blows. Explosions raged across the sky, as colossal warships crashed into the ancient city below. Modernity and antiquity, flames and destruction, created a breathtaking and bizarre spectacle. This was true carnage. Lin Qun, like a god of death, traversed multiple warships. Wherever he went, warships of the Divine Kingdom's pursuers crashed to the ground with deafening explosions, turning into a sky full of smoke and fire. The flaming sun armor was incredibly powerful and fast. Lin Qun had intentionally tested it and found it extremely effective. Combined with his own combat strength, even without source energy, it was devastating, sweeping across the battlefield. He stood on a warship and activated the flaming sun armor's explosive function. A deafening roar erupted. It was as if a sun had burst forth above the ancient city. The warship's armor and shields were completely torn apart. They evaporated and exploded in the flaming sun armor's massive explosion, the central area vaporizing and liquefying, while the remaining wreckage, propelled by the immense force, scattered in all directions, crashing tragically to the earth. Before Lin Qun, contribution points skyrocketed. 11 warships, from different civilizations and of different models, each carrying hundreds to 1,000 people, all contributing to the contribution points. At this moment, Lin Qun, who had been relentlessly slaughtered, was directly reaping the rewards. The situation had completely reversed. The pursued human civilization had turned the tables, directly annihilating the pursuing divine fleet. They never dreamed of such an outcome. Now, filled with madness and despair, amidst the sea of fire, they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They had actually been defeated by the lives of this neutral civilization. A complete and utter defeat. Even their escape route was blocked, and they couldn't send out any messages. This was a complete and utter defeat. Outside, the Jichi and Akaka civilizations were also utterly shocked. They actually killed a source energy being. This human civilization, are they that powerful? Not only do they possess source energy, but this source energy single-handedly devoured the entire Divine Kingdom's pursuing fleet. This, even the Mire civilization probably couldn't have done it so easily, right? On the Akaka civilization's warship, many Akaka beings wore expressions of utter disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. It was all too shocking. They had always believed they were stronger than humans, the second largest power in the alliance after the Mire civilization, while the human civilization was merely a newly arrived, somewhat weak civilization. But now, they were astonished to discover that they were the weaklings, having made themselves look like clowns. This human civilization was actually a hidden superpower. This contrast left them all dazed and dumbfounded. Only Penbus, his expression shifting several times, said, "Let's go." He hadn't expected this situation either, but as the commander of the Akaka civilization, Penbus reacted quickly. This human civilization had been hiding until now, and now that they had been exposed, could they be allowed to escape? Moreover, these pursuing troops from the Divine Kingdom were brought here by them, and for that reason alone, given the strength of human civilization, there was no way they would let them go. Penbus felt a chill run down its spine. All its pride and smugness about its plan vanished. It suddenly realized how incredibly foolish and conceited it had been. What did it mean to think that leading the Divine Kingdom to its own civilization would allow them to escape? Wasn't this utterly disrespectful to such a powerful civilization? But who could have imagined that this human civilization, so adept at hiding, was actually such a powerful one? However, it was too late. The moment Penbus's Akoko civilization fleet moved, human civilization moved as well. Suji ordered, "Open fire. Annihilate them." The human fleet turned in unison, unleashing a barrage of artillery fire, directly bombarding the Akoko civilization fleet. Chapter 662 This is the price you have to pay. On the bridge of the New Hope warship, Captain Suji's eyes flashed coldly. Upon discovering the Akaka civilization's intention to flee, she immediately ordered to fire. Actually, she had intended to leave all the Akaka civilization's contribution points to Lin Qun, but she couldn't let them escape. So, she opened fire. Suji had no intention of holding back against the Akaka civilization. Though they were allies, everyone knew their relationship was based solely on self-interest, especially this time. The Akaka civilization was willing to divert trouble, attracting more pursuers and even a source energy source, even at the cost of human and Jichi civilizations, just to escape. If human civilization truly possessed the strength it displayed, it would likely have been wiped out by the Akaka civilization long ago. However, human civilization was powerful enough. It wasn't humans who died. But, it wasn't humans who died, it was the Akaka civilization that died. Humanity's strategy towards alien civilizations was to kill if possible. Eliminating one alien civilization life today meant that one human might not die at the hands of another alien civilization life killed today. In the vastness of space, this principle remains unshakable. Especially against a civilization like the Akoko civilization? At this moment, the human fleet immediately turned its guns on the Akoko fleet, countless cannons rotating in unison, opening fire without hesitation. Dazzling rays, streaking missiles, and torpedoes were launched from the human fleet like they were free, streaking across the sky and hurtling towards the Akoko fleet. Many in the human fleet had been waiting for this moment to strike at the arrogant Akoko civilization. Now that the order had finally arrived, they naturally showed no mercy, firing indiscriminately to capture the Akoko civilization. Simultaneously, Wang Qizhang also attacked. His body spun in space, radiating golden light, his iron fists thrusting forward, aiming at the evolved lives of the Akoko civilization who hadn't yet had time to retreat. "I've had my eye on you for ages, I'll beat you to death." Wang Qizhang grinned maliciously, launching a powerful and sweeping attack. His challenger's gauntlets gleamed with a cold light, and a golden aura enveloped his entire body. He even pulled his opponent into his own alternate dimension for a real man's battle. Human civilization unleashed its fangs, moving with lightning speed. The evolved being from the nearby Jichi civilization, Jikenta, was dumbfounded. The other life forms on the two Jichi civilization warships were also at a loss. They were all sending messages to Jikenta, the evolved being, asking, "Evolved One, what should we do now? What else can we do? Fight the Awakens with our human brothers. They've bullied us a lot, human civilization is our brother." Jikenta's reaction was quick and intelligent. They are a real civilization, though inexperienced, but not stupid. In the current situation, it's obvious that human civilization was playing dumb, deceiving everyone. Now that they've revealed their true strength, their combat power is astonishing. Neither the Divine Kingdom nor the Akaka civilization can stand against them. Isn't it clear whose side they're on? Moreover, they were originally on good terms with human civilization, so siding with them now is a normal choice, nothing to say. It's perfectly reasonable, so naturally, they should do it. Human civilization is their brother. Fight the Akaka civilization alongside human civilization. This is also the truth. The Jikenta civilization is at the bottom of the Mire civilization alliance. How could they not have been bullied by the Akaka civilization? They've had enough, but lack the strength to do anything. Now that they have this opportunity, they won't let it pass. Attacking the Akaka civilization is a cause for celebration. After the Jikenta's order was given, two warships from the Jiki civilization also joined the battle, cooperating with a human fleet to open fire. However, the two warships of the Jichi civilization were not advanced to begin with, and having already been damaged, their functions had further declined, and their combat power had also decreased accordingly. Joining the battle at this point wouldn't be of much use. At best, they would only be there to offer encouragement. But that was enough. Even though the Akaka civilization was once quite large, after being pursued by the Divine Kingdom, it was now scattered and fragmented. Its remaining warships were heavily damaged and being relentlessly attacked, offering no effective counterattack. They were constantly on the defensive, rapidly collapsing, unable to escape, and could only struggle in their death throes, no longer possessing their former arrogance. At this moment, they were even considering begging for mercy and surrendering. Just then, a rift opened in the distant starry sky. It was an opening in another dimension. Lin Qun's figure flashed, and he returned to the starry sky. Clad in blazing sun armor, sharp and fierce, he exuded an imposing aura. Just now, in his own alternate dimension Heavenly Kingdom, Lin Qun had finished the battle. All 11 Divine Kingdom pursuing warships had been destroyed by Lin Qun, their burning wreckage falling into the ancient, empty city. It was an incredibly magnificent scene. 11 warships were utterly destroyed, crashing to the earth and burning in the ancient city and wilderness. These 11 warships weren't particularly advanced, they were just ordinary spacefaring civilizations. They were good at bullying weaker civilizations, but without source energy, they were no match for Lin Qun, who had now reached the source energy level. They were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely vulnerable, and were swept away by Lin Qun, who harvested their contribution points. In this battle, Lin Qun directly harvested over 20,000 contribution points and gained a considerable amount of experience points, enough to level up directly. He glanced at a corner of the starry sky and knew that Wang Qizhang had already led the evolved beings of the Akaka civilization into the alternate dimension war. Lin Qun had confidence in Wang Qizhang, and he didn't interfere. Of course, in reality, he wasn't entirely sure how to interfere with life forms entering the alternate dimension war. Therefore, his gaze immediately shifted to the Akaka civilization's fleet, which was already in a state of utter defeat. At this moment, they were no longer the arrogant and overbearing force they had been in the alliance. They were utterly disheveled, terrified, and desperate. They were even sending continuous messages to the human and Jichi civilization fleets, pleading for mercy and hoping that human civilization would show them leniency. They were even begging the Jichi civilization, which they usually looked down upon, hoping they would speak on their behalf and persuade human civilization to show mercy. But unfortunately, Lin Qun and Suji's strategy was perfectly aligned, to eliminate the Akaka civilization without hesitation. There was no need to show mercy to such a civilization. Lin Qun's entry into the battle at this moment definitively declared the end of the war. Lin Qun, like a god of war on the battlefield, activated his fiery sun armor and charged forward in an astonishing arc. Like a streak of light, he pierced through the battlefield. From a distance, the scene even appeared somewhat elegant and magnificent, and his speed was incredibly fast. Lin Qun pierced through with a crimson flash, twisting and ascending. One after another, warships exploded and disintegrated in the trail of light he left in space, their fragments ignited like scattered starlight, flying everywhere before extinguishing in the void. Lin Qun's arrival swiftly and decisively ended the battle. Bonbis's plan to divert disaster not only failed to save them and kill humanity, but instead helped humanity gain more contribution points, ultimately leading to their own demise. Corpses littered the battlefield, blood flowed like rivers. Their warships exploded one after another, destroyed in space. Lin Qun finally stopped above the flagship of the Akoko civilization. He took a deep look, stepped forward, and a portal flashed before him. The next second, he appeared on the bridge of the Akoko flagship. He had previously come here to gather information, so he was very familiar with the situation. He easily navigated the portal, traversing its armor and outer shields, and entered the interior of the Akoko flagship. The Akaka civilization beings were utterly terrified. Penbis, in particular, was no longer the same as before. Its face was filled with terror, and its entire body was trembling. Their pride and confidence within the Mire Civilization Alliance had been completely shattered. They had been ignorant of their own limitations. The true powerhouse was right beside them, not their Akaka civilization at all. Especially now, facing Lin Qun, Penbis was filled with terror. The Divine Kingdom's fleet and source energy level beings had been annihilated. This shock only intensified their fear. It managed to calm itself, looking at Lin Qun, and said, I've seen you before. You were the one following behind your evolved beings. I never imagined you were a source energy being. Human civilization, you are truly clever. We and the Mire civilization thought we were having you and other weaker civilizations serve us, but in reality, we were all serving you. On that planet before, you harvested most of the contribution points, didn't you? Penbis wasn't stupid. Although it was terrified at this moment, it had already connected many things. For example, the reason why humans were so powerful but did not show it. Not showing it would allow them to gain greater benefits within the alliance. And the situation when harvesting contribution points earlier, Penbis also had the answer in its mind. Indeed. Lin Qun stepped forward and glanced at the bridge. Penbis then said, You should be stronger than the Mire civilization. That group of pursuers from the Divine Kingdom just now, 11 warships, and a source energy expert, even if the source energy level of the Mire civilization could kill them, they definitely could not do what you did. Penbis and the technology of the Akoko civilization could not analyze the specific strength level and difference between Lin Qun and the strange life-form source energy one that Lin Qun had already killed, but this did not prevent it from making a judgment, and it was almost very accurate. Although that strange life-form source energy one was only source energy one, if it were really a source energy level from the Mire civilization, it might not be as fast as Lin Qun. After all, although Lin Qun wasn't a source energy being, relying on the spirit summoning talisman, even if he only reached source energy level 1, his strength was far beyond that. Lin Qun had too many methods. He was far beyond what ordinary source energy beings could compare to. As long as he could reach the source energy realm, Lin Qun wouldn't fear ordinary source energy level life forms. However, Penbis didn't give Lin Qun a chance to speak. It took a deep breath and said, Human, I don't know your name, but I hope you can spare us. I'm willing to apologize for our previous disrespect towards you and your civilization. This time, we were truly wrong. Give us a chance, and I and the Akoko civilization are willing to serve you and your civilization. Absolutely loyal. Lin Qun gave it a deep look. If these words had come from the Jakenta or the Jiki civilization, he might have believed them somewhat. The Jiki civilization was indeed simple-minded and somewhat naive. But Lin Qun wouldn't believe the Akoko civilization. Although Lin Qun also thought the Akoko civilization's intuition was valuable for acquiring information, he wouldn't risk it for that. Lin Qun simply shook his head and said, We have no intention of being your enemy, yet you come to cause us trouble and even try to kill us. So, now this is the price you must pay. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. The next second, an explosion erupted from the bridge of the Akoko civilization warship, quickly engulfing the flagship and submerging it in a terrifying blast. This time, Lin Qun used time reversal in conjunction with the explosion of the fiery sun armor. It proved that time reversal could indeed create a combo, allowing the fiery sun armor skills to ignore cooldowns and be used twice consecutively within half an hour. Immediately afterward, amidst a sea of fire, Lin Qun's figure soared into the sky. The fiery sun armor on his body reflected cold light. At this moment, he was like a god of death in the center of the battlefield. From the Akoko civilization, Lin Qun also harvested over 10,000 contribution points. After all, the Akoko civilization no longer had a home planet, unlike the ships of the Divine Kingdom, which only carried essential personnel. The Akoko civilization's fleet, however, contained many non-human. Essential personnel were needed, even after they had already lost many warships and personnel in previous battles. In this battle, Lin Qun's contribution points continued to rise, bringing his total to just over 200,000, combined with his previous gains. This meant Lin Qun could do another round of card draws. His experience points were also more than enough. The source energy level enemies he had previously killed, plus the one he had just killed, 2 source energy enemies, plus the experience from the scattered alien civilization participants, gained Lin Qun over 40 million experience points in these battles. Even at his current level, he could level up. Therefore, Lin Qun directly chose to level up. His level increased again, with all attributes boosted. Lin Qun's level reached level 87. Level 87, 13, 120, 000/36, 000, Strength 999, Agility 999, Constitution 999, Stamina 999/999, Dark Energy 999/999. Lin Qun clenched his fist slightly, feeling the power within his body surge even more. The improvement in his swordsmanship cultivation was one aspect. This attribute upgrade was another. The two complemented each other, allowing Lin Qun to reach higher levels more easily. He also had enough contribution points. Lin Qun could start another round of card draws at any time. But now was clearly not the time. Lin Qun's figure flashed in the starry sky, quickly appearing on the New Hope warship. Lin Qun said, "It's all resolved." Inside the bridge, everyone was already used to Lin Qun's combat prowess. In such close quarters fleet combat, if Lin Qun couldn't quickly finish off the enemies, they would suspect something was wrong with him. However, after this attack, Lin Qun's assault on a civilization within the same alliance was tantamount to actively breaking the alliance agreement. They had essentially withdrawn from the Meyer Civilization Alliance, though the corresponding penalties hadn't been deducted from Lin Qun's account. Lin Qun guessed they had been deducted from his civilization account. However, the penalties for a neutral alliance shouldn't be severe, so it wasn't a big deal. Shortly after Lin Qun withdrew, Wang Qizhang's battle also ended. A crack appeared in the starry sky. That was Wang Qizhang's alternate dimension opened. He had successfully killed the top evolver of the Akoko civilization. He was now carrying its corpse out. Only now was the battle truly over. The pursuers from the Divine Kingdom and the treacherous Akoko civilization had both perished in this desolate starry sky. This was an outcome that probably no one except human civilization had anticipated. At this moment, the most terrified were undoubtedly the lives of the Jichi civilization present. The 2 Jichi civilization warships were battered and in a sorry state. Inside the warships, the Jichi civilization's inhabitants looked at each other in disbelief at what had just happened. Is this real? The pursuers from the Divine Kingdom have been killed, and the Akoko civilization has been slaughtered by humans. Human civilization just killed a source energy level being. No mistake, no mistake, they also had a source energy level being. So, we were all wrong, human civilization was the true power. Will human civilization wipe us out too? In the starry sky, Jikento was flying towards its warship. Although it was heading towards its own ship, its gaze remained fixed on the direction of the human spaceship. It had seen both Wang Qizhang and Lin Qun. It had always thought that Lin Qun was a follower, and that Wang Qizhang, although an evolved being, was about the same level as it. But it never expected, the actual difference was so great. Its follower, Lin Qun, could kill source energy beings and even sweep away the Akoko civilization and the Divine Kingdom's pursuing fleet. And Wang Qizhang, whom it thought was about the same level as it, turned out to be far more powerful than it. capable of single-handedly annihilating the top evolved being of the Akoko civilization. Jikenta could not do the same thing. Its current feeling is like, we agreed to be losers together, but they quietly became big shots. No, this human civilization didn't just quietly become big shots, they were already big shots to begin with. It couldn't help but wonder, what kind of civilization did it just find for its alliance? At this moment, Jikenta, like the other life forms within the Jikichi civilization, was also extremely tense. Because the human civilization had revealed its hidden strength, even destroying the God Kingdom in the Akaka civilization, they could very well be next. And given the combat power that humanity had displayed, if they launched an attack, they would definitely face certain death. Chapter 663 You can leave now. At this moment, the starry sky was silent. Inside the tattered spaceship of the Jichi civilization, all the remaining life forms of the Jichi civilization were extremely tense. The Jikenta was no exception. Before, it dared to speak with humans, but now, faced with the astonishing military power humans had just displayed, the gap was stark. It was fine to talk to its roughly equal brothers, but with a civilization that was so much stronger than itself, it dared not communicate casually. It realized then, what kind of civilization had they picked up on the edge of the third spiral arm? They had actually picked up a super powerful being. At this moment, their attitude towards humans was no longer the same as before, but rather tense and cautious. The change and disparity in strength had led to this change. But at this moment, the human fleet did not attack them. However, they adopted a posture of high alert, facing the depths of the desolate starry sky, as if wary of something. What's going on? Could it be, there are enemies here? Upon discovering this, the Jikenta was also surprised. Their civilization, though somewhat naive and idealistic, was not stupid. And that was indeed the case. Wang Qizhang had barely returned to the New Hope when the fleet went on alert. Radar and system displays indicated they were locked on. An unknown enemy lurked deep within space. The location Lin Qun and his group had hastily arrived at was a desolate area in space, backed by an interstellar dust cloud, 3 trillion kilometers away from the previous location of the Divine Kingdom Legion. This distance wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. Their arrival was indeed hasty. The Meyer civilization was cautious, constantly observing the surrounding space, and so was human civilization. They too were observing their surroundings, searching for emergency jump sites in case of danger. This was one of them. The distance was relatively far, and previous detections indicated only interstellar dust, making the danger level low. However, that was only a preliminary assessment. Time was limited, and the human fleet's capabilities and manpower were also limited. The specific situation here was still unclear. Before arriving, they only had a report based on long-distance observation. And due to the distance in space, the situation observed by humans was from a long time ago. Whether there was any danger here, humans themselves didn't know. Meanwhile, the radar on the New Hope showed countless points of light appearing in the seemingly endless interstellar dust ahead of them. Each point of light represented the signal source of a large warship. Moreover, their numbers were increasing. They were emerging from concealment. A massive fleet had been lying in wait within the dust cloud. Now, they were revealing their true power. Their scale was astounding. Their fleet seemed to fill the entire vast interstellar dust cloud. This dust cloud was perhaps created by them to conceal their fleet. Their size was astonishing. While not exactly blotting out the sky, their fleet was close. The fact that humanity had only discovered such a fleet after fighting for so long speaks volumes about the disparity in strength. They seemed to have been drawn in by the battle, approaching and revealing themselves. Damn it, this space isn't a good place at all. How come there are civilizations everywhere? Wang Qizhang cursed, feeling as if facing a formidable enemy. Suji's face paled. Their scale is enormous. Even in the midst of battle, we should have detected such a massive fleet, but we haven't detected anything at all. Their technological capabilities far surpass ours. The enemy fleet was vast, far exceeding human numbers. Yet, their aura was concealed, revealing no high-energy life forms. They may have observed our entire battle, Lin Qun said, but they've only just appeared. Suji then added, the closest target is about 100,000 kilometers away. This distance is no longer safe. We can't detect any more information. Their fleet is more advanced than ours. Warp drive is blocked. 100,000 kilometers, with a high-powered beam weapon, A rapid kill could be achieved. In space, this is indeed not a safe distance. This massive fleet, like a ghost, lurked here, even now, half hidden, as if standing in the shadows. Who are they? The human fleet and the Jitchi civilization's ships simultaneously turned to face them. A silent standoff ensued. The starry sky was deathly still. On one side, the Jitchi civilization also discovered them, becoming even more tense. Human civilization was already enough to make them nervous, but now the appearance of such a massive fleet hidden in the stardust only amplified their anxiety. However, they were far too weak, possessing only 2 dilapidated spaceships, unable to escape and forced to remain cautiously on one side. Meanwhile, the humans were also quite tense. Who are they? Lin Qun asked. With such scale and location, who else could it be but the Divine Kingdom faction? Wang Qizhang pondered, could it be the Legion of the Evil Super Civilization Alliance that the Divine Kingdom faction is dealing with? It should be. Suji also took a deep breath, her face showing tension. Preliminary analysis suggests it's not a legion from the Divine Kingdom faction. Her judgment aligned with Lin Qun's. The Divine Kingdom Civilization's legion had appeared here, setting up bait for the Evil Super Civilization Alliance's fleet, proving that the enemy was definitely nearby. And now, a fleet of this size had appeared in this massive dust cloud. So, who they were? The answer seemed very clear. And without a doubt, such an opponent was beyond the current capabilities of humanity. The Evil Super Civilization Alliance fleet, capable of rivaling the Divine Kingdom's legion, is far beyond the capabilities of humanity's 8 ships. It might even contain Overlord-level lifeforms. Even without Overlord-level lifeforms, its advanced fleet could easily manipulate Lin Qun and the entire human fleet. Humanity and Lin Qun are no match for truly powerful civilizations and fleets. Forget overlords, even great source energy and top-tier source energy are no match for Lin Qun. His current strength is insufficient to contend with them. The Divine Kingdom's pursuers, while advanced, weren't that far behind, allowing Lin Qun to defeat them. But now, facing this Evil Super Civilization Alliance fleet, they would surely perish if battle broke out. This is a force and fleet of equal strength, capable of contending with and fighting against the Divine Kingdom Civilization Legion. How could humanity's current 8 warships possibly withstand it? Therefore, at this moment, Lin Qun's expression was serious. He said, "We can't fight, we can't open fire. Suji, send them a message directly, telling them, we just defeated a fleet of divine beings attacking us. We are a neutral civilization, we have no malicious intent, we just want to survive, and we cannot and will never expose their location." Lin Qun's words were both to distance himself from the situation and to make it clear to the other side that they posed no threat. Under such circumstances, war was absolutely out of the question. The image of the boundless fleet was also reflected in Lin Qun's pupils. He took a deep breath and felt a sense of tension. The entire human fleet was on high alert. Suji nodded upon hearing this. She quickly arranged for her subordinates to edit and send the message. At this moment, they were all very nervous. Because this was no longer the situation they had just faced. Just now, when facing the Divine Beings Legion, the Divine Beings Legion was actually quite far away and hadn't even made a move. At that time, there were other civilizations in the Meyer Civilization Alliance, and the Meyer Civilization and the Akoko Civilization were also there to withstand attacks. The human civilization was playing the fool and was able to retreat unscathed. But now, they were alone with this massive fleet hidden in the dust cloud. Given the sheer size of the enemy, if a battle broke out, humanity would be helpless prey, certain to be annihilated. However, while Lin Qun was somewhat nervous, he felt that a fight might not be inevitable. Perhaps it could be avoided. Otherwise, according to normal interstellar conditions, anything not of their kind would certainly open fire upon sight, especially given such a significant difference in strength. Moreover, the enemy had undoubtedly been here for some time, refraining from firing until now, choosing to reveal themselves without immediately attacking. This spoke volumes. The message was quickly sent, flying into the depths of the dust cloud. Then came the waiting. However, the wait didn't last long before another echo returned. A message, sent from the enemy's massive fleet, reached the flagship of humanity's 8 warships. It was the enemy's reply. The reply was simple, and translated into human language. The content was clear: you should leave now, or it will be too late. On the New Hope warship, everyone was surprised. They're letting us go? What does it mean if we don't leave soon? Is this a warning? Wang Qizhang frowned deeply. Mr. Lin, could this be a trap? A fleet advisor also asked. Lin Qun also looked at the information, remained silent for a moment, then turned to Suji. Suji had already confirmed it, saying, the warp lock has just been opened. They really don't seem to want to attack us. Why? They just let us go like that? They could have easily killed us. Everyone shook their heads at this question. They didn't know why the fleet of this evil super-civilization alliance wasn't attacking them. This didn't make sense in the normal logic of interstellar civilization confrontation. It didn't even make sense in the current situation. Aren't they worried that we'll report their location to the God Kingdom? The God Kingdom's legions set up bait. They must be looking for them, right? Perhaps they also want to leave? But none of this explains why they aren't attacking us. For whatever reason, we're not on their side. They should attack us. No one could answer these questions. Lin Qun said, their strength surpasses ours. If they want to fight, they can just attack directly. There's no need for them to lie to us. Let's retreat and see. Perhaps they really don't want to fight us. They have their reasons. Just because we don't know them doesn't mean they don't exist. At this moment, the human fleet slowly retreated, eventually entering a warp drive. From beginning to end, the enemy did not obstruct them. The fleet remained motionless in the dust cloud until the human civilization's fleet completely disappeared. They also retreated again, disappearing into the depths of the dust cloud, as if they had never appeared. Before leaving, the humans also contacted the Jichi civilization and retreated together, leaving their current position. The Jichi civilization was already terrified, not knowing what had happened. After receiving the news from the humans, they hesitated for a moment, but still chose to leave with them. They were surprised to find that they could indeed warp drive again. They admired the human civilization even more. What exactly did this human civilization do? This massive fleet actually allowed us to leave directly. The Jichi civilization beings, including Jakenta, admired the human civilization even more, but were also even more terrified. At this moment, Lin Qun and the human fleet jumped over 1 trillion kilometers and landed in another location in space. This place was indeed safe. There were no other dangers. The enemy had indeed not made a move and had truly let them leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, quite surprised, but unsure why. Suji said, it seems we've really come to the wrong place. This is the battlefield of the Divine Kingdom Civilization Legion and the evil Super Civilization Alliance. It's probably teeming with civilizations and their fleets. It's far more bustling than other places. Hearing this, Lin Qun nodded. This time, the Mire civilization had indeed found its target, but they had chosen the wrong target. They hadn't found a fat sheep, but a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. Most importantly, there wasn't just one Tyrannosaurus Rex here. The Divine Kingdom Camp and the evil Super Civilization Alliance, 2 behemoths, were both here. Lin Qun said, however, what we need to deal with now is our Jiki civilization brothers. His gaze shifted to the 2 dilapidated Jiki civilization ships trembling outside the fleet. Their spaceships, battered and in a sorry state, hovered behind human civilization, their tension palpable. At this moment, Jakenta couldn't hold back any longer and sent a message, human brothers, we mean no harm. Please, for the sake of our previous cooperation, let us go. Jakenta's tone was much more cautious this time, just like when facing the Mire civilization. On the New Hope warship, the crew discussed this matter. Their attitude towards the Jiki civilization differed from their attitude towards the Akoko civilization. After all, the Jiki civilization was different from the Akoko civilization, a rare anomaly in space. Among the humans, Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng, among others, had a relatively good impression of the Jiki civilization in Jakenta. Ultimately, they decided not to attack the Jiki civilization. They could leave if they wanted, or stay with human civilization for the time being. Upon receiving this news, Jakenta was overjoyed, and the Jiki civilization and others all breathed a sigh of relief. In the Jiki civilization's fleet, Jakenta himself breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling his heart finally settle. Fortunately, we had a good relationship with human civilization before, otherwise. This was the tragedy of a weak civilization. Their life and death, joy and sorrow, were decided by others. Jakenta sent a message, human brothers, rest assured, our Jiki civilization will never do anything to betray you. From now on, we will follow your lead. This message contained both the Jiki civilization's gratitude and their helplessness. Their civilization had only 2 warships left. In this perilous starry sky, what could they do but continue to cling to powerful force? Humanity made no comment. The Jiki civilization wanted to return to the convergence asteroid of the Mire Civilization Alliance, and humanity was also heading back, so it was convenient. Currently, although both the human and Jiki fleets had suffered varying degrees of damage, neither wanted to stay here any longer. After all, it was clear that war was imminent between the two major factions in this area of space. Neither the human civilization nor the Jiki civilization had clearly reached the point where they could participate in a factional war of this scale. Their immediate priority was to leave this area of space. Furthermore, the evil super-civilization alliance's words urged them to leave as soon as possible, lest it be too late. Regardless of the purpose of this information, leaving this area quickly was always a good thing. Therefore, after a brief reorganization, the human fleet and the Jiki civilization fleet immediately set off, jumping towards their destination countless light years away. Everything seemed normal. The jump portal opened, and the human fleet and the Jiki civilization entered one after the other. However, the instant they jumped out, what they saw was not the asteroid of their destination, but a battlefield in unknown space. Here, war raged. Unknown civilizations were fighting, and the battle seemed to have already decided a victor. In space, a terrifyingly powerful, high-level life form swept across all directions, suppressing the entire battlefield. At this moment, noticing the human and Jiki civilization fleets that had suddenly jumped into the battlefield, it abruptly turned around, coldly surveying them, and the entire starry sky seemed to tremble. This is a life form with at least source energy level 8. Something's wrong. Retreat immediately. The human fleet immediately retreated, rapidly warping and jumping into another part of space. However, this wasn't the asteroid they had entered as their destination, but rather another unknown part of space. This time, however, there was no raging battle, but a massive fleet, lurking in the darkness, launched a full-scale attack the instant the human and Jiki civilization fleets jumped out of the warp portal, terrifying rays piercing through the starry sky. One of the main cannons directly hit a human warship, instantly piercing and destroying it. It turned into a terrifying fireball in the starry sky. The Jiki civilization was terrified. Lin Qun said, "What's going on? We warped twice, but we didn't reach our destination. Instead, we ended up in other places, and coincidentally, we encountered alien civilizations both times. It's not impossible for a warp to go wrong and end up in a different location, but for 2 consecutive warps to go to the wrong location, and not only that, to encounter other civilizations on the other side of the warp, the probability of that is no different from winning the lottery." Chapter 664 Directional Space Lockdown. By this time, everyone had sensed something was wrong. But there was no time to ponder what had gone wrong. Suji made a decisive decision and immediately jumped into warp again. If they were caught by the enemy fleet, there would be no way to warp away. They had already lost the initiative, losing a warship in the blink of an eye. At this point, staying here to fight was pointless. Moreover, they didn't even know who their enemy was. Yet, the enemy seemed to know very well that someone would come, opening fire as soon as they saw them. What is this? The third warp began. This time, the destination was still the asteroid location of the Mire Civilization Alliance headquarters, several light years away. During the warp, Lin Qun said, "Make one last attempt. If it fails, we will immediately warp again, returning to the position we started from before our first warp." Lin Qun frowned, feeling that this was not normal. An incomprehensible situation had occurred. This was not a matter of probability. And this time, the moment they jumped out of the warp portal, they indeed found that this was still not the asteroid location of the Mire Civilization Alliance, but also an unknown starry sky. It was also a battlefield. The flames of war were raging. Warships were shattered. However, Lin Qun and his group recognized one of the warring parties. It was none other than the Mire civilization, which had previously fled from the Divine Kingdom's army. The Mire civilization was in a terrible state. They only had 2 ships to begin with, and one had been lost in the first round of fighting. Now they only had 1 left, but their source energy class ships were still intact. They seemed to have successfully escaped the Divine Kingdom's source energy pursuit and joined forces with several other fleets from the Mire Civilization Alliance to form a new fleet. But for some reason, they were now engaged in combat with another fleet here, and the battlefield was extremely fierce, with both sides exchanging blows. The Mire Civilization's source energy class ships were severely damaged, and with a few scattered warships, they broke through the encirclement, only to collide with the newly emerged human fleet and the Jiki civilization fleet. Both sides were clearly slightly taken aback. They never expected to meet each other here. In space, the probability of such an encounter is about the same as winning the lottery. But it's impossible for everyone to win the lottery at the same time. When such accidental events occur frequently or even become inevitable, then something must be wrong. The Maya civilization was also in a state of panic. Their situation was even worse than humanity's. They had been constantly hunted and fighting. Upon seeing human civilization, they were terrified, yet reacted quickly, relaying the message, "Go. Go now. This is the fleet of the Divine Kingdom, their reinforcements are right behind us. Do not attempt long-distance jumps, we cannot leave within a light year." The Maya civilization, currently engaged in a fierce battle in this unknown starry sky, was also part of the Divine Kingdom's camp. Although the battle here was brutal, the Maya civilization, relying on its heavily wounded source energy level, had managed to carve out a bloody path. However, with the Divine Kingdom's reinforcements arriving soon, they dared not linger and were about to retreat. Lin Qun and the others hadn't expected to encounter the Maya civilization's allies here. Suji looked at Lin Qun. "Mr. Lin, there's something wrong here. Looking at the Maya civilization's information, perhaps they know something about the current situation. There's a reason our jump failed, take them back to our starting point and try." Lin Qun issued the order directly. At this point, there was no time for further thought. Because the Divine Kingdom's fleet was right behind the Maya civilization, it indiscriminately attacked the human fleet and the Jiki civilization fleet that had just left the warp portal. Seeing this, they simply fled. 3 warp jumps failed. Then it wasn't their fault. They should return to their original position first. Suji, upon receiving the order, immediately sent a message to the Maya civilization, instructing them to follow closely. Then, she quickly entered warp mode. During the warp, the technical team analyzed the locations of the 3 warp jumps, combining this with a brief message from the Maya civilization, and quickly reached a startling conclusion. Indeed, their 3 previous warp jumps had never left the 1 light-year range. Centered on the location where they encountered the Divine Kingdom's Legion, no matter how they warped, they remained within 1 light-year. Not only had they failed to warp out and reach their destination asteroid, but they had been circling within this 1 light-year distance. Each warp jump inevitably resulted in an indiscriminate attack from the unknown fleet waiting for them. Lin Qun said, "Since that's the case, combining the information from the Maya civilization, if we return to our initial jump location, we should be able to jump correctly. Perfect timing, we can ask the Maya civilization what's going on, they might know the situation. Also, if anything goes wrong, the Maya civilization can continue to help us withstand the lightning strikes. Of course, we need to resolve our withdrawal from the Maya civilization alliance first." Lin Qun's previous annihilation of the Akoko civilization fleet directly led to the God Kingdom's decision to withdraw him from the Maya civilization alliance. The Maya civilization couldn't possibly be unaware of this. This matter must be resolved before anything else can be discussed. Currently, the situation in the surrounding starry sky is volatile, clearly exceeding expectations. With the Maya civilization involved, if anything happens, at least there's a powerful ally to withstand the lightning strikes, which is naturally a good thing. If it weren't for the Maya civilization, humanity wouldn't have escaped the God Kingdom's army so easily. Now that the Maya civilization has returned, this lightning-resistant ally, if necessary, should be retained. If they had separated before and hadn't encountered each other again, that would be fine, but now that they've met again. Lin Qun blinked. Judging from his expression, everyone around him understood what he meant. Suji said, "Okay. Once we jump out of the warp, we'll immediately contact the Jiki civilization and coordinate our statements." The Jiki civilization was now firmly aligned with human civilization, and with Suji's call, they wouldn't expose Lin Qun's true intentions. Soon, they successfully warped out. This time, as expected, they successfully warped out. They returned to their initial position, instead of warping into an unknown area as before. At this point, the perilous situation stabilized. All sides were somewhat uncertain and suspicious. Humanity had also lost a warship. The remaining warships suffered varying degrees of damage. After all, no one had expected that warping out would lead to an attack, and the enemy was clearly prepared. At this moment, The warp ended, and seeing that they were temporarily out of danger, the Maya civilization preemptively inquired why humanity had broken away from the alliance. Previously, Lin Qun had inquired with the Jichi civilization and learned that they had withdrawn from the alliance after eliminating the Akaka civilization. As a member of the alliance, the Jichi civilization hadn't received any relevant battlefield notifications. Clearly, such notifications were only received by the initiating civilization within the alliance. Therefore, the human fleet also didn't know what notification the Maya civilization had received. Did it simply state that human civilization had withdrawn, or did it explain the reason? Therefore, in response to the Maya civilization's questioning, Lin Qun answered proactively and with great confidence, "The Akaka civilization tried to shift the blame and kill us. We couldn't tolerate this, so we eliminated them." Lin Qun wasn't afraid of the Maya civilization. Keeping the Maya civilization alive was to use them as a shield for him and the human fleet. There was no need to hide anything. He would just say it directly. If the Maya civilization had other ideas, or even wanted to take action, Lin Qun would turn them into the next Akaka civilization in no time. Under normal circumstances, such a confrontation between human and Maya civilizations, culminating in the destruction of the Akaka civilization, would have elicited some reaction from the Maya civilization, even if not outright anger. After all, the Maya civilization possessed source energy, and they couldn't tolerate a civilization without source energy insubordination. This was a matter of dignity for source energy life forms in space. However, this time, after a long silence, the Maya civilization's response to Lin Qun was remarkably simple. "I understand. The Akaka people brought it upon themselves. You can return to the alliance." Beyond that, the Maya civilization didn't ask a single further question. They didn't pursue the matter further. Lin Qun and the others weren't fools. They understood what was going on. The Maya civilization alliance was now in this state. The Maya civilization had only one spaceship left, a severely wounded source energy user, and its accompanying spaceships were mostly damaged and few in number. Humanity, on the other hand, still had 7 spaceships, their strength almost unscathed, while the Akaka civilization was gone, and the situation outside was unclear and extremely dangerous. In this situation, the Maya civilization needed human civilization to help them with tasks and assemble a fleet. Without ships and a fleet, their heavily damaged source could only manage a few battered and broken ships, making their current situation extremely dangerous. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't object and might even try to appease humanity and cooperate. "Not for now, but we can act together." Lin Qun was prepared to break off relations at any time and naturally didn't want to pay the penalty of breaking the alliance again. He knew the Maya civilization needed the manpower of the human fleet and wouldn't back down. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the Maya civilization chose its answer, and the matter was easily resolved. The annihilation of the Akaka civilization, a powerful ally of the Maya civilization, by humanity ended just like that. This is the cruelty of space. The Akaka civilization is valuable as long as it lives and has a fleet. Once it's all dead and has no fleet, it's worthless. Why bother standing up for other worthless civilizations? Suji whispered. It seems the Maya civilization suffered heavy losses this time, terrified by the Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, even if they didn't pursue this matter, they wouldn't remain silent like this. Wang Qizhang said, "Damn it, in this starry sky, survival is king, strength is king." The matter was thus dropped, and humanity quickly engaged in serious discussions with the Maya civilization. However, it was clear that the Maya civilization was much more cautious and respectful in their interactions with humanity this time. Their situation was indeed far worse than the human fleet. The human fleet, hiding its true strength, hadn't been targeted by the Divine Kingdom's legions, but the Maya civilization was the open leader among the neutral civilizations in the Maya Civilization Alliance, naturally being closely watched by the Divine Kingdom. Although the Divine Kingdom's legions didn't send additional troops to pursue them, the main forces of those 3 civilizations, plus a great source energy level life form, were enough to give them a hard time. Fortunately, not every civilization was smart. Several civilizations in the Alliance, in a moment of impulsiveness, followed the Maya civilization in a jump. As a result, many of these civilizations became cannon fodder for the Maya civilization. The Maya civilization paid a heavy price to successfully escape. But, having just escaped and shaken off the pursuit of the Divine Kingdom's legions, they intended to quickly flee and jump away from this region of space, only to soon discover that the jump had failed. If they attempted to jump, They would not only fail to appear at their predetermined coordinates, but would instead appear in unknown space. Moreover, the exit point would undoubtedly be awaited by the Divine Kingdom's fleet. They would be attacked as soon as they emerged. This was all from Suji's analysis report, a retrospective analysis of the Maya civilization's experiences during this period. The Maya civilization hasn't given us much information, and they're very wary of us now. This is all based on our analysis of their information and their current situation. Suji had several rounds of communication with the Maya civilization and the civilizations on the ships of those surrounding them, gradually piecing together the Maya civilization's experiences during this period. They've had a really tough time. From being hunted down back then until now, they've been almost constantly being attacked and have taken the blame. What we can confirm now is that of the 11 major civilization fleets of the Maya Civilization Alliance, only ours, the Jiki civilization, and these few scattered ships that follow the Maya civilization remain. The Maya civilization is really in a terrible state. Wang Qizhang smacked his lips, instinctively glancing out the porthole. At this moment, everyone's ships were here. The Maya civilization only had one silver ship left, and the ships of the other civilization's followers combined numbered only 3, for a total of only 4 ships, less than the number of ships of the human civilization alone. Moreover, their fleet was all badly damaged, visibly devastated, a far cry from the current state of the human civilization's fleet. They were in a terrible state, looking more like refugees than a civilization with source energy. The other 3 follower civilizations, upon hearing that humanity had annihilated the Akaka civilization, were all shocked and treated the humans with utmost courtesy. At this point, everyone knew their source energy was severely damaged and the area was dangerous. Each harbored their own thoughts. Source energy was no longer absolute. Whoever had the best fleet was more advantageous. After all, if they encountered powerful beings from divine kingdoms or super civilizations, the Maya civilization's source energy would be nothing. Without their spaceships, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Only those with spaceships had a chance of survival. Furthermore, they had been following the Maya civilization and had been used as cannon fodder countless times, each harboring resentment. They only continued to follow because of their weakness and lack of other options, otherwise, they would have already gone solo. At this moment, the 11 major civilization fleets of the Maya civilization were completely defunct, and the remaining civilizations and warships were all extremely wary and cautious. This was the harsh reality. On one side, an expert advisor said, "It's all thanks to our good strategy. If we hadn't pretended and had emerged like the Maya civilization, we would be the ones in trouble now." At first glance, among the Maya Civilization Alliance, only the Maya civilization itself possessed source energy level power, naturally making them a prime target for the Divine Kingdom's legions. Even if the Divine Kingdom's legions looked down on the Maya Civilization Alliance and were too lazy to meticulously annihilate it, they were only too lazy to meticulously annihilate these weaker civilizations. They had actually put considerable effort into the Maya civilization. Thus, the Maya civilization was truly unlucky. However, the Maya civilization's source energy level power seemed to possess some skill. Despite being severely wounded, they successfully shook off the Divine Kingdom's pursuers and survived. Even with such attention, it's extremely difficult for a source energy level II being to escape from a high source energy level being. Lin Qun couldn't help but look at the Maya civilization with newfound respect. He said, however, in order to survive, the Maya civilization also sacrificed other former allies. This is the cruelty of the starry sky, Captain Su. Did they say they can jump out? What exactly is going on? The Maya civilization didn't describe their experiences in great detail. Much of what they said was our own additions and speculations. But regarding the current situation of not being able to jump out, they gave us a detailed explanation. Suji's eyes flickered, and she asked the advisors and experts in the fleet to speak. The experts said, Mr. Lin, Captain Su, according to information from the Maya civilization, they believe that the Divine Kingdom has implemented a directional spatial blockade within a range of at least 1 light year. Of course, this is our translated explanation. The Maya civilization's actual explanation is much more complex. What does that mean? This directional spatial blockade means that within this blockade range, the coordinates of the normal fleet are all disrupted. What appears to be the correct coordinates we input are actually all changed, becoming incorrect coordinates, causing us to jump directly to the wrong location. The Maya civilization believes that the Divine Kingdom, through this technology, has established a range of at least 1 light year. Any civilization within this special blockade area that attempts to jump will be directly redirected to the incorrect coordinates they have set. Therefore, the situation we encountered earlier occurred. We wanted to jump back to the Maya civilization. The Ming Alliance's convergence point asteroid actually led to a jump to an unknown cosmos, and 3 times in a row, fleets from other civilizations were waiting, and according to the Maya civilization, these waiting fleets were from the Divine Kingdom. The expert explained confidently. Originally, when we perform interstellar jumps, the only limitations on where we can jump and how far we can jump are our technology, hardware, and coordinates. As long as these conditions are met, we can jump. However, within the area under the directional spatial blockade mentioned by the Maya civilization, all jump input coordinates are out of order, becoming multiple preset directional spatial locations, transmitting to the spatial coordinates that the one who set the spatial blockade wants others to go to. And whoever is waiting at these directional coordinate locations, that's who set up this directional spatial blockade. And now, according to the Maya civilization's judgment, those waiting at the directional coordinates are all from the Divine Kingdom. Therefore, this must be a deployment by the Divine Kingdom. Within a 1 light year range, as long as we jump, we won't reach our true destination, we'll only be blocked by the directional coordinates set by the Divine Kingdom. Judging from the locations we and the Maya civilization have visited several times, the Divine Kingdom has set up many directional coordinates, but they are all within a 1 light year range. Therefore, the Maya civilization judges that the directional spatial blockade set up by the Divine Kingdom should only have a 1 light year range. After all, if the designated target is outside the blockade range, then this spatial blockade is essentially useless after only 1 use. The Divine Kingdom wouldn't go to such lengths to do this. Of course, their target isn't the Maya civilization, nor us, but rather the evil super-civilization alliance. The Maya civilization says, this is far more than just a decoy fleet and the Divine Kingdom's legion, we've stepped into a huge trap. Under the directional spatial blockade, those outside can jump into this area, but those within this area cannot jump out unless they can crack the Divine Kingdom's technology. But that's almost impossible. Chapter 665 The Only Way. The expert's expression was serious, yet his eyes held a mixture of admiration and awe as he spoke. He had never heard of such technology and capability before. To seal off an area a light year away, or even larger, that was something current human civilization couldn't do, or even dared to imagine. But now, the Divine Kingdom had accomplished it. Lin Qun and the others were stunned for a moment before they reacted and understood. Wang Qizhang scratched his head and said, "You mean, their God Kingdom has sealed off a light year radius, so none of us can jump out? If they're so powerful, why don't they just block jumps directly?" "I don't know, Mr. Wang. Strictly speaking, it's the Maya civilization that speculates they've used this technology to seal off a radius of about 1 light year. We don't know the actual situation," the expert said. "There are 2 possibilities for not directly blocking jumps. First, sealing off a light year radius jump would consume more resources and be more troublesome than this directional spatial blockade. Second, doing so would be more effective than a direct blockade, because civilizations jumping out within this directional spatial blockade area wouldn't even need the God Kingdom to search for them. They would simply and inexplicably stumble into its embrace. Of course, all of the above are just speculation. The gap between us and the civilization that deployed this technology is too vast. We can't determine whether it was done by the Divine Kingdom or by a civilization under its command participating in this war. Even the method is only a guess from the Maya civilization. They suspect it's some kind of information virus spreading at the speed of light. The timing of the opening of the special civilization battlefield in Star System 613 matches our current distance. However, whoever did it, the resources and effort required are unimaginable. Of course, in the universe, what we can't imagine only means we can't do it. Higher-level civilizations might be able to achieve it easily. Hearing this, everyone fell silent again. Lin Qun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is aimed at the evil super-civilization alliance. This is truly ruthless, a year's worth of planning, covering a light-year area. This is a truly grand scheme. This is a true strategic deployment using the starry sky as a chessboard. A light year is an extremely vast area, even traveling within it would take a full year. The distances they previously traversed by jumping across so many kilometers were actually all within a light year range, far from exceeding that distance. Without a jump, Even with the current maximum speed of the human Federation fleet approaching 1/10 the speed of light, it would still take a considerable amount of time to traverse a light year. The Maya civilization certainly had experience in this area. Humans, even if they noticed something amiss, wouldn't know these things, let alone make these deductions. Suji said, "It seems the 3 places we visited were all designated coordinates of the Divine Kingdom, and quite a few people fell for it." Lin Qun nodded in agreement. They had jumped 3 times in total. The first time, they encountered a battlefield in action. The third time, they encountered the Maya civilization. Only once, at a designated coordinate location, was there no fighting, resulting in an ambush and the loss of a warship. This shows that there are quite a few civilizations within this light year, and many are completely unaware of this blockade. Jumping into such a location is like walking into the arms of the Divine Kingdom. This method is like fishing. The Divine Kingdom doesn't need to actively seek out other civilizations, they just come to them, truly a case of waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. This is the advantage of advanced technology. The Divine Kingdom, possessing advanced technology, can naturally use such methods, allowing civilizations within its camp to benefit. Other civilizations, like the Maya Civilization Alliance, can only rely on their own capabilities to find these opportunities. The expert team within the fleet has considered numerous methods. For instance, while they cannot jump out of this area, they might be able to jump towards its edge. If they could land precisely at the edge, they could fly directly out, saving time. However, this plan was rejected because no one knows exactly where the edge is, or even the center of the blockade. The 1 light-year blockade distance is also a guess. Such a jump would likely require countless trials and errors. If they make several mistakes and fall into the Divine Kingdom's directional coordinates, they would be ambushed, resulting in heavy losses. After several mistakes, the fleet would be destroyed. What then? Moreover, with so many surrounding civilizations, a hasty jump could attract the attention of other civilizations, even the Divine Kingdom's legions and the Super Civilization Alliance. In that case, they might be targeted and wiped out before even escaping. Currently, only short-distance jumps within 100 astronomical units are safe. In fact, not jumping at all is the safest option. Without a jump, leaving this place would be even more difficult. Meanwhile, the Maya civilization was still communicating with humanity. Currently, of the entire Maya Civilization Alliance, only humanity has 7 intact warships. The remaining civilizations, except for the Jiki civilization with its 2 remaining ships, each have only 1 ship. The Maya civilization's source energy was severely damaged, so they must be quite panicked. While remaining wary of humanity for destroying the Akoko civilization, they continued to communicate, trying to gauge humanity's strength. This time, the Maya civilization is much more polite to us, even seeming to be negotiating. It's because they're out of options. They even reassured us not to panic, that they would find a way out. Suji sighed. They also hoped we would rejoin the alliance, but I refused. They didn't say anything, however, I don't think they believe we have source energy, because they kept mentioning their source energy life forms in their communications. I think, on one hand, they're intimidating us, afraid we'll kill them too. On the other hand, they're also trying to prove their value to us. Lin Qun said, the situation has changed. Outside, in the vast expanse of space, as long as they avoid major factions and civilizations, the Maya civilization, with its single energy source, can still roam freely. But this time, it seems they've been defeated. The Maya civilization's energy source is worried they've lost their last spaceship, and then they'll need ours. Their energy source is severely damaged, and they probably don't have the confidence to seize our fleet. Of course, it's also possible they're trying to trick us into becoming cannon fodder like other smaller civilizations. In short, go along with them, but don't agree to any of their demands. They need us now, and they were the last to want to turn against us. Suji said, yes, Mr. Lin, now it seems the Maya civilization is in a worse situation than we imagined. We should continue to treat them as our elder brother and express our need for them. Even if we don't agree to their demands, they won't break ties with us. Suji's analysis and response were very suitable strategies for the current situation. After all, the Maya civilization possessed an energy source level. Although their current situation was dire, they still had a strong foundation. In truth, they are quite cunning, consistently employing a lineup of source energy level ships paired with 2 silver spaceships. Lin Qun has never seen their main fleet, presumably because they haven't yet made a move. They are likely still at the asteroid where the Mire Civilization Alliance is gathered. This is a normal situation. In this way, they are expending the fleets of other followers while preserving their own strength. This is also the benefit the Mire Civilization can gain from the Alliance. Therefore, they currently possess source energy, their main fleet is likely still intact, and their resources are complete. If they lose their source energy, it will be the end, their civilization will plummet. Therefore, they desperately want to leave this place peacefully and naturally don't want to break ties with humanity, thus requiring a large human fleet. And if humanity doesn't break ties, they are willing to maintain the alliance. They possess source energy, which is their source of confidence. They see it as a bargaining chip in negotiations with human civilization. They need human fleets, and humanity needs their source energy experts. Even though humanity appears extremely dangerous and has broken away from the Mire Civilization Alliance, cooperation is still possible. However, what the Mire Civilization doesn't know is that humanity isn't after their source energy at all. Lin Qun possesses the strength to destroy source energy level beings. Humanity's interest lies in the facade of the Mire Civilization's energy source, which can draw attention and make them a scapegoat. If they knew this, the Mire Civilization would probably be furious. However, keeping the Mire Civilization around also has its advantages. Without them, humanity might still be confused about the situation. In the vastness of space, the Mire Civilization possesses far more experience and knowledge than the fledgling humans. Knowing about this directional spatial blockade, humanity suddenly has a clearer understanding. The immediate priority, for both human and Mire civilizations, is figuring out how to escape their current predicament, trapped within a light-year radius. Right now, this is clearly a battlefield between the Divine Civilization faction and the evil Super Civilization Alliance. Whoever is caught in it will likely face certain death. Lin Qun asked, does the Mire Civilization have a way to break this directional spatial blockade? No, Suji shook her head. They don't either. We can't break through technically. Right now, if we want to leave this area of at least 1 light year, it's impossible for us to leave via teleportation. We either have to fly out, or at most make some short-distance teleportations. Only in this way can we ensure our course is correct and avoid falling into the trap again. But this takes a lot of time. If the two civilizations here go to war, it's hard to guarantee we can safely fly out of this area within that time. Everyone fell silent. They felt like they were stuck in a quagmire. Their current location, within this directional spatial blockade area, was the battlefield of a divine kingdom and a super civilization. They had unknowingly arrived here, and by the time they realized it, it was too late. They were already deeply mired in the quagmire of war. Both sides were behemoths to human civilization. Being targeted by either side would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, people truly felt like they were surrounded by wolves. This area was too dangerous. The unprecedented convergence of civilizations from both the major factions, with a civilization density within this light-year range of unparalleled density, has created a truly dangerous situation. We can't confirm whether this range is indeed 1 light year, or whether it will continue to expand in the process. Flying out is too slow. Anything can happen in such a long time, especially considering time dilation. We need to think of other solutions. Lin Qun also fell into deep thought. The current situation reminded Lin Qun of a game he played on Earth called Agareo. Everyone starts as a ball, growing larger by consuming other objects, much like the civilizations in space. Later in the game, some players could fill the entire map, while others were mere specks beneath the feet of giant players, unnoticed as they passed by, easily swallowed without even realizing it. Now, the two factions, the Divine Kingdom and the Super Civilization, are remarkably similar to these enormous players. Humanity and other civilizations are caught in the middle, even under the notice of both factions, already facing imminent danger. After a moment, Lin Qun took a deep breath and said, given the current situation, it's clearly impossible for us to get out using our own warships. The Divine Kingdom's targeted spatial blockade isn't aimed at us, but we're like garbage in a meat grinder, destined to be crushed. The only way is to join the Divine Kingdom's camp. Unable to escape via warp, the best option is to join the Divine Kingdom's camp. At least then they won't be attacked by the Divine Kingdom's camp. But, Mr. Lin, even if we join the Divine Kingdom's camp, we'll just be small fry within its civilization. That's different from what we did in the Mire Civilization. In the Mire Civilization Alliance, we hid our strength and played the fool, but in the Divine Kingdom's camp, All the civilizations are powerful. Even if we show our full strength, we probably won't get much attention. We can only guarantee that we won't be attacked by the Divine Kingdom's camp within this area, but it's difficult to contact the higher-ups. Without contact with the higher-ups, it's unlikely we can quickly escape the current blockade zone using our Divine Kingdom's camp identity. One side, a fleet advisor spoke up. His words were quite tactful. In fact, there was another unspoken meaning. That is, he believed that Lin Qun chose this path in order to use his identity as a member of the Divine Kingdom faction to normally jump away from this dangerous place. Since the Divine Kingdom faction's civilization has created such a directional spatial blockade, it must have its own way of normally jumping away from here. As long as they can make a normal jump, jumping a distance of more than 10 light years, they should be able to leave this directional spatial blockade area. However, the problem at present is, if they cannot jump that far, and can only make short-distance jumps, they may not only fail to escape, but also expose themselves, or even run into the line of fire, which would be suicidal. Suji also said worriedly, but what if the Divine Kingdom faction orders us to go to war with the evil Super Civilization Alliance? Lin Qun shook his head upon hearing this and said, I have actually thought of this as well. The Divine Kingdom faction consists of strong people. The ability to jump normally within this directional spatial blockade area is likely controlled by the higher-ups of the Divine Kingdom. We have no access to it, nor is there any need for us to. Even if the Divine Kingdom goes to war with the evil Super Civilization Alliance, it won't concern us. There are too many civilizations. In a real decisive battle, those who want to participate will certainly be able to, but those who don't want to participate certainly won't have to. There are too many civilizations. If a real fight breaks out, probably no one can control anyone else. But joining the Divine Kingdom's camp at least ensures our safety during jumps within this blockade area. Even if we jump to the directional location, we won't be attacked by Divine Kingdom civilizations that have been lying in wait there. This way, we can proceed cautiously, exploring other possibilities and methods to quickly escape this dangerous place. However, Captain Su's concerns are valid. We might not need to participate in the final battle, but we could very well be drawn into smaller battlefields by the Divine Kingdoms or even the civilization's own missions. Even if we hide well and none of this happens, we might still become targets of other evil super civilization alliances. Therefore, my plan can only be considered an idea. If we really have no other choice, we can choose this method. Joining a faction is better than being a neutral civilization threatened by both the God Kingdom faction and the evil super civilization alliance. Of course, if possible, it would be best if we could avoid joining the God Kingdom faction and find a way to obtain a normal jump-out method from them. That would naturally be the best outcome. Lin Qun hadn't forgotten these considerations regarding not joining the Divine Kingdom camp. The Divine Kingdom camp offered immediate advantages, but also a lack of freedom. Being forced into war without sufficient strength was an uncontrollable risk, especially against a camp considered a super civilization by another Divine Kingdom. If humanity joined the Divine Kingdom camp, the opponent might be unchosen, some evenly matched, weaker than humanity, or far more powerful than humanity, leading to annihilation without a chance to struggle. Furthermore, joining the Divine Kingdom camp would display the coordinates of opposing forces within the area, adding to the unavoidable risks. There were advantages and disadvantages. If not joining the Divine Kingdom camp offered the opportunity to leave, that would be a better choice. Lin Qun's words revealed his thoughts and caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Lin's method is indeed a last resort. We're relatively safe here now, we can observe the situation further, Suji said. As Mr. Lin said, if the situation becomes truly unfavorable, we must choose this option. But before that, we can consider other options. The density of civilizations in this area is too high now. The convergence of the two major factions has changed our previous environment. Our neutral civilization has too few hiding places here, we may have to make a new choice. This high-level meeting within the human fleet was temporarily adjourned. The human fleet had prepared such a plan, but didn't implement it, wanting to wait for the Mire civilization's thoughts. They wanted to let the Mire civilization demonstrate its value and see if they could come up with a better solution that humans hadn't considered. Chapter 666 There are more than two factions here. At this moment, inside the silver spaceship of the Mire civilization. This spaceship was also severely damaged, with multiple breaches and nearly disintegrating. It was only through emergency repairs that it barely managed to survive until now. Within this silver spaceship, countless luminous life forms of the Maya civilization had perished. The number of dead and wounded was innumerable. The entire interior of the spaceship appeared empty. The once powerful Maya civilization, high and mighty within the Alliance, now appeared utterly pathetic and wretched. This was a classic case of one mountain being higher than another. Within the Maya civilization's alliance, they were the strong and supreme beings, but before an even greater force, they were nothing. The luminous representative of the Maya civilization, who had previously carried out their mission, had already sacrificed himself in the previous war. The surviving luminous life forms all had dim bodies, displaying a state of utter desolation. At this moment, the source energy level of the Maya civilization was not active outside, but located at the very bottom of the entire silver spaceship. It was sealed within a luminous wall, its body visibly fractured and severely injured. Its self-imposed confinement here seemed to be a form of healing and recuperation, using some unique method of its civilization. However, this source energy life form of the Maya civilization remained conscious and was currently communicating with its other luminous companions outside. Currently, the silver spaceship was in disarray, many of the higher-ups had died, and the remaining individuals were undecided and needed this source energy level to make decisions. However, their discussions were somewhat chaotic and conflicting. Lord Source Energy, this human civilization is acting arrogantly towards us now, taking advantage of our need for their fleet. They destroyed the Akoko civilization and are now refusing to join our alliance. I think it would be better if you took action yourself, wiped out their high-ranking officials and evolved beings, and completely absorbed their fleet. This human civilization has suffered almost no losses. Moreover, the fact that they were able to destroy the Akoko civilization, even if the Akoko civilization suffered heavy losses, shows that this human civilization also has some strength. If we take action, we might not achieve the results we want. Furthermore, even if we do take action, our current manpower is insufficient to handle so many warships. However, these humans have been a bit too boastful this time. It's alright. Once we are out of danger and no longer need them, they will naturally pay the price for their current actions. That's right. The most urgent thing is for us to find a way to leave this blockade area. Otherwise, in a war between the two civilizations, we will surely die. Lord Meyer, what should we do? After a flurry of discussion, they still couldn't reach a conclusion. In the end, they all turned their gazes to their own source energy level life forms. At this point, only their own source energy could make the decision. The Maya civilization's source energy level life form, sealed within the light barrier, remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. This human civilization is still useful to us. Let's stabilize them first and have them help us escape danger. Once we're out of danger, I will personally crush them. As for how to escape, joining the Divine Kingdom's camp is a last resort. If we join the Divine Kingdom, we'll just be cannon fodder. Let's continue exploring, perhaps we can find other methods. From the silver spaceship of the Maya civilization, more probes flew out, heading into the depths of space. Like humanity, the Maya civilization was searching for other possibilities. However, they had no good solutions. Although they were more advanced and experienced than human civilization, they had never seen such a situation and were no match for the advanced civilizations of the Divine Kingdom camp. However, the vastness of space meant that where there was an incredible blockade, there was likely a way to break it. Just because they didn't has one didn't mean others didn't. Any civilization trapped here was trying to find a way. The Maya civilization shared the same thought as humanity, so at this moment, they could only hope to find a way out of this directional spatial blockade from the outside. Meanwhile, the Jiki civilization and other civilizations were also trembling with fear, filled with tension and uncertainty about the unknown future. Although their current hiding place was safe, who knew what they would encounter next? For now, both humanity and the Maya civilization could only observe and wait to confirm the situation before making a decision on how to act. Meanwhile, Lin Qun returned to his room. 200,000 contribution points were enough for a card draw. Lin Qun, eager for a lucky draw, quickly began his card drawing spree. Soon, a unique, dark-colored card appeared before him. This card was name, door trick, type, skill card, description. Using this card, without any ritual or materials, grants the ability trick from the sequence 8 Apprentice of the Door Pathway. Gain access to spells such as falling and freezing. Special Note 1, this skill cannot be upgraded. Special Note 2, this card is a special ability card from the Door Pathway. collecting door apprentice, door trick, door divination, door record, door flash, door guardian, door wanderer, door planeswalker, and door star key allows one to achieve true godhood, sequence 0 door, mastering and acquiring its full authority, complete power, and mythical creature form, without any ritual or materials. Special Note 3, once you obtain one of the cards in this series, regardless of the card pool level, you have a chance to draw subsequent cards from that series, but the subsequent cards you draw will always appear in order. Furthermore, for each additional card from this series you possess, your chance of drawing another card from that series increases by 3%. Load, another card from the Gate series. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. This card is the second card in the Gate sequence. With this card, Lin Qun can break through his current apprentice level and reach the 8th sequence of tricks. However, this 8th sequence is not as useful to Lin Qun as the apprentice's Gate. After all, these trick techniques might be useful in low-level battles, but at Lin Qun's current level, they are insufficient. But this Gate sequence card is a special card. The important thing is not the ability of this lower sequence. What is truly important is the ability of the higher sequence. Even the possibility of becoming a true god. For Lin Qun, this is another, more unique path besides normal attribute improvement and cultivation. Each card drawn from this series increases the probability of drawing another card from that series. Currently, Lin Qun has 2 cards, raising the probability to 6%. Drawing the next cards and reaching sequence 0 of the Gate path, achieving the so-called god level, is not impossible. Lin Qun exhaled and loaded this ability. Trick. At this moment, the surrounding starry sky was deathly silent. The warships of various civilizations were all very quiet, slowly floating in the starry sky. While seemingly quiet, each civilization was actually exploring its surroundings as much as possible, but the information they brought back was not optimistic. Although the area they were in was relatively quiet, within the observable range, traces of multiple civilizations' activities had been discovered. At close range, there was mostly nothing unusual. However, at some distant locations, even great battles were breaking out. It was unknown which civilization was fighting, but the fighting was extremely fierce. However, by the time the battles were observed, they were basically over, and even if one went there would be nothing to gain. Moreover, it's now clear that the Divine Kingdom faction and the evil Super Civilization Alliance are locked in a fierce battle within this light-year radius. It's unclear which side is truly at war, and rashly attacking could easily attract the attention of the Divine Kingdom, making one the next target of either the Divine Kingdom or the evil Super Civilization Alliance. However, the situation is significantly different now. Previously, the starry sky was deathly silent, making it difficult to find other civilizations. But now, with the Divine Kingdom's targeted spatial blockade, many civilizations have been forced to surface. The surrounding starry sky within this blockade area has never been so lively. It's as if this place has become a self-imposed arena, except that the Divine Kingdom faction's target is the Super Civilization Alliance, while other civilizations trapped within are merely collateral damage. But as time passes, other civilizations seem to have also noticed the anomaly. The battles and other traces of civilization activity detected by humans and the Mire civilization start quickly, end quickly, and then disappear as quickly as possible, concealing their tracks as much as possible. Every civilization seems like a frightened bird. This area of starry sky has attracted far too many hunters. Of course, Lin Qun didn't need to handle these reconnaissance tasks. He had been aboard the New Hope warship for the past few days. He had completely adapted to life entirely within the fleet. He was using this time to cultivate diligently, hoping to reach the 8th level of sword control technique. However, Lin Qun had sensed that, given his current state, breaking through to the 8th level of sword control technique would likely take some time. And if he used contribution points, breaking through to the 8th level of sword control technique required far too many contribution points. He might as well use them for gacha pulls. But Lin Qun truly wanted to break through as soon as possible. After this upgrade, his understanding was even clearer. If he could reach the 9th level of sword control technique, he might be able to achieve source energy. His realm wasn't just about cultivation, it was also about multiple enhancements. The realm advancement brought by sword control technique would allow Lin Qun to achieve source energy level naturally through shortcuts. The main reason Lin Qun wanted to reach the 8th level of the sword control technique as soon as possible was to coordinate it with the Blazing Sun armor. Reaching the 8th level would give him a stable 20-minute transformation time at the source energy level, which was extremely useful. It was much more stable than his current spirit summoning talisman. This time, Lin Qun's swift killing of the source energy, one of the divine kingdom, also involved using the spirit summoning talisman again, consuming a considerable amount. The next time he used it, he would likely only be able to barely reach the source energy level. Ideally, he could find another high source energy level life form to refine the talisman. Lin Qun pondered, rubbing his chin. If the Maya civilization knew of this dangerous idea, they would probably be thinking about how to escape from humanity as quickly as possible. But that was naturally impossible. Currently, although humanity and the Maya civilization were outwardly friendly but inwardly hostile, they each had value to each other, so they naturally coexisted peacefully. Not long after, they observed a major battle. It was taking place in a star system 50 billion kilometers away from them. When we discovered it, the battle was already over. The war seemed to have erupted around a resource planet and was extremely brutal. The resource planet had been wiped out, but neither the Divine Kingdom nor the Super Civilization Alliance were the victors. Suji summoned Lin Qun to the conference room of the New Hope. There, they played the information they had obtained. Part of it was provided by the Maya civilization. The footage was poor, but by comparing it, they could roughly reconstruct the situation of the battle. It was the Divine Kingdom faction that launched the attack. The warp portal opened, and their fleets flew out in dense numbers to attack this resource planet. Surprisingly, a large fleet was also hidden near this resource planet. Its size and strength led humans to conclude that this was not an ordinary civilization, but a super civilization alliance. A great battle erupted, but in the end, another fleet appeared, like a terrifying shark lurking deep in the ocean, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the others to be weakened before striking out at the most crucial moment, opening its blood-red maw. Their attack was deadly. The Divine Kingdom and the Super Civilization Alliance were wiped out. Even the resource planet where the war began was harvested. Then, this massive fleet turned and disappeared into space, vanishing completely. They were also very advanced. There was no way to track where they went. Such a fleet, no less powerful than the Divine Kingdom and the Super Civilization Alliance. They appeared and disappeared without a sound, a truly chilling sight. To be able to control both the Divine Kingdom and the Super Civilization factions and emerge unscathed requires immense power, and they certainly weren't afraid to offend either of them. They look like the ships of the Third Arm Overlord, Suji said, pointing to the third-party ships in the image. The technical department had done its best to restore and enlarge the image, and it was vaguely visible that some of the third-party fleet consisted of familiar V-shaped warships, positioned at the core of the fleet. This Third Arm Overlord is something else. Their fleet can actually compete with the Divine Kingdom and the Super Civilization here. Someone exclaimed in surprise. They're here too. It seems that within this light-year radius, there aren't only the Divine Kingdom and the Super Civilization Alliance, the three major powers, Lin Qun said. But if the main fleet of the Third Arm Overlord civilization is also here, it's probably not good news for us. The Third Cantilever Overlord and humanity still have unresolved grudges. Even without the previous events, in the current situation, the more powerful civilizations there are, the more disadvantageous it is for neutral civilizations like humanity. Wang Qizheng, unusually perceptive, noticed something else. Sure enough, we can't jump normally anymore, but the Divine Kingdom's fleet can. Yes, Suji added, this observation confirms our guess. This directional spatial blockade is undoubtedly the work of the Divine Kingdom, and the Divine Kingdom can jump freely within it. Whoever can jump normally is a member of the Divine Kingdom. But this doesn't mean that civilizations within the Divine Kingdom's camp can jump at will. Lin Qun looked at Suji and asked, what about the Maya civilization? What are they thinking? The Maya Civilization Alliance is also at odds with the Third Arm Overlord. Humans were able to deduce that this massive, stealthy, and ambush-striking civilization was the Third Arm Overlord, so the Maya civilization must have reached the same conclusion. Humans have been constantly probing outwards these past few days, as has the Maya civilization. Now, they should have some ideas and conclusions. Suji's people are in contact with the Maya civilization. Information quickly arrived. The Maya civilization proposed two plans. One, like humanity, was to join the Divine Kingdom camp. They hoped to leverage their status within the Divine Kingdom camp to gain a chance to escape via a jump. However, the Maya civilization, like humanity, believed this was difficult to achieve. The Divine Kingdom camp was about to wage war against the Super Civilization Alliance here. How could they allow lower-level civilizations to easily jump away from the battlefield? What difference would that make from deserters? Who would allow deserters to exist? Therefore, while the Mire civilization proposed this plan, they didn't recommend it. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, joining the Divine Kingdom camp would mean being forced into a corner, becoming cannon fodder, a very dangerous situation. The second plan, in fact, wasn't even a plan, it was the most foolish method, seeing if they could fly away. Avoiding powerful civilizations, they would harvest weaker civilizations along the way, even those under the command of divine kingdoms and super civilizations, and slowly fly out of this place. The Mire civilization's words make sense. Judging from the situation these past few days, the war has been escalating. Staying put is increasingly risky. If we remain stationary, the chances of being discovered by a civilization with far superior technology are even greater. Regardless of whether we can fly out or not, we should at least try. It's better than continuing to wait here. Lin Qun made the final decision, saying, "Let's follow the Mire civilization's plan. Let's move first. Whatever happens, we're here now, so let's make the best of it." Although this place is fraught with danger, it's also full of opportunities. Civilizations are everywhere. Perhaps we can harvest a round of contribution points here. Moreover, if we encounter some weaker Divine Kingdom civilizations, perhaps we can obtain the information we need, or even the opportunity to jump normally without joining a Divine Kingdom. The reason they hadn't moved earlier was because their warships needed repair. These past few days have passed, and the warships are almost fully repaired. Now it's time to move. Staying in place is extremely dangerous. Moving, even if it's unlikely they can actually leave by flight, is still better than staying still, and there's a chance they might encounter other opportunities along the way. So, after discussion, they set off again, but this time, instead of warp jumps, they would silently navigate through space. Chapter 667 Humans are extremely tough. Silent navigation inevitably limits speed. Reaching even 1/100th the speed of light is the limit, let alone 1/10. With current technology, stealth and concealment at high speeds are impossible. But moving is better than staying still. The surrounding region is engulfed in war, with frequent activities from the Divine Kingdoms and the Super Civilization Alliances. Staying nearby is unacceptable. Otherwise, they risk being caught in the crossfire again. Given the disparity in strength, they might only be detected when the enemy is right in front of them, and by then it will be too late. The current Mire Civilization Alliance cannot withstand such a large-scale war. Previous experiences have left every civilization terrified. During this process, the Mire civilization, with resources from other allied civilizations, further repaired its warships and reached an agreement with the remaining members of the alliance, especially sharing more detailed plans with humanity. They have no other choice but to bind themselves tightly to humanity's cause. Humanity understands this clearly as well. After understanding the situation, Suji said, although the Mire civilization wants to take action, they also understand that this isn't a long-term solution. Seeking fortune through risk is certainly possible, but the most important thing is how to escape this place. Faced with such an advanced civilization, our technology is simply no match for their tracking. Within this directional spatial blockade area, we will be found sooner or later. The reason no one is looking for us now is simply because the battles of those top civilizations haven't ended, and they don't have the time. If we haven't left by the time they've decided their fate, we're doomed. This is a trap set by the Divine Kingdom camp for the Super Civilization Alliance, but I think once that big tiger, the Super Civilization Alliance, is taken down, they won't hesitate to devour us little guys. After all, who have turned down contribution points? Therefore, the Mire civilization hopes that we can attack and capture some weaker beings from other divine kingdoms to see if we can find a way to leave this directional spatial blockade area through unconventional channels without joining a divine kingdom. Suji paused, then added, "This plan requires our warships and manpower. Otherwise, I don't think the Mire civilization would be willing to tell us." Lin Qun nodded. On this point, our goals are aligned with the Mire civilization. This place is now a prison, forcing many civilizations to emerge and fight amongst themselves. This is our opportunity to gain contribution points, but at the same time, it also carries enormous danger. If we have the opportunity, we will certainly reap the contribution points, but the most important goal is to figure out how to leave this place. Currently, Although they are temporarily acting together with the Maya civilization, human civilization has long since broken away from the Maya civilization alliance, and both sides are wary of each other. The plan proposed by the Maya civilization is something Lin Qun and the others had considered before, but humanity lacks experience and technology in this area, making it difficult to implement. This is where the Maya civilization can take the lead. The others nodded in agreement with Lin Qun and Suji's analysis, all agreeing that this was the most important direction at present. At this moment, Lin Qun said, "Answer the Maya civilization, tell them we agree to their plan, but we have one condition. We want 80% of all opportunities to obtain contribution points, and the Maya civilization and other civilizations will share the remaining 20%. Otherwise, it's off the table." Upon hearing this, Suji and the others looked over in surprise. Lin Qun's idea was indeed forceful. Lin Qun simply smiled faintly and said, "Times have changed. Before, we held back because the Maya civilization was useful to us, able to work for us for free. Now that the Maya civilization and its allies have lost their momentum, and we have demonstrated our strength, the distribution naturally changes. If the Maya civilization has even lost this shield of source energy, we can even abandon them now. Therefore, we can boldly make our demands. I believe they won't refuse. No, they probably wouldn't dare to refuse." Hearing this, everyone nodded in excitement. Just as Lin Qun said, the situation and status had changed, and humanity could now speak with authority. Suji didn't raise any questions either. She simply straightened her chest, her face full of pride and self-satisfaction. The surprise they had just felt was an instinct and habit ingrained by humanity's long period of weakness. Accustomed to being weak and powerless, they weren't used to being assertive, as if it wasn't the attitude humanity should have. But in a flash, coupled with Lin Qun's words, everyone realized Mr. Lin's attitude was correct. They should be assertive. Because humanity was stronger. The strong are naturally assertive. Even if the Maya civilization didn't fully understand humanity's strength, their current needs for human manpower and fleets were sufficient. And now, the Maya civilization only had source energy as its most valuable asset, and its value to humanity was much less than before, so naturally, they didn't need to maintain it, they were the ones coming to beg humanity. Suji directly relayed Lin Qun's message. A moment later, the Maya civilization directly requested to establish real-time communication with human civilization. Clearly, Lin Qun and humanity's tough stance had a significant impact on them, and they were about to communicate with humanity. Mr. Lin, the Maya civilization's energy level wants to speak directly with you. Suji looked at Lin Qun. Humanity's forceful stance, even demanding 80% of their future harvest, had greatly shaken the Maya civilization, as evidenced by their direct communication with their energy level. Lin Qun smiled. This was within his expectations. He said, "All right, then connect. I'll talk to them directly." Most people would be terrified at the thought of a source energy being coming, but Lin Qun remained calm. He had killed more than one source energy being, let alone a severely injured one kept alive as a scapegoat. If he weren't using this as a shield to draw the attention of other powerful enemies, Lin Qun might have already eliminated this Maya civilization. This time, there was no video projection. Lin Qun only communicated with the source energy being through audio. The source energy being from the Maya civilization spoke with a hint of annoyance, directly and forcefully saying, "Human civilization beings, do you know who you're talking to? You don't have source energy beings, yet you want to take away 80% of all future contribution point rewards. Who do you think you are? What kind of being do you think you're talking to?" As a source energy powerhouse, even though he's severely injured, being trampled on like this by humans is extremely unpleasant, and it's almost always on his mind. Of course, this is also a negotiation tactic. When a source energy powerhouse is enraged, who below that level wouldn't tremble? But unfortunately, Lin Qun was completely unaffected and didn't buy it. How could someone who had been threatened by a dominator be threatened by a low-level source energy powerhouse? Lin Qun simply said, "Lord Maya, we know very well who we are, and we know very well who you are, and what your current situation is. Therefore, I understand even more clearly that our current relationship is not one of superior and subordinate, but one of cooperation. We need a source energy powerhouse, we need your experience and technology, and you, in turn, need our manpower and fleet. So, this should be an equal cooperative relationship. Moreover, I would also like to remind you that we destroyed the fleet of the Akoko civilization without suffering any losses. You, a severely injured source energy powerhouse, with only one remaining spaceship, are you more powerful than the Akoko civilization? Lin Qun's words were extremely firm. On the other end of the communication, inside the Mire civilization's spaceship, the conversation between the Mire civilization's source energy and Lin Qun was simultaneously relayed here, surprising all the luminous life forms of the Mire civilization. The source energy level being sealed within the light barrier was particularly enraged, immediately saying, "Human, are you threatening me?" Its tone even carried a hint of fury. As a source energy life form, it had basically been unchallenged wherever it went since achieving source energy, but this series of setbacks had already fueled its resentment. Now, being so forcefully rebuked by humans, its anger was burning, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Its thoughts seemed to be woven into the tone of its question, carrying the domineering and authoritative air of a superior being directed at Lin Qun. Inside the New Hope, the other humans listening involuntarily felt a sense of tension. It was the same instinctive reaction even an adult would feel uneasy upon hearing a scolding from their childhood homeroom teacher. But Lin Qun remained unmoved, calmly saying, "You can understand it that way. You can also try taking some extreme measures." Upon hearing this, the New Hope warship fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Qun. Those unfamiliar with him were filled with admiration, finding his answer incredibly powerful. Everyone involuntarily straightened their backs. Meanwhile, the Mire civilization warship fell into deathly silence. The luminous life forms of the Mire civilization dared not even breathe, sensing a chilling, murderous aura emanating from their own source energy. They trembled with fear, uttering not a word, expecting their source energy to erupt. However, in the end, the Mire civilization's source energy level said nothing. After a long silence, it said, "Fine. Let's do it your way." Everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected the source energy level to compromise so easily. Meanwhile, the other luminous life forms in the Mire civilization's spaceship exchanged uneasy glances. They were also dissatisfied with, even angry at, humanity's current toughness. How dare a civilization without even source energy, one that had previously relied on them, speak to them like this? But they had to admit that their Lord Mire had made the right choice. In their current situation, they couldn't afford to openly break ties with humanity. They could only grit their teeth and say, "This human civilization, they've taken advantage of our kindness. Once we leave this blockade area, we'll wipe them all out." How foolish. They probably don't know the dire consequences of offending a source energy being. Meanwhile, the source energy of the Mire civilization within the light barrier remained silent. Although it was also annoyed, it had also given it some thought. The confidence and threats of the human in their conversation were astonishing. This wasn't how a weak civilization without source energy should act when facing a source energy being. It suddenly had a feeling, perhaps, this human civilization wasn't as simple as it seemed. At this moment, in its eyes, the human fleet sailing alongside them suddenly seemed unfathomable. Meanwhile, on the New Hope, the humans were all excited. Mr. Lin is truly amazing. The Mire civilization has obediently agreed. Lin Qun, however, wasn't surprised by this outcome. He had already anticipated that the Mire civilization, in its current state, had no choice but to compromise. Their source energy level combat power was less than 1/10 of what it possessed, and their spaceship was gone. What else could they do? Naturally, they would agree to whatever the humans said. Moreover, their civilization's source energy was here, and outside this directional spatial blockade area, there was still a large force and fleet. They were the least willing to die. Losing even a small amount of unacquired benefits was a loss in itself. They had no other choice. Of course, Lin Qun's firm stance was supported by his strength. The situation was different now than before. Although the Mire civilization was still useful, if they really wanted to attack, Lin Qun wasn't afraid. At worst, he would lose his scapegoat. Therefore, if the Mire civilization's source energy level forces had truly acted in anger, Lin Qun would naturally have intervened and killed them. That was nothing to him. But now, the silver spaceship of the Mire civilization has very few lives left, probably less than 200. Killing them to harvest contribution points is far less valuable than keeping them alive. With this cooperation established, the relationship between human civilization and the Mire civilization has become even more delicate. Other civilizations have even sensed something amiss. But at this point, no one dares to say anything rashly, much less take sides, except for the Jiki civilization, which has clearly sided with humanity. The other three civilizations that came with the Maya civilization, each with only one spaceship remaining, are all behaving themselves. The fleets are silently navigating through space, wanting to be hunters, but also wary of becoming prey themselves. Having learned from previous experiences, everyone is much more cautious this time. Humanity, on the other hand, is secretly contacting SYNOPSIS, giving a brief report on the situation. Lin Qun is certain that the Maya civilization is also communicating with the fleets of other civilizations outside. But in the current situation, within this directional spatial blockade area, outsiders can enter, but those inside cannot easily leave. No one can get reinforcements from outside, that would be tantamount to harming others. Therefore, although Commander-in-Chief SYNOPSIS was also very worried about the situation on the New Hope fleet, Lin Qun still refused the request for reinforcements. Sending reinforcements now would be like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandfather. Neither the Divine Kingdom camp, nor the Super Civilization Alliance, nor even the elusive Third Cantilever Overlord, could be solved with just a little reinforcement. During the voyage, their caution proved effective. They didn't become prey themselves, but instead discovered their prey. And it was the Maya civilization that discovered their prey. They were indeed more experienced than humans in this regard. Suji had specifically organized a group within the fleet to study and research the Maya civilization, but so far, they hadn't reached the same level of acumen as the Maya civilization. The Maya civilization has discovered a hidden, lonely planet about 153 astronomical units away from us. At least 3 civilizations are currently engaged in combat at that location. Their identities cannot be confirmed, but it is certain that there are no other ambushes, Suji said. This time, the Maya civilization is certain. They suspect that at least one of these 3 warring civilizations is from the Divine Kingdom. Having suffered a great loss last time, the Maya civilization has become increasingly cautious. Of course, caution is useless against a civilization with stronger technology. This time, the Maya civilization is certain because they learned from their previous experience and can judge that this is not a trap. Lin Qun discussed the matter with the Maya civilization and decided to approach first to assess the situation and the strength of these warring civilizations. Thus, their fleet quietly changed course while sailing silently, heading towards this location. The lonely planet resembled a large comet, moving irregularly in this desolate starry sky under the pull of the surrounding ethereal gravity. The starry background was dazzling, but in this corner, it was pure darkness. And nearby, the 3 civilizations were engaged in combat. 3 civilizations, 3 fleets. 1, the largest, is the master of this great comet. They possess ground-based facilities on the comet, relying on which they engage in combat with their 2 adversaries above. The 2 civilizations above are also strangely involved, simultaneously fighting the civilization on the comet and themselves. Of the 3, the civilization on the comet is clearly more powerful. The other 2 civilizations, unable to escape, still choose to fight each other, indicating they are truly enemies. None of these 3 civilizations possess source energy, they only have evolved beings. One civilization, lacking any evolved beings, seems technologically advanced. Its fleet has a peculiar design, sharp as a dagger, charging left and right, leaving the evolved beings helpless. The fleet of the civilization on the comet was extremely bulky and cumbersome, resembling a rather bloated ship from a human perspective. Their ships weren't particularly powerful, but their sheer numbers made them formidable. Fighting against a comet in space, their massive hulls, ironically, served a unique purpose, acting as an iron wall, holding off attacks from the other 2 civilizations and helping their top-tier evolved beings fight their way out. The other fleet, located outside the comet, appeared more ordinary. While the fleet itself was unremarkable, it possessed a large number of high-energy life forms, 5 evolved beings in total, and thus remained standing. Clearly, this civilization wasn't known for its technological prowess but rather for its advanced energy. These 3 factions, each with its own characteristics, had reached a stalemate, locked in a fierce battle in space. And in doing so, their true nature was revealed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, A Mighty Force. This is a typical battle between beings without source energy levels. The information relayed back, and Suji narrowed her eyes, assessing the situation based on the information gathered from the front lines. In space, without source energy level life forms capable of influencing the battle, only evolved beings exist, or situations where there are no evolved beings at all. Coupled with their relatively weak and underdeveloped technology, the situation is such that warships crisscross, and cannons fly. It's like a naval battle in space, relying entirely on armor, shields, and heavy artillery. Some evolved beings have an advantage, with warships supporting them to maximize their combat power. Those without evolved beings generally possess stronger fleets, or even anti-evolver weapons, allowing them to fight on equal terms. The current situation is just like that. These three civilizations are mutually restraining, fighting to the death, yet none have gained an overwhelming advantage. The situation is stalemate, and the battle is extremely fierce because their strengths are roughly equal. Neither side possessed overwhelming power, making the battle a stalemate of attrition. Neither side could afford to stop fighting, as doing so would mean certain death. This stalemate was shattered by the arrival of the human fleet. Reconnaissance confirmed that none of the three civilizations were particularly powerful, making them manageable targets. The Mire civilization and the human civilization quickly reached an agreement and launched an attack. The Mire civilization, though severely weakened, was still formidable. It declared it could suppress the 5 evolved beings from the high-energy civilization, but the human would need to find a solution for the top-tier evolved being and the ordinary evolved being on the comet. Furthermore, the human would also need to address the issue of the large number of warships belonging to these civilizations. The Mire civilization's source energy level expert stated bluntly, "Our fleet is less than 1/10 intact. You've seen the situation of our Mire civilization, we only have these few ships left. We can't afford to lose them, and we're out of combat power. Now, only your fleet has the strength to fight. I'm also severely injured. Although I'm a source energy level expert, I don't have that much combat power anymore. Dealing with 5 evolved beings is my limit. You need to find a way to deal with the fleets of these 3 major civilizations. If you can't, we can retreat and not intervene." Looking at this message, Lin Qun said, "It's saying this intentionally. On one hand, they really don't have much combat power right now. On the other hand, they want to see our strength, and also, they're expressing their dissatisfaction with our previous tough stance. They're not prepared to contribute." It was true that the Mire civilization didn't have many ships left, and Lin Qun believed that. But he didn't believe that the Mire civilization's source energy level expert was only capable of dealing with 5 evolved beings. Suji retorted, "Aren't they afraid that if our entire fleet is wiped out, it won't benefit them either? No problem, perfect. We'll devour the other 2 fleets and harvest their contribution points." A cold glint flashed in Lin Qun's pupils, reflecting the 3 civilizations locked in a bloody battle on the screen. They're locked in a fierce fight, aren't they? I'll lend a hand. Without source energy and still embroiled in chaos, these 3 civilizations pose little threat to Lin Qun and humanity. Therefore, while Lin Qun saw through the Mire civilization's words, he didn't expose them. Instead, he directly responded on behalf of the human fleet, saying, "Then let's do it this way, don't worry, you're not very strong. We can fight." Lin Qun's reply wasn't directed solely at the Mire civilization, but at all the civilizations in the current, ravaged fleet. This was intentional on Lin Qun's part. The Mire civilization wants to preserve its strength? Fine, I believe you, but don't blame me for making this public. Further weakening the influence of your Mire civilization. The Mire civilization, having just admitted its weakness and depleted energy reserves, naturally couldn't refute humanity further and could only watch silently. Therefore, the Mire civilization remained silent, and both sides conducted a round of strategic deployment before launching their attack. After all, if they didn't act soon, these 3 civilizations would destroy themselves. Their battle was intensifying, resulting in heavy casualties. This time, besides harvesting contribution points, they had another mission, to confirm whether any of these 3 civilizations belonged to the Divine Kingdom faction. If so, they wanted to capture them as much as possible, hoping to find a way to safely leave the targeted special blockade area. At this moment, the human fleet and the Mire civilization decided to attack. Their ships emerged from stealth, warships appearing in full force, countless cannons and firepower firing simultaneously. Various weapons and beams instantly shot into space, creating a torrential downpour of attacks as they rushed onto the battlefield. This instantly attracted the attention of all 3 sides in the melee. But upon seeing such a fleet, they were all slightly taken aback. Because the fleets of both humanity and the Maya civilization didn't appear particularly formidable, especially the ships of the Maya civilization and a few others, which were battered and in a sorry state. Their initial attack, though fierce, couldn't overcome the disarray of their ravaged fleets. They looked all show and no substance. For such ships to enter their battleground and open fire was suicidal. And indeed, the human and Maya civilization fleets, though they immediately opened fire, had minimal effect in the first round of attacks, inflicting almost no real damage. This seemed to further confirm their apparent weakness and even a hint of overestimation of their own abilities. At that moment, Lin Qun, aboard the New Hope warship, publicly broadcast a message to the three civilizations: any civilizations from the Divine Kingdom faction, step forward immediately. We won't kill them. The three civilizations were completely stunned. Where did this fleet come from? Are they trying to devour all three of our civilizations? Are they courting death? Who gave them the courage? Such a dilapidated fleet dares to threaten us like this. This is overestimating their own strength, being ignorant of their own limitations. This is suicide. Wait, no, they have source energy. Although the Maya civilization and humanity are currently at odds, extremely wary of each other, their interests are aligned. Both want to leave this place. Even if the Maya civilization intends to hold back, and the source energy life form of that Maya civilization is deliberately concealing its abilities, at this moment, it will still actively cooperate with humanity. As soon as Lin Qun's broadcast ended, its source energy aura appeared as planned, directly floating in the starry sky, frantically spreading outwards, actively displaying its aura and strength. Sensing the source energy power, the three civilizations immediately changed color. They did not have source energy. Even their most technologically advanced, elite civilization could only withstand evolved beings, not source energy. These were all weak civilizations, locked in a fierce battle, seemingly evenly matched, but none possessed the means to confront a source energy powerhouse. The arrival of a source energy being would be a devastating blow, completely altering the course of the battlefield. They were simply not on the same level as source energy beings. It was a difference of heaven and earth. Even a dilapidated fleet would be transformed by the presence of a source energy being. However, the civilization on the comet was the first to notice the anomaly, coldly stating, "Something's wrong. This source energy aura is very weak, it's likely severely injured." While the three civilizations were still in doubt, humanity and the Maya civilization had already launched a full-scale attack. Having come to reap the rewards, there was no room for words. They simply attacked. At this moment, the Maya civilization's display of source energy aura instantly made them and humanity, the intruding fourth party, the target of everyone's attacks. The three warring civilizations briefly ceased fighting, all rushing towards this side, especially eager to eliminate the severely injured source energy being. In their eyes, with the severely wounded source energy dead, the suddenly appearing dilapidated fleet would pose no threat. However, they were completely wrong. The true god of death was hiding on the New Hope warship. At this moment, the New Hope warship was at the forefront, its central planet-destroying main cannon already prepared, now firing directly through the void. The terrifying and dazzling high-energy rays tore through the starry sky in an instant, the scorching light briefly illuminating the vision of all life around. This strike advanced domineeringly, piercing through all enemy warships in its path. It even pierced through a corner of the comet, sending fragments of the comet flying through the starry sky. Immediately afterward, behind the New Hope warship, the remaining 6 human warships and warships of other civilizations charged out simultaneously, cannon fire flying, a chaotic battle raging in the starry sky. At the same time, Lin Qun stretched out a hand, directly grabbing Wang Qizheng, and took a step into the void. The teleportation portal flashed and disappeared. The next second, he was carrying Wang Qizheng out of the starry sky. Donning his battle armor, Lin Qun, carrying Wang Qizheng, raced at high speed, using the flaming sun armor and the teleportation portal to quickly close the distance. Against non-source energy level life forms, he didn't need spirit summoning talismans. His evolved human strength was more than enough. Especially since these 3 fleets weren't particularly powerful civilizations and lacked weapons capable of threatening source energy level beings, they posed even less of a threat to Lin Qun. Although Lin Qun wasn't source energy, he had many advantages. Now, as an evolved human, advanced evolved human weapons were practically useless against him. Only source energy level weapons or purely high-powered, high-explosive weapons could inflict substantial damage on him. and given Lin Qun's agility, such attacks were difficult to execute. As for Wang Qizheng, Lin Qun brought him along to collect contribution points. He also shared the pressure, allowing for a quicker destruction of the enemy fleets. After all, these three fleets were numerous and could potentially cause losses to the human fleet. The only way to minimize losses was to eliminate the opponents in the shortest possible time, giving them no opportunity to inflict effective damage. For the three civilizations, the two evolved beings who suddenly appeared were slightly taken aback. If they were only at the source energy level, that would be one thing, but two evolved beings dared to charge in? At this moment, their attention was entirely focused on the source energy level being from the Maya civilization. They had all noticed something amiss with the source energy level being, but even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. A single source energy level being could threaten all three civilizations. This was why they instantly switched from a chaotic battle to joining forces against humanity and the Maya civilization. In the chaos of battle, each side was evenly matched for their own interests, and anyone could win. But with a source energy being involved, things were different. No one wanted to become a pawn for another, so naturally, they immediately and unanimously joined forces. Their target was the source energy of the Maya civilization. The source energy of the Maya civilization once again drew tons of firepower to Lin Qun. And therefore, seeing Lin Qun and Wang Qizheng rushing in so quickly, they were naturally somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Two evolved beings dare to attack an interstellar fleet in space. Are they crazy, or are we? Do these two evolved beings also think they were source energy level? Focus fire on them. Wait, something's strange. How are these two evolved beings moving so fast? Intercept them. The source energy of the Maya civilization kept its promise. It single-handedly held off 5 evolved beings from the high-energy realm civilization, handling the situation with ease. It seemed it wasn't as weak as it claimed. The information it gave to humanity was somewhat concealed. Therefore, the remaining civilizations on the comet, and the civilization with the blade-like warship, could now direct all their firepower towards the fleet and Lin Qun. Initially, their intense firepower was aimed at the human fleet, etc. They considered the two charging evolved beings suicidal, only diverting some of their firepower to kill them. At such a vast interstellar distance, relying on flesh and blood to rush forward, even for evolved beings, isn't that just suicide? They'd be blasted to death on the way. Missiles and beam weapons would strike with precision, they wouldn't have a chance to reach us. In fact, their judgment was correct from this point of view, which is also a normal situation in space. Evolved beings simply do not have the ability to fight interstellar warships in space at long distances. Even if evolved beings can destroy ordinary warships, they will be annihilated on the way. What can you do then? However, the civilization on the comet and the civilization of the blade warship quickly discovered that the reality was not as they had thought. These two evolved beings were not only not annihilated, but instead rushed forward at high speed, getting closer and closer, even approaching a dangerous distance. Their precise strikes were completely bypassed by the two beings. That strange spatial jump perfectly evaded their attacks, and the speed at which these two evolved beings moved was unbelievable. How is this possible? Quick! Intercept them! Intercept them! Too late! Too late! The method they adopted was indeed the best method for civilizations in space to deal with evolved beings. Evolved beings, who are invincible on planets, seem to have short legs in space, but this move was almost useless against Lin Qun. He possessed the abilities of teleportation portals and apprentices, allowing him to open doors at will. Precision strikes were instantly bypassed. Relying on teleportation portals, he could traverse vast distances in the vastness of space, reaching the limits of his vision in a single teleportation. Combined with the terrifying speed of his blazing sun armor, he carried Wang Qizheng through the hail of bullets from these two civilizations, rapidly closing the distance. Once the distance was closed, civilizations like these, with relatively weak fleet technology, would lose all their advantages. This distance was the advantageous distance for evolved beings. Therefore, the Blade Fleet civilization was instantly alarmed. Because, in terms of distance, Lin Qun's primary target at this moment was the closest enemy ship. Closing the distance, Lin Qun directly hurled a warship at Wang Qizheng. Immediately afterward, his blazing sun armor blazed with raging hellfire, and his body surged forward at high speed towards the nearest enemy ship. Amidst the terrified gazes of the survivors on the warship's bridge, Lin Qun, like a god of death, charged forward with unstoppable force, piercing their shield systems and smashing through them with overwhelming power. The next moment, Their warship exploded spectacularly in the starry sky. Meanwhile, Wang Qizhang was plummeting towards an enemy ship. To be honest, he was somewhat disoriented. Lin Qun's method of travel was unbearable for most people, even most evolved beings. Lin Qun possessed armor, extremely high attributes, and various methods to enhance his body, but most people didn't have these. Only Wang Qizhang, with his exceptionally strong physique and well-cultivated golden bell shield, would have been torn to shreds on the way. Wang Qizhang, however, was now stabilizing himself, a faint golden light emanating from his body. He clenched his iron fist, clad in challenge gauntlets, and lunged directly at his target below. But he lacked Lin Qun's formidable skills in navigating a hail of bullets. His current choice was to open his alternate dimension and swallow the target warship whole, himself and all. Let Lin Qun handle the task of tearing through the fleet. Without warship support, consuming a single warship was enough for him. At this moment, Lin Qun was relentlessly and domineeringly piercing through the entire fleet of the blade ship civilization. He didn't display any power exceeding the evolved human level. Relying on the flaming sun armor, high attribute violence, and the unique mechanics of the Hellfire, Lin Qun leaped and darted through the fleet like a god of death. One warship after another was sunk. Devastating. Contribution points soared. Lin Qun charged left and right, moving through the enemy fleet as if it were empty. One warship after another was destroyed in futile resistance, exploding with a deafening roar. Utterly ferocious. The beings of the blade ship civilization were horrified to discover that this evolved human possessed such terrifying combat power. But it was too late. As Lin Qun shattered the fleet, the human fleet, led by the new warship, advanced in unison, firing in coordination to utterly crush them. Lin Qun's speed was incredible. He broke the deadlock with a single move. The side previously locked in a stalemate was destroyed by Lin Qun with lightning speed. The entire fleet continued its advance, crashing through ruins and wreckage with unstoppable momentum. The civilization on the comet behind them was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 669 The Big Fish of the Divine Kingdom. They're so fast. This human strength limit has never exceeded that of an evolved being, yet he's just an evolved being. How could he so easily break through the blockade and defenses of an interstellar fleet? He's a top-tier evolved being. Human civilization has indeed been hiding its strength. They have two evolved beings. They've hidden a top-tier evolved being. But how did they evade our detection and remain hidden? At this moment, not only was the blade-like fleet shocked, but the luminous life forms of the Meyer civilization in the silver spaceship behind them were also astonished. This time, they deliberately concealed their strength, partly to preserve and hide their power. After all, it's better to sacrifice a friend than oneself, and partly to observe humanity, to see where their confidence came from, so they could decide their future attitude and policy towards humanity. Lin Qun's attack truly surprised these luminous life forms of the Meyer civilization. Especially the astonishing combat power Lin Qun displayed, which almost overturned their understanding of evolved beings. This top-tier human evolved being is too powerful. Is this still the strength that an evolved being can possess? He charged ahead, breaking through the blade fleet's formation. Coordinating with a human fleet behind him, he swiftly and decisively shattered the blade fleet's lines, his speed even surpassing the speed of the Meyer civilization's source energy level attack. Of course, the Meyer civilization's source energy level being severely injured was one factor. Another was that it was deliberately holding back, wanting to test a human strength. Therefore, the Meyer civilization's source energy level was still entangled with the 5 evolved beings and the high-energy life fleet behind them, unable to quickly determine a victor. It could have quickly decided the outcome, but it didn't, deliberately dragging things out while secretly observing the human battle. The Meyer civilization's source energy level, naturally, also observed the human situation. While it was surprised and puzzled as to how the humans had managed to hide a top-tier evolved being right under its nose without being discovered, it was mostly relieved. This top-tier human evolved being, though incredibly powerful, was ultimately an evolved being, not a source energy level being. In truth, what the Meyer civilization's source energy level was most worried about was that a source energy level life form was hiding within the human fleet. If that were the case, it and its people would truly be playing with fire, facing genuine danger. Seeing that humanity lacks source energy, although the Meyer civilization's source energy level wasn't entirely certain, it was somewhat relieved. At this moment, it intensified its efforts, preparing to take down the civilization before it. As long as the human civilization didn't possess true source energy, Even if it was a wounded source energy being, it wouldn't fear humanity. An evolved being, no matter how powerful, was still an evolved being. There was a fundamental difference between an evolved being and a source energy life form. They were simply incomparable. Moreover, by acquiring these contribution points in today's battle, it could exchange them for potions from the civilization battlefield's contribution point shop to accelerate its recovery. Once its combat strength was restored, how could this human civilization, a mere source energy life form, possibly stand above them? Then, they would see who reigned supreme. Humanity still possesses a fleet, which they need. Even if they cannot completely annihilate this human fleet, they can still fundamentally change the current situation where humanity dominates them and the Maya civilization. As a source energy life form and the leader of the alliance, how could they be suppressed by their subordinates? Of course, appearances are secondary. Whoever holds the power of discourse will gain more benefits and make others work for them. That is the most crucial point. At this moment, on the battlefield, although the human and Maya civilizations each have their own thoughts, the rhythm of the battle has not stopped for a moment. Their goals are now aligned. The human fleet is breaking through the wreckage of the Blade Ship civilization's warships. Ahead, Lin Qun has already charged towards the civilization on the comet, like a rainbow piercing the sun, unstoppable and extremely fierce. The civilization on the comet is also surprised, not expecting the suddenly appearing fourth fleet to be so ferocious despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance. However, at this moment, they have no choice but to hold on and fight to the death against the human civilization. Under the blockade of the Divine Kingdom, teleportation was impossible. They also had their own base on the comet, making escape impossible as they were deeply embroiled in battle. Their only option was to continue fighting to the bitter end. Their fleet had a peculiar design. Each warship appeared somewhat bulky, but when combined, they formed a star formation. The entire fleet resembled a giant shield, an impenetrable wall of steel, creating a battle formation and an ironclad defense. At this moment, as they charged out in formation, their evolved humans also emerged from their fleet to coordinate with the impenetrable defenses. This civilization on the comet had two evolved humans, an ordinary one and a top-tier one. They were now fighting with all their might to stop Lin Qun. Although they had watched helplessly as the Blade fleet was destroyed, they still had some confidence. They had a fleet and two evolved humans, surely they could stop the enemy? However, their confidence was quickly shattered. These two evolved beings were utterly no match for Lin Qun. Lin Qun simply clenched his fist in the air, gathering dark energy to form a terrifying energy hammer the size of a truck. Under the cover of the fleet behind him, he charged forward, unleashing the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The chaotic cloak hammer technique was a cumulative combat tactic where each strike was more powerful than the last. Lin Qun's combat strength was already astonishing, and the chaotic cloak hammer technique struck with lightning speed, its power terrifying. He first unleashed two hammer blows in the air, then continued hammering forward. The ordinary evolved being in front of him was smashed into mincemeat by Lin Qun's hammer. It hadn't even uttered a sound, coming full of confidence, but its resistance was mercilessly shattered by Lin Qun's chaotic cloak hammer technique, and it was instantly killed. The top-tier evolved beings behind them, witnessing the scene, were terrified and immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Qun arrived with astonishing force. This top-tier evolved being wasn't much stronger than the ordinary evolved being from before. He was smashed to pieces by Lin Qun's two hammer blows, his body disintegrating, and he died a gruesome death in the sky. Lin Qun was clean and swift, instantly slaying two evolved beings. 2 contribution points were added to his account. These two evolved beings, who had come with overwhelming momentum, probably never expected to be killed so quickly, unable to stop the human before them in the slightest. But it was too late for them to regret it. On the star battlefield, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. The civilization on this comet didn't have a unique life form. In fact, Lin Qun could have killed them with a single glance. With Lin Qun's current physique, combined with a headshot woman's abilities, ordinary evolved beings couldn't withstand a single glance from Lin Qun. However, since Lin Qun had displayed the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he didn't use the headshot woman skill. Because Lin Qun's real target wasn't these two evolved beings. With his own fleet providing cover, Lin Qun's advance became even more ferocious. His true target, the chaotic cloak hammer technique, was the combined defensive array of the fleets on the comet. This array, formed by the fleets, was like an impenetrable wall, further reinforced by shields. To break through, Lin Qun would have to breach this defense. The chaotic cloak hammer technique, with its 81 strikes, multiplied the power of each strike, and Lin Qun's current attack was a way to accumulate power. With his own fleet intercepting the enemy's attacks, Lin Qun could directly build up his strength. Without needing to display his source energy combat power, Lin Qun directly swung his dark energy warhammer, smashing it down like lightning against the enemy's battle array. The array shook. The shields trembled. Lin Qun, like a blacksmith, hammered down again and again, each strike faster and more powerful than the last. At this moment, Lin Qun was like a god of war. With each hammer blow, the enemy's shields flashed violently, clashing with Lin Qun's power. The fleet shook, and most of the flying attacks were intercepted by the human fleet behind Lin Qun, while the rest were directly shattered by Lin Qun's heavy hammers. Unstoppable, hammer after hammer fell. The vacuum of space was silent, but at this moment, with each of Lin Qun's hammer blows surpassing the last, everyone who witnessed this scene could almost hear the thunderous roar of each strike. The world seemed to tremble, their hearts pounding. One man's strength shook the fleet. Until the 81st hammer blow, a complete rout. The formation of the civilization fleet on the comet was utterly shattered by Lin Qun's hammer blows. Many bloated warships fell backward, and several central warships were violently smashed through. The lives on those warships looked at this human figure charging at the forefront as if he were a terrifying monster. Was this an evolved being? His chaotic hammer blows shattered the fleet's battle formation. Just moments ago, relying on the combination of fleet formations and evolved beings, they had withstood the combined attacks of the Blade Fleet and the high-energy life civilization fleet, holding their own for a long time. But now, this had been utterly crushed by Lin Qun. The human figure covered in the blazing sun armor would become a terrifying nightmare these beings would never forget. Lin Qun pierced through the battlefield, destruction scattering wherever he went. Behind him, the second beam weapon of the New Hope warship was ready, and Suji gave the order for the main cannon to lock onto the comet's body and fire. Immediately afterward, a dazzling beam of energy once again pierced through the starry sky. Everyone's pupils were illuminated. This beam, like a spear, pierced through everything in its path, including enemy ships, disappearing in the flash. Then, it pierced through the entire body of the great comet. In the silent starry sky, the great comet shattered into pieces, tragically disintegrating. The civilization's facilities and buildings on the comet exploded and collapsed, all submerged in the great destruction. In the starry sky, Lin Qun and his fleet launched a coordinated attack, wiping out a bloated fleet of the civilization on the comet in one fell swoop. The entire cosmos was swept clean. Amidst the sea of fire, the human fleet emerged triumphantly, wounded but undamaged, displaying its formidable strength. Above the human fleet, Lin Qun, clad in dark red armor, hovered in the starry sky, his feet resting on a sea of inferno, fragmented starships and the disintegrating comet. His gaze was fixed on the last remaining high-energy life form. At this moment, the still resisting high-energy life form was utterly terrified. They were already on the verge of defeat. The Meyer civilization's source energy level beings had accelerated their offensive. How could they possibly withstand it? 4 of the 5 evolved beings were killed in quick succession, the last one desperately fleeing. But then they discovered that the battle behind them had already ended. There were no source energy level beings on the other side, yet the battle had ended even faster. The civilization on the comet, its razor-sharp fleet, had been completely wiped out. They were now in an awkward position. One wave of enemies followed by another, trapped in the starry sky. At this moment, they urgently sent a message: "Don't kill us. Don't kill us. We are a civilization of the Divine Kingdom faction. We are a civilization of the Divine Kingdom faction. You said that civilizations of the Divine Kingdom faction can be spared." Previously, they had scoffed at the human broadcast, but now, it had become their lifeline, which they desperately clung to, fearing that these terrifying beings before them would renege on their previous statements. They hadn't expected this unassuming fleet that had suddenly appeared to be so powerful. The three-way battle had raged for so long without a clear winner, but now, with their arrival, the battle had been quickly ended. However, with their self-destruction, the humans and the Meyer civilization indeed stopped attacking. The humans and the Meyer civilization, wanting to learn about the possibility of normal warp jumps from the Divine Kingdom faction, naturally couldn't continue attacking. But the human fleet, in conjunction with the Meyer civilization, had blocked the communications of this high-energy life-form fleet, now completely surrounding and trapping them. Of course, they actually didn't have many warships left. They were in a very sorry state. Surrounded and terrified, they dared not act rashly. Seeing that their attacks had ceased, they realized their identity as part of the Divine Kingdom faction might be useful and said, "We are indeed a civilization of the Divine Kingdom faction. Do not attack us. If you attack us, you will be considered enemies by the Divine Kingdom faction, and you will be in trouble." The source energy level of the Maya civilization glanced towards the humans, especially at Lin Qun's location. This glance, though across the starry sky, was still noticed by Lin Qun, whose perception was sharpened at the 7th level of his sword control technique. However, he did not respond, only smiling slightly. He knew that in this battle, humanity had redefined their perception in the eyes of the Maya civilization. But it had not exceeded that limit. As long as humanity did not demonstrate the strength to contend with source energy, the Maya civilization would continue to believe they still had the ability to control the situation. After all, according to normal thinking, even the most powerful evolved beings were still just evolved beings, nothing in the face of source energy. The Maya civilization possessed source energy level beings, which was their greatest source of confidence. With source energy level beings, they believed they still had the ability to control the situation and that even if humanity was currently acting tough, they still needed their source energy level beings. Lin Qun understood even better that even if the Maya civilization's source energy was severely damaged, it shouldn't have appeared so weak, fighting 5 evolved beings for so long without one escaping. There was only one explanation for this: the Maya civilization's source energy was deliberately feigning weakness, both to lower human civilization's guard and to deplete human strength. Civilizations without source energy generally wouldn't see this, but Lin Qun, having dealt with source energy level beings extensively, could discern it. However, neither Lin Qun nor humanity intended to reveal this. Their immediate priority was finding a way out. Blocking a civilization belonging to the Divine Kingdom faction was exactly what they wanted. Therefore, Lin Qun turned back to his warship, gathered a group of people, and personally boarded the remnant spaceship of the opposing high-energy life-form civilization to interrogate their evolved beings. Humanity has 7 warships and ample manpower, and they are rapidly boarding and taking control of the remaining 3 warships of the high-energy civilization. The Maya civilization, however, did not send a source energy level individual, only 5 people, who were also there for questioning. These evolved beings from the high-energy civilization were immediately captured and interrogated. The first step, naturally, was to confirm their identities. Lin Qun, seeing the seemingly useless person, personally questioned him, saying, "You claim to be from the Divine Kingdom camp, but why should we believe you? If you truly are from the Divine Kingdom civilization, then where were the other 2 civilizations from? Why didn't you report this to your Divine Kingdom camp's higher-ups to request reinforcements?" The high-energy life forms evolved being looked terrified. Seeing Lin Qun's swift and decisive defeat of the other 2 civilizations, his expression was as if he had seen some monstrous star. Under the influence of the seemingly useless person, his fear intensified, and he hurriedly spoke, revealing everything he knew, saying, "You can check our system. We have missions assigned to us by the higher-ups of the Divine Kingdom camp. The other 2 civilizations, the Blade Fleet, are from the evil Super-Civilization Alliance. The civilization on the comet is just a neutral faction civilization hiding here. We were fighting the Blade civilization according to our mission in the civilization battlefield when the civilization on the comet discovered us. They are very greedy, seeing that our 2 civilizations are not considered strong within their own camp. They wanted to devour us in one go, which led to the current situation. As for reporting, we indeed did not report. Our civilization is too weak and insignificant in the God Kingdom's camp. We're just cannon fodder. Even if we report it, the God Kingdom might not take it seriously, or even send anyone. If they confirm our location, they might send us on some doomed mission. Naturally, we dare not report it. Besides, we have our own selfish motives. We want to take down these civilizations and gain contribution points. I'm really not lying to you. Please don't kill us. We truly are a civilization in the God Kingdom's camp. Although we are insignificant, if we are annihilated here, it will be recorded among the higher-level civilizations in the God Kingdom's camp. Even if the God Kingdom's target is the big fish here, they will still send people to investigate. Then you'll be in trouble. Don't kill me, don't kill us, really. Chapter 670 Escape Route. The last remaining evolved being of the high-energy civilization, burdened by the touch of uselessness and his own fear, was filled with terror and despair, utterly unrecognizable as an evolved being. While the touch of uselessness itself wasn't high level, Lin Qun's current strength was sufficient to influence evolved beings weaker than himself. At this moment, besides Lin Qun, there were also people from the Maya civilization present. They brought a strange device that could be directly fitted onto the brain of this last evolved being of the high-energy civilization, seemingly capable of detecting electrical waves and analyzing them to obtain certain information. Perhaps it was a lie detector. Perhaps it was mental intrusion. But the Maya civilization's technology wasn't that advanced. At its most advanced, it was only at this level. However, both the Maya civilization and humanity noticed the information mentioned by this unfortunate, anxious evolved being. A luminous staff member of the Maya civilization asked, "What do you mean by the big fish from the Divine Kingdom? Is it the Divine Kingdom's target?" "Yes, I don't know either. I only know that we came here with the Divine Kingdom's legion for a big fish from an evil super-civilization alliance." Yes, our legion is here. If you kill us, you'll be in trouble. Let us go, and we can pretend nothing happened. We can go our separate ways." The other party seemed somewhat terrified. In this situation, there was almost no way out, but the other party was backed by the Divine Kingdom, and they were still trying to fight for a chance to survive. What if the name of the Divine Kingdom could intimidate this person? Lin Qun, upon hearing this, showed a thoughtful expression. Sure enough, the civilizations of the Divine Kingdom had made such a large fuss here for an important big fish from the Super Civilization Alliance. Other civilizations were merely collateral damage. Lin Qun frowned. "Where did you come from? Where did the Divine Kingdom's legion come from? What else do you know about this big fish?" He suddenly thought of the massive army of the Super Civilization Alliance that they had encountered by chance before, the one that had let them go. The enemy scale was terrifying, no less than the invincible legion of the Divine Kingdom they had glimpsed. We are a civilization from the center of the star system. After joining the Divine Kingdom, we were conscripted and came here. That's how the Divine Kingdom's legions are assembled. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. We dare not participate in the Divine Kingdom's large-scale operations. In such wars, we would be sacrifices, cannon fodder. Going means death. We're here just trying to find a way to survive. Let us go. We won't reveal your location to the Divine Kingdom." This terrified evolver, who didn't truly accept the God Kingdom faction, now clung to it as a lifeline, repeatedly uttering words that carried both a threat and a hint of pleading. This reflects that in this galactic-level civilization battlefield, even the so-called God Kingdom faction wasn't truly a God Kingdom. They were essentially similar to the Maya Civilization Alliance. Individual civilizations came from various locations, and while different civilizations gathered because of and for the God Kingdom's purposes, their true motivation was their own civilization's interest, the sole reason driving their full-scale actions. They joined the God Kingdom faction only because it seemed to offer greater benefits. Their genuine acceptance and loyalty to the God Kingdom faction were not significant. But this terrified evolver was clearly mistaken. The God Kingdom faction couldn't threaten humanity or the Maya civilization. Even if they obtained the coordinates, aside from the question of whether they would come for such a weak civilization, even if they did send people, humanity would have already left. Moreover, unless the Maya civilization and humanity were insane, they would never let these members of the Divine Kingdom faction escape. Annihilating them here would be risky for the Divine Kingdom faction, but letting them go, even if they claimed they wouldn't reveal anything now, would ultimately expose themselves. No one would do something so foolish. At this moment, the luminous entity of the Maya civilization asked a series of questions they were most concerned about: how to properly jump out of this directional spatial blockade. Lin Qun and the other human beings also paid attention. This was the information humanity desperately needed. Unfortunately, while this evolved being did know a little about the matter, it was all unhelpful information. From its answers, and even from the information deciphered from their fleet, they were indeed just cannon fodder. They only knew that the inability to jump here was the work of a top-tier civilization within the Divine Kingdom faction. That civilization was extremely powerful, a formidable force even in the first-level civilization battlefield. It was the leader of the Divine Kingdom faction civilization legion in this battlefield, the confirmed legion commander with high authority. Within the current Divine Kingdom camp, anyone wishing to jump, and to which destination, even civilizations within the Divine Kingdom camp, cannot do so arbitrarily. They must apply through internal channels and receive approval before jumping can proceed. However, they know nothing about how to apply, how to obtain approval, or how to actually jump after approval. Their spaceships contain no such information. It seems they genuinely don't know. Their civilization's strength is indeed mediocre, likely ranking low within the Divine Kingdom camp. Not only do they know nothing, but they may not even have the right to apply. The evolved being, perhaps realizing the information he was providing was worthless, exclaimed in terror, "Don't kill me. I urge you to join the Divine Kingdom camp. The evil super-civilization alliance is doomed to lose this war. You don't know how powerful the Divine Kingdom camp is. We have countless fleets, countless source energy sources, and even overlord-level life forms. Join us, and you'll survive to the end. Otherwise, you'll all die after the war. The Divine Kingdom camp is in dire need of manpower right now. If you join now, you'll definitely be approved, but by then, it will be too late. And I can try to find relevant information for you, trust me. Trust me." Unfortunately, although its words made Lin Qun and the Meyer civilization's beings shudder, it couldn't save them. Joining the God Kingdom's camp had its advantages, but the disadvantages were clearly stated by the evolved being himself. As for the rest, neither humanity nor the Meyer civilization believed it. In the current situation, there was no possibility of cooperation between them. In the end, the human civilization made a firm decision, reaping the remaining high-energy civilization beings and handing over 2 of the 3 captured spaceships to the Jiki civilization, leaving only 1 for the Meyer civilization. The Meyer civilization didn't argue about this. They needed spaceships, but lacked manpower, and this one was enough for them. As for contribution points, that had been agreed upon beforehand, with humanity taking the lion's share, and the Meyer civilization had no intention of arguing. This time, humanity demonstrated its strength, and the Meyer civilization's attitude towards humanity was better than before. The other remnants of the Meyer civilizations also looked at the human civilization with new respect. Whoever is stronger naturally has the right to speak. Of course, both human civilization and the Meyer civilization are aware of this. The Meyer civilization is currently keeping a low profile, waiting for its source energy level to recover. Once its source energy level is restored, the Meyer civilization will certainly not be bowing down to humanity as it is now. At that time, the Meyer civilization will probably even compete for power. However, in the eyes of humanity, this is actually the Meyer civilization's naive confidence. Even if the Meyer civilization's source energy is restored, humanity is not afraid of it, so humanity is happy with the current situation. It's best if the Meyer civilization behaves itself. If it doesn't, then who knows what the situation will be. Among them, the Jiki civilization is overjoyed. Having gained 2 warships for free, how could they not be happy? Not getting any kills is normal. Under the unexpected joy, the Jiki civilization is even more grateful to humanity. Jikenta even sent repeated communications expressing its loyalty to human civilization. The Jiki civilization is good, it can be trusted. The high-energy life-form civilization here has many evolved beings, each with strong individual abilities, but consequently, their science and technology are very poor. The 2 captured warships are not powerful enough. If the human fleet keeps them, they will have to divide the manpower among themselves, further straining the human fleet's own manpower. Under these circumstances, humans don't value them, so Suji suggested simply giving them to the Jiki civilization. In the cosmos, quantity is only important when there's no other option, quality remains paramount. A sufficiently powerful spaceship can rival countless fleets. The Jiki civilization is currently essentially part of the human fleet. Giving them these 2 ships would not only garner further gratitude from the Jiki civilization, increasing their support and loyalty to human civilization, but it would also give humanity control over the ships, enhancing their strength, a win-win situation. Lin Qun naturally had no objections. Having completed this round of harvesting, Lin Qun's total contribution points reached over 90,000. If another similar battle were to occur, he could draw cards again. This shouldn't be too difficult. Currently, although the surrounding starry sky is under a directional spatial blockade, this also means that many civilizations have been forced to surface. As long as we don't encounter any particularly powerful ones or get targeted by any civilization faction, we can still accumulate contribution points. And where in the starry sky are there so many powerful civilizations? Most civilizations are of average strength, and at this stage, those powerful civilizations are mostly within the Divine Kingdom faction and the Super Civilization Alliance. As long as we avoid these 2 nemesis groups, we should be able to get through this safely. and perhaps even accumulate some more contribution points as an extra reward. Lin Qun returned to the New Hope warship and shook his head, saying, "To put it bluntly, this civilization is a deserter from the Divine Kingdom camp. They know too little." Suji said, "It's alright, this is better than no information at all. At least we know more than before." Lin Qun nodded and said, "That's right. We can follow this clue. If we can find a way to get approval from within this Divine Kingdom camp, we can leave directly. Perhaps we can look for other Divine Kingdom targets next." Although the information obtained was limited, this path was correct. The Divine Kingdom camp civilization was currently the only one within this directional spatial blockade area who possessed the method to jump out of here. Contacting them and obtaining jump authorization would allow them to leave. The Divine Kingdom camp's target here was the big fish of the evil super civilization alliance. The blockade was likely also for this big fish. However, judging from the current situation, they didn't seem to have launched a full-scale war yet, but war could break out at any time. Lin Qun said, "We'd better leave before the war breaks out. If we can't leave before then, the war phase will be our last chance. Humanity doesn't understand the evil super civilization alliance. But given the current situation, the Divine Kingdom's army has sealed off the entire space region. Once they win and eliminate the big fish they're looking for, will they let go of the other civilizations within this sealed-off area? The net has been cast. The big fish has been caught. How could they let the remaining fish go? If they haven't left by the end of the war between the two factions, it will be extremely dangerous. At that time, only one faction civilization will remain in this area, using its powerful capabilities to search for and harvest scattered neutral civilizations like humanity. Which neutral civilization has the ability to directly confront the Divine Kingdom's army? Moreover, from these high-energy life forms, both humanity and the Meyer civilization gained an unexpected piece of information. Joining the Divine Kingdom's faction isn't something one can simply do at will, it requires approval from within the Divine Kingdom's ranks. Thus, joining the Divine Kingdom camp to avoid disaster under duress has become an uncertain path. It seems we still need to find a way to leave before the situation completely spirals out of control, Lin Qun said. While harvesting contribution points, we also need to search for other civilizations within the Divine Kingdom camp. There must be civilizations similar to this one. The only question is, how the third cantilever overlord, who's also trying to take advantage of the chaos, plans to end things. Within this current sealed-off area, the third cantilever overlord, this neutral third-party civilization group, is definitely a force to be reckoned with. They can take advantage of the chaos now, but once the situation becomes clear and a victor emerges, they will immediately become the winner's primary target, and then they'll be in trouble. Suji, listening to Lin Qun's words, said, "Perhaps this directional spatial blockade won't stop them." Lin Qun glanced at Suji and immediately understood her thoughts. The Third Arm Overlord and its civilization, Canis, were powerful and cunning. Their presence here couldn't have been a one-way trip. The Meyer civilization and humanity knew the dangers, so how could they not? They must have already planned their escape. This meant that perhaps there was a way to escape from the Third Arm Overlord and its fleet. Of course, that was a matter for later. After the battle, the human and Meyer civilization fleets quickly left. All parties were satisfied, having largely achieved their objectives. Silent navigation or short-distance jumps were used to continue their journey, and the plan to find a way out had a direction. Although the Meyer and human civilizations were outwardly friendly, their common interests aligned. In the current situation, seeking other allies would involve greater risks. In the following days, the human fleet and the Meyer civilization cautiously advanced, searching for new targets. Currently, this starry sky was bustling with activity, with many civilizations engaged in combat. These civilizations come from all sides, varying in strength, but at this stage, the powerful civilizations generally act in groups, fighting against opposing factions. Most of those active in other areas are weaker civilizations. Having evolved beings is already considered good, and those with source energy are rare. They were all dragged into this situation unwittingly. Some are unaware of the situation and look bewildered, while others with some strength have grasped the current predicament and are following the same path as the human and Meyer civilizations, using this opportunity to gain contribution points while searching for a way to leave. This makes the surrounding area even more chaotic, resembling a dark forest, with civilizations fighting above and below fighting below. A new order is forming amidst the chaos. The fleets of the human and Meyer civilizations appear dilapidated and have even become targets. Before humanity could even approach them, they were attacked. The outcome was predictable. When humanity and the Maya civilization joined forces, the appearance of the source energy level life forms completely terrified the enemy. This attacking alien civilization, which had intended to harvest the fleets of humanity and the Maya civilization, ended up becoming easy targets for contribution points, a truly tragic situation. However, this civilization was just an ordinary one, not affiliated with any party. Destroying them yielded no useful information for humanity or the Maya civilization. Lin Qun, on the other hand, harvested over 20,000 contribution points, bringing his total to 110,000. In the starry sky, the fleets of various civilizations were not large, making it difficult for Lin Qun to amass 1,000,000 contribution points by destroying enemy fleets. However, after lingering for a while, Lin Qun knew that finding his next target was only a matter of time. While the surrounding environment was dangerous, this very danger made finding a target less difficult. However, humanity and the Maya civilization failed to find any civilizations from the Divine Kingdom faction. Instead, they encountered a group of ships from a super civilization alliance. And this time, just like before, they were the ones who initiated the attack on humanity. Chapter 671 Card Draw. Triple Tonic. The human and Maya civilization fleets currently appear dilapidated and lack any sense of advanced technology or power. This is mainly because the Maya civilization and its remaining few ships, each with only a single damaged vessel, look rather pathetic. Even though the human fleet is standardized, its mixed composition makes it appear inferior, easily becoming a target. This evil super civilization alliance has a considerable number of civilizations, led by 2 evolved beings. This is actually Lin Qun's first direct confrontation with the civilization faction, which has been identified as an adversary by the God Kingdom in the civilization battlefield. The previous 2 encounters were near the interstellar dust cloud and with the Blade Fleet. In the first encounter, although they met and made contact, no battle ensued. The opponent was incredibly powerful, beyond the human fleet's capabilities, and the human fleet was forced to retreat. In the last encounter with the Blade Fleet, although they clashed, the Blade Fleet was quickly annihilated by the humans. Before that, neither the human nor the Maya civilization even knew they were members of a super civilization alliance. They only learned of it through the God Kingdom civilization. While this so-called evil super civilization alliance may not actually be evil, if the information from the Divine Kingdom is true and they truly threaten the entire galaxy, then they do indeed threaten the safety of all civilizations in Galaxy 613. Calling them enemies of all civilizations in the galaxy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Although interstellar civilizations are inherently antagonistic, the universe is vast. If you can't win, you can always hide. But if the enemy wants to sweep across the entire galaxy, they'll wipe out even hiding places, leaving only confrontation as the only option. Therefore, neither Lin Qun nor anyone else in human civilization has ever considered cooperating with this super civilization alliance. This is not only because they are currently the target of everyone's attacks, suffering under the Divine Kingdom's blows and unable to enjoy the benefits of the civilizational battlefield, but also because they are directly related to humanity's own interests and could potentially threaten human civilization in the future. Cooperating with them, at least for now, is completely unfeasible. It would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Of course, in the cosmos, the relationships between civilizations are very delicate. There are only permanent interests, and this is not absolute. However, this clash was quite unexpected. They emerged from the darkness and swiftly launched an attack on the entire fleet of both humans and the Maya civilization. 2 evolved beings charged ahead, followed by the entire fleet, a full-scale assault from the outset, clearly a desperate move, as if they were already bloodthirsty upon first sight. How could the human and Maya civilizations tolerate them? If they wanted to annihilate them, then let's see whose fist is harder. There was no reason to back down when the enemy had initiated the attack. This was Lin Qun's strategy. He was rapidly deploying his forces, coordinating with the Maya civilization's source energy level, cutting through the enemy lines. This super civilization alliance wasn't particularly strong to begin with, and now they were attacking them in a frenzy. Lin Qun naturally wouldn't back down. Although the super civilization alliance's army had previously spared Lin Qun and the others, now that they had initiated the attack, Lin Qun naturally had to retaliate. Moreover, Lin Qun later realized that the super civilization alliance's army hadn't attacked earlier not out of kindness, but because the Divine Kingdom's special blockade had already been established, and they were being hunted by the Divine Kingdom's legions, fearing exposure, which was why they hadn't attacked and let the humans go. Lin Qun acted swiftly, launching a frontal assault and immediately defeating 2 of their evolved beings. Then, coordinating with his own fleet, a barrage of cannon fire destroyed enemy warships one after another. In an instant, the battle turned around, and they were quickly defeated. They were surprised to find that the fleet before them was beyond their ability to contend with, but it was too late, and they didn't even have the chance to escape. However, in this situation, they were exceptionally tenacious. Even realizing they were no match for the fleet before them, they fought to the last man, even detonating their remaining ships in a desperate attempt to block and kill Lin Qun. But Lin Qun, like a war god, swept across the battlefield, unmatched. Their last remaining life, guarding the deepest part of its remaining warship, watched Lin Qun, his armor torn apart, approaching amidst blood and fire, and murmured, "You are not from the Divine Kingdom civilization, you are not from the Divine Kingdom civilization, we are not." Lin Qun looked down at it. The life form was old and desperate, looking at Lin Qun with sorrow, saying, "I'm sorry, we attacked the wrong person. We thought you were Divine Kingdom pursuers intercepting us. Our source energy is dead, our main fleet has been annihilated." Lin Qun was somewhat surprised by the old life form's words. He glanced around. After fighting for so long, only this old life form remained in the fleet of this super civilization alliance. But Lin Qun didn't quite believe its words. Moreover, whether their attack was right or wrong, they still launched it. They were no match for humans in the forest. If they were, now that humans and the forest are dead, and they realize their attack was wrong, it will be humans who pay the price in blood. Then, who will humans complain to? Once you launch an attack, be prepared to be killed in retaliation. In interstellar warfare, it's either you or me. Therefore, Lin Qun wasn't greatly moved by its words, simply saying, "It's pointless for you to tell me this. You have no compatriots left. You attacked us, and we destroyed you. Now, begging for mercy will only save yourself, your fleet will have nothing left." Lin Qun was merely surprised by the scene, feeling nothing, for he had seen too many victors and vanquished. Losers always appeared pitiful and tragic. But if a loser were to transform into a winner, they would never give the defeated a chance. Such is the nature of the starry sky. Every civilization believes it rightfully deserves to be the only one to survive, thus showing no mercy when defeating others, yet always filled with despair and sorrow when destroyed, as if burdened with untold regrets. I know. I understand. Whether you are a civilization of the divine realm or not, we will attack you. But since you are not, can you do us a favor? If so, give this to our other civilizations. Here is also a one-time identification code of our civilization, which will allow our civilization to determine that you are also among us. It can only be used once, consider it my reward. Now, the divine realm is at war with us here, and you may find this useful. The aged super civilization alliance life form seemed to have recovered from its sorrow. It took out 2 items from a metal wall, something resembling a safe. One was an instrument that looked like some kind of electronic clock. That was the identification code the aged life form had mentioned. This thing was a scourge to civilizations of the divine realm, but it could indeed be useful against the super civilization alliance's legions. The other item appeared to be a solid metal sphere. Its trembling arm reached out to Lin Qun. Lin Qun didn't take it. He said, "I can take these things even if I don't agree. Besides, if I help you, do you expect me to win and then threaten us?" The aged life form smiled faintly. "Yes, you're right, but it doesn't matter anymore. Our civilization is finished. We've done everything we could. We didn't manage to send it away, but we also didn't let it fall into the hands of the Divine Kingdom's faction. The rest is beyond our control, and I don't intend to interfere anymore. You can take it. If you want, help us with this. If you don't want to, you and your civilization can keep it for yourselves. Perhaps it will play a crucial role at an unexpected time and place. And they're coming. They act differently from us. The situation here will soon change." With that, the aged life form tossed the 2 items to Lin Qun and decisively activated the self-destruct system of the last ship via neural connection. An explosion erupted from there, engulfing the ship's body. Lin Qun, having caught the last 2 items it threw, quickly rose and returned to the fleet from the Sea of Fire. In this battle, he gained another 90,000 contribution points. Lin Qun's total contribution points reached 200,000. The 2 items also came into Lin Qun's hands. The one-time identification device was extremely sophisticated, beyond the reach of human technology. Its program was already set up. It would automatically destroy itself after one use. Its sole purpose was for civilizations within the Super-Civilization Alliance to identify each other. Holding this device, a question that Lin Qun had rarely considered before surfaced in his mind. Whether they are neutral or divine nation civilizations, they are all participants in the battlefield of civilizations, busy and operating in their own ways regardless of their current situation. But what about these super-civilization alliances? They were targeted by the divine nation from the very beginning. Not only are they not participants in the battlefield of civilizations, but they are also the target of everyone's attacks. What are they thinking? How do they survive? And why are they gathered together? Lin Qun previously thought that this evil super-civilization alliance must contain extremely powerful civilizations, but now it seems that this may not be the case. There are also weak civilizations among them. The civilization they encountered today was defeated because its main force had already been crushed by the divine nation civilizations, but the Blade Fleet civilization they encountered before was indeed weaker than humanity. And what did it just say? They are coming. Who are they? Besides them, who else is there? These questions are irrelevant to humanity, and they only flash through Lin Qun's mind briefly, without any deeper thought. His attention quickly turned to the second item. It was a metal sphere. By human standards, it was only the size of an adult's palm, and its texture felt like metal. However, when Lin Qun had it analyzed by the fleet, they couldn't find anything. Scanning it in Lin Qun's own divine sense also failed to detect anything special inside. It seemed to be a solid sphere, made of an unknown metal, hard in texture, and otherwise useless. But from the words of the ancient being, Lin Qun sensed that this thing was clearly extremely important, perhaps even a mission for their civilization. Even in their final moments, when their civilization was wiped out, they still hoped that this thing wouldn't be handed over to the civilization of the Divine Kingdom. Therefore, this thing was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps humanity had simply not found its key. Lin Qun handed the thing over to the technical department of the New Hope fleet for further analysis, while he contacted the Meyer civilization, relaying the information he had just obtained from the last ancient being. Lin Qun said, "This fleet is being hunted by the Divine Kingdom. Behind them, there may be other civilizations from the Divine Kingdom pursuing them. Perhaps we can wait and see if we can encounter other civilizations from the Divine Kingdom here." Hunting is hunting. Harvesting contribution points is one thing. But Lin Qun always felt a sense of urgency. This place was a dangerous place not to be lingered in. They could defeat these small fry from the Divine Kingdom and the Super-Civilization Alliance, but encountering their true legions would be troublesome. They had to leave as soon as possible. And the only visible way to leave was to start with the Divine Kingdom. Therefore, finding the civilizations of the Divine Kingdom was crucial. Given the current opportunity, with traces of Divine Kingdom civilizations, they naturally had to observe. After confirming this, the fleets of the human civilization and the Meyer civilization concealed themselves in space at a certain distance, waiting to see if any Divine Kingdom civilizations would pursue them. Meanwhile, Lin Qun also started a new round of card draws. These last few draws yielded the majority of contribution points for Lin Qun, but how many lives could be on those warships in space? The harvest at once wouldn't be too large. Unless it was a truly large-scale battle where killing alien civilizations was like harvesting wheat. Therefore, after several attempts, Lin Qun's total contribution points finally reached 200,000, enough for a card draw. Lin Qun first prayed for the good fortune of a fairy. After these days of nurturing, the fairy series items in Lin Qun's possession had clearly regained their former brilliance, which reassured him. After so much time, Lin Qun had long understood that these fairy series cards were far from simple. They weren't just ordinary items. There was someone behind them. And someone meant that their functions could be flexible and varied. For example, last time, Lin Qun received assistance from that fairy, a function not written on the card itself. Lin Qun's gaze immediately moved, and he began drawing cards. 200,000 contribution points deducted. Lin Qun's card draw began. A dark gold card quickly appeared. This card was name, triple tonic, type, item card grade, S rank, description. Using this card grants the item, triple tonic. Triple tonics will be distributed over time. Immediately after using this card, you will receive 1 greedy elixir. 30 days after obtaining and using the greedy elixir, blue star day, you will receive 1 force elixir. 30 days after obtaining and using the Force Elixir, Blue Star Day, you will receive 1 skill elixir, Greedy Elixir. Consuming this elixir grants an additional 500 contribution points daily for 30 days. Force Elixir. Consuming this elixir grants an additional 100 points to all attributes, excluding energy, for 10 days. This elixir can only be used after consuming the Greedy Elixir. Skill Elixir. Consuming this elixir grants 1 skill bonus point, which can be used to upgrade any skill by 1 level. This elixir can only be used after consuming both the Greedy Elixir and the Force Elixir. Skill bonus points gained through the skill elixir cannot be used to upgrade talent abilities. Special note, the item card obtained from this card, Triple Tonic, can be transferred, destroyed, etc., but must be used by the same person. Condense. Lin Qun looked at this card, initially slightly taken aback, feeling it was somewhat useless. This Triple Tonic was a small rune from the League of Legends world. Its use in the game was decent, but not particularly significant. As an S-rank card, although the content had changed, and the effects and duration of the Triple Tonic had also changed, Lin Qun still felt it wasn't particularly powerful at first glance. He was even somewhat disappointed. But then, he immediately realized how powerful this card was. The first potion, 30 days, 500 points per day, that's a full 15,000 contribution points. It's like his entire card draw was discounted. The second potion, Force Potion, provides a 10-day boost to all attributes. And the last one, however, is the most crucial. It can increase the level of any skill. Increase the level of a skill? Lin Qun's current skills can all be increased. Most importantly, Lin Qun's sword control technique is already a skill. With these 3 tonics, Lin Qun can directly upgrade his sword control technique level. This means that Lin Qun can rely on this to directly reach the 8th level of sword control technique. All the time spent cultivating and the 3 million contribution points required for upgrading are saved. In Lin Qun's view, these 3 tonics are naturally meant to be used to upgrade his sword control technique. While upgrading his sword control technique to the 8th level isn't enough to make Lin Qun a source energy level expert, combined with the abilities of the Flaming Sun armor, it will allow him to achieve stable power. Of course, it will take at least 30 days for these 3 tonics to take effect. He needs to consume all the previous tonics before he can obtain and use the last one. But compared to the time required to normally reach the 8th level of sword control technique, this is already far less. Right now, since he's trapped here anyway, Lin Qun can afford to wait these 60 days. A card appeared, and Lin Qun immediately used it to exchange for a potion, first consuming the Greedy Potion. Chapter 672 I have a way to get you out of here. Lin Qun finished taking the drug, smacked his lips, and felt almost nothing. The Greedy Potion, a triple tonic, came out as nothing more than a small bottle, tasting similar to soda, and nothing else. It was practically the same as not drinking it at all, and the amount was so small that he felt almost nothing. But he did receive contribution points. It took effect immediately. Lin Qun instantly gained 500 contribution points, and in the lower right corner of his vision, a countdown appeared that only he could clearly see. This countdown was for 24 hours. Starting from this moment, every 24 hours, 500 contribution points would be distributed. Distributed at fixed times, a total of 29 times. After completion, the effect of the Greedy Potion would end, and then the Force Potion would be credited to his account. Lin Qun remarked that if the Greedy Potion's effect were unlimited, that would be wonderful. 500 contribution points a day, wouldn't that be like sitting around making money? With these 3 tonics, reaching the 8th level of the sword control technique was no problem, and Lin Qun felt much more at ease. He then left his room and returned to the bridge to observe the situation in space. Not far away, the wreckage of the destroyed super civilization fleet remained, floating in space, pulled in all directions by the faint gravitational pull of distant celestial bodies. Neither the human nor the Mire civilization had cleaned up the battlefield, they had only erased their traces, preparing to wait for the wreckage to track pursuers. We've completely concealed ourselves, and our current location is safe. Unless we deliberately expose ourselves, neither the civilizations of the Divine Kingdom nor the Super Civilization Alliance should be able to detect us. But so far, there's been no movement, Suji quickly reported to Lin Qun upon his return. Lin Qun nodded and asked, "What's the Mire civilization's intention?" Currently, the human and Mire civilizations were outwardly friendly but inwardly at odds, and the human civilization was observing the Mire civilization's movements more closely, wary of any potential actions. Although Lin Qun wasn't afraid of the Maya civilization's source energy level, it would be unnecessary to be caught off guard and suffer a sudden blow. The Maya civilization, seemingly the leader of the alliance, was actually only acting in its own self-interest. Its vast resources were all for its own benefit. It was neither benevolent nor kind. Now that humanity had broken off relations with them, it was natural to be wary. However, even after the recent battle, the Maya civilization still didn't fully understand humanity's true strength. The entire Maya civilization, including its source energy level personnel, believed that humanity lacked the ability to challenge source energy. After all, whether humanity possessed source energy was obvious. Without it, their fleet strength was questionable, and they clearly lacked the technology to deal with it. Therefore, the Maya civilization currently believed that once their source energy level life forms recovered, humanity would immediately lose its arrogance and become unable to act so arrogantly. They remained optimistic. Therefore, they remained obedient and did nothing. Their willingness to continue bowing their heads was also a way of waiting to endure humiliation and then rise up to suppress humanity again. As a cosmic civilization, having developed to its current state step by step, it undoubtedly possesses ample patience. Therefore, aboard the silver spaceship of the Maya civilization, a host of luminous life forms eagerly awaited the restoration of their own source energy. Then, they could regain their former glory and reclaim dominance. Then, they would certainly teach this human civilization a lesson. This powerful civilization with source energy, suppressed by a civilization without it, though outwardly expressionless, harbored deep resentment and longed for the day of reversal. Their source energy was even more so. How could proud source energy allow weaker life forms to bow their heads? To be suppressed and overwhelmed by their former followers? Since becoming source energy, the Maya civilization's source energy had never suffered such humiliation. Against more powerful source energy life forms, it naturally had no choice but to accept it, but against this human civilization without source energy, it could not accept it, and it was somewhat unable to tolerate it. Suji had been observing the Maya civilization, even assigning a team to monitor its movements and keep track of its activities in real time. Therefore, when Lin Qun inquired, she immediately replied, "The Maya civilization's energy source is still recovering, but we're not entirely clear on the specifics. However, it's certain that since these 2 rounds of harvesting, with the support of contribution points, its recovery speed should be much faster." Recently, the Maya civilization has been making quite a few small moves, and its attitude towards us has subtly changed. As captain, Suji was quite competent. She was well informed about most things and handled them very well. Although the Maya civilization possessed energy source and its technology was superior to human civilization, the fleets were currently operating together, and the Maya civilization only had so many ships left. Observing and monitoring them wasn't too difficult for human civilization. While Suji didn't explicitly state it, the subtle change she mentioned clearly referred to the Maya civilization's increasingly assertive attitude towards humanity. This directly reflected the recovery progress of the Maya civilization's energy source level strength. Currently, the Maya civilization is still treating the human fleet relatively politely, clearly indicating that even if they recover, it hasn't reached the point where a complete break in relations is possible. In addition, Suji added, "By the way, Mr. Lin, we just had an information exchange with Shiana Yu2. Rest assured, the situation back home is safe. The Supreme Commander, after learning about our situation, asked me to pass on a message to you." "What?" Suji said seriously, "The Maya civilization cannot lose its energy source, and neither can we." Lin Qun was slightly taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The wait didn't last long. Soon, from the distant battlefield ruins, spatial fluctuations appeared, and a fleet began to warp in. Within this current range, only civilizations within the Divine Kingdom camp could perform such normal warps. Therefore, everyone became alert as soon as this fleet appeared. After their appearance, they became even more tense, because the arriving fleet was extremely large and advanced. Dozens of warships appeared in the warp portal, one of them towering like a castle, enormous, about a tenth the size of Earth's moon, like a descending mountain. This mountain, however, was made of steel, exuding a cold and desolate aura. Surrounding it were warships from multiple civilizations. This was clearly not a solo operation by a single civilization within the Divine Kingdom faction. Lin Qun recalled the words of the aged life form at the end. Perhaps the super civilization alliance they encountered truly possessed a powerful fleet, only to be defeated by the Divine Kingdom. Their source energy was gone, their main force lost, and trapped in the directional spatial blockade, they couldn't even escape via warp jump, forced to traverse space on their own, desperately fleeing in a dark world until they too perished. Their remaining branch fleets were not strong to begin with. And what could destroy such a civilization must have been an exceptionally powerful force. The civilizations of the Divine Kingdom faction had pursued them all the way here. Neither humanity nor the Mire civilization belonged to the two major camps, so they couldn't see the full picture of the war. However, based on what they had seen in recent days, it seemed that the Super Civilization Alliance was in a precarious situation on this battlefield with its directional spatial blockade. They were likely constantly being pressured and at a disadvantage. In the clashes between the two sides, the Divine Kingdom camp seemed to be in a position of advantage, having come prepared. Here, with the appearance of this Divine Kingdom civilization's fleet, an extremely terrifying aura rose directly from it. That was a great source energy level life form. In Lin Qun's perception, it was at least around source energy level 8, a rare powerhouse among source energy level beings. At this moment, its aura swept across the starry sky, controlling and perceiving everything. Accompanied by a large number of probes dispatched by its Divine Kingdom civilization fleet, traversing the battlefield wreckage and surrounding areas, it was clearly inspecting and exploring. However, both humanity and the Mire civilization were extremely cautious, having already retreated to a safe position. Even a great source energy level being couldn't find this location. But seeing the sheer scale of this divine realm civilization, both humanity and the Mire civilization felt a chill. They couldn't bring themselves to attack such a force, they were no match. Therefore, they could only observe from the sidelines. The battlefield had been largely cleaned up by the end of the battle for humanity and the Mire civilization. When the Divine Realm fleet arrived, they found nothing of value, and couldn't trace who had wiped out the remnants of this super civilization alliance. Ultimately, they had to leave. However, they didn't all depart. The largest, mountain-like warship, along with several of the most advanced and powerful core ships, took away. What remained was a fleet from another civilization, continuing the search. They were clearly looking for something. Having exhausted both technological and energy-based methods without success, they refused to give up, leaving a small, insignificant civilization to meticulously search the ruins and wreckage of the warships, using the most primitive methods to avoid missing anything. And this was the moment humanity and the Mire civilization had been waiting for. The luminous representative of the Mire civilization declared, "This civilization is following the main force of the Divine Kingdom. Even if it's weak, it must know something. It's our target." In the distant starry sky, those left behind to clean up the battlefield and conduct a meticulous search were the most suitable targets. However, out of caution, they waited a while, confirming that the mountain-like spaceships, the large number of warships, and the great source energy level life form had all withdrawn, before emerging from the shadows and charging at high speed towards the battlefield. The Divine Kingdom civilization left behind was relatively weak, roughly equivalent to the Jiki civilization, but with a larger fleet of 7 warships. At this moment, they were meticulously cleaning up the battlefield according to the orders of the Divine Kingdom civilization above. They were quite helpless and miserable, currently collecting and inspecting fragment by fragment. This kind of work was something the higher-ups didn't want to do, so they had to do it themselves. They hadn't expected that another civilization was lying in wait here. They were immediately startled, thinking it was a trap set by the Super Civilization Alliance, and were about to retreat at full speed while sending out messages to request reinforcements. But the other side seemed to have come prepared. Their retreat was also cut off. Furthermore, information transmission was severely disrupted. Given this civilization's technological level, the Mire civilization could easily prevent them from sending any useful information. At this moment, they were almost in despair, thinking they would be helplessly and humiliatingly annihilated here. But soon, they were surprised to find that this ambushing fleet, instead of attacking, was trying to land. Only then did they realize that the civilization surrounding them was not a member of the Super Civilization Alliance, as they had assumed, but a neutral civilization. Because if it were a Super Civilization Alliance, in this situation, they would definitely try to quickly annihilate them, end the battle as soon as possible, and weaken even the slightest bit of the Divine Kingdom's power. They would never surround and not attack a small spaceship like theirs. Therefore, after much deliberation, They made a decision that surprised both humanity and the Maya civilization. On the bridge of the New Hope, Lin Qun frowned, surprised. You mean, they surrendered directly to us? Yes. This civilization calls itself the Kate civilization. They surrender to us, indicating their willingness to cooperate, only hoping we won't annihilate them. This. Mr. Lin, what should we do? Lin Qun pondered for a moment, then said, their strength is what it is, and their external communication capabilities have been blocked by us. Unless the civilization of the Divine Kingdom faction returns, they won't be able to escape. Surrender is actually a good thing for us, saving us a lot of effort. In that case, I'll personally go and land on their flagship to take a look. It seems that this Kate civilization is smarter than the Divine Kingdom faction civilization they encountered last time. Surrendering before the battle gives both sides room for maneuver. Lin Qun led a group of people directly over. On the Maya civilization's side, the source energy level didn't move, but a group of luminous beings also arrived. Both Lin Qun's human side and the Maya civilization side were very keen on leaving this directional spatial blockade area. The Kate civilization surrendered readily, offering no objection to the landing request and disarming themselves. Their fleet commander, a leader named Castle, stepped forward and stated, "We are willing to cooperate with all your actions, but please do not kill us. Not all our people are here. Our Kate civilization has the ability to establish mental connections. If you kill us here, our individuals within the Divine Kingdom's legions will sense it and inform those powerful civilizations that something has happened. Soon, you will become a target of the Divine Kingdom. This will be detrimental to both of us. As long as you don't attack, we guarantee to tell you everything we know. Moreover, I think we can help you with whatever you want." Whether Castle's claim of a mind link ability was genuine was unknown, but his composure was undeniable, especially his words, which greatly surprised Lin Qun and the representative of the Maya civilization's luminous entity. Lin Qun, who was about to use his useless touch, withdrew it. Since they were willing to cooperate, they might as well talk things out. Moreover, while they were conversing, the humans and the Maya civilization members, after boarding the ship, were quickly taking control and immediately cracking its database, uploading it to their own fleet. The Kate civilization's technology was quite poor, even humans could crack it, so they had no secrets. Facing Castle, Lin Qun said, "Do you know what we want? Aren't you afraid of us? If you attack us right away, we'll definitely be scared. No one is unafraid of death. Our civilization is weak, and within the God Kingdom's camp, we're just cannon fodder and menial laborers. We're terrified of death. But the fact that you haven't attacked us immediately proves that you won't attack us right now. If we offer you enough value, you won't kill us. As for what you want," Castle said, "now, in this world where the God Kingdom has blocked the jump, I think it's not hard to guess, you want to leave here. And we can help you with that." Upon hearing this, Lin Qun and the people of the Maya civilization all took notice. The luminous life form of the Maya civilization looked Castle up and down and said, You can even be said to be the weakest civilization in the God Kingdom's camp that we've ever seen. We can't even leave, so what can you do? It's precisely because we are weak that we have a way." Castle appeared very calm. Although their Kate civilization was relatively backward, in Lin Qun's view, this civilization had a very special trait: they were very good at emotional management. Or rather, they only ever had one emotion. When they were afraid, that was fear. When there is no fear, there is no fear at all. Like now. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's your plan?" At this moment, a message from other humans came through his personal earpiece. "Mr. Lin, the technology of this Kate civilization isn't very advanced. We've already taken control of all their warships, cracked and retrieved all the information within them, but not much of it was useful. However, their so-called mind link ability is fake, but they do have other civilizations not here, engaged in other activities within the Divine Kingdom Civilization Legion. Also, their warp engines are strange, they're locked and have been pre-programmed with a coordinate. These warships seem capable of warp, but only to this pre-programmed coordinate. They can't change it, and neither can we. Besides activating the warp engines, they can't even operate them themselves. This must be the work of the Divine Kingdom. This is the tragedy of a weak civilization, a vast technological gap." In just a few words, the human technical team had already taken over their fleet and extracted all the useful information. Chapter 673: A Win-Win Plan. Meanwhile, Castle was answering Lin Qun's question, directly stating the local data. Our method is the one you can think of, using the authority of the God Kingdom civilization to directly jump away from here. Of course, we can't do it now. If you've checked our jump engine and operating system, you should be able to see that these devices have already been programmed. We can jump, but only to pre-programmed locations. We activate our jump engine, but we can't program it ourselves. We can only jump to a fixed location. Near our superior civilization, the Jinyu civilization, you've seen their fleet. That mountain-like warship is one of their flagships. They are one of the advanced civilizations in the God Kingdom Civilization Legion here. We were dispatched to follow them. You should be able to confirm this. We are not lying to you. Lin Qun and the luminous representative of the Mir civilization exchanged a glance, expressing their agreement with Castle's words. The representative of the Mir civilization's luminous body then bombarded Lin Qun with a series of technical questions, all related to warp drive and other technologies. Lin Qun couldn't understand them, and the experts he brought listened nervously to the conversation between the Mir civilization's luminous body representative and Castle, unsure whether they understood or not. Finally, the Mir civilization's luminous body representative turned to Lin Qun and said, "I've inquired, and what it said is correct. It completely matches our inspection results." Lin Qun didn't understand, so he simply nodded. However, he believed that the Mir civilization had no reason to deceive him on this matter, because their interests and goals regarding leaving this directional spatial blockade area were currently aligned, and the Mir civilization wouldn't hold back anything related to this. At this moment, Castle said, "Therefore, we don't currently have the authority for warp drive, and under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for us to obtain it. However, as our superior civilization, the Kayaniyu civilization does have this authority. Our warp drive engines were all configured for us by them. Actually, I can tell you, we also want to leave this place. Before coming here, we foolishly thought joining the Divine Kingdom's camp was a good thing, or at least it seemed so. But in reality, the outcome wasn't as optimistic as we imagined. Our people and fleet were originally quite large. As you can see, our civilization is weak. We lost our home planet, and to improve our chances of survival in the universe, we needed to build more fleets and reproduce more people. Every new addition to the population was a spark that could extinguish our civilization. But since joining the Divine Kingdom's camp, our civilization's progress has almost come to a standstill. Civilizations like ours are at the bottom of the Divine Kingdom's legions, cannon fodder and menial laborers, expendable resources. In this space-locked area, we've lost countless compatriots and warships. The higher-level civilizations of the Divine Kingdom assign us missions, and the civilization battlefield gives us missions, some of which we simply cannot complete alive. We are not native to those civilizations, nor are we their opponents. We have absolutely no voice, we can only serve as cannon fodder. The rules of the civilization battlefield describe the Divine Kingdom faction as incredibly beneficial, but we've been deceived. The reality is completely different. Those benefits do exist, but they're reserved for powerful civilizations. For civilizations like ours, joining the Divine Kingdom faction would mean becoming part of those benefits. What benefit could we possibly gain? This contradicts our initial reasons for joining. Therefore, we've been searching for a way out. So, I think we share your thoughts. You don't need to kill us, it wouldn't benefit either of us. We can cooperate and leave together. Castle appeared genuinely sincere, looking at Lin Qun and the luminous representative of the Mir civilization. In fact, what Castle described was the reason humanity chose not to join the Divine Kingdom faction. Now, it seems like a wise move. Without sufficient strength, joining the Divine Kingdom faction wouldn't yield the seemingly great benefits. One would only become a pawn for powerful civilizations within other Divine Kingdom factions. And pawns, what good days are there? The Kate civilization clearly faces even more restrictions. Neutral civilizations like humanity can at least jump normally within this directional spatial blockade area. As long as they don't jump beyond this light-year range, they won't be forcibly redirected to their directional spatial coordinates and ambushed by the Divine Kingdom. But the Kate civilization can currently only jump back to the side of the Jinyu civilization's beings. This is clearly a deadlock. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes slightly. Since you feel there's no benefit in following the Divine Kingdom's camp, why don't you break away? We can't break away. You've seen the situation here. Following the Divine Kingdom's army, although we also have to pay a price, at least we're relatively safe. After all, We've been very dutiful as cannon fodder and pawns, and our superior civilization, the Jinyu civilization, is quite satisfied with us, Castle said. Also, right now, we can't jump here. If we break away from the Divine Kingdom's camp here, as soon as the approval is granted, the other civilizations in the Divine Kingdom's camp will immediately attack us, divide us up, and wipe us out. So, even if we want to break away, we must completely leave this place, leave this battlefield, and stay far away from these civilizations in the Divine Kingdom's camp before we can achieve it. Castle brought more information. Joining the Divine Kingdom requires review by a high-ranking commander civilization appointed by the Divine Kingdom, and leaving the Divine Kingdom also requires review. Joining the Divine Kingdom requires approval. However, requests to leave generally have about 120 blue star time periods. If no one reviews the request within this time, it is automatically considered a departure. But because of this review mechanism, even if Castle's Kate civilization wanted to leave, it wouldn't dare, because its intention to leave would be known to the superior civilization of the Divine Kingdom. In the starry sky, there's no such thing as amicable parting. You want to play with me, that's fine. But if you leave and I find out, then you've become our contribution point. From this perspective, the management or constraints of the Divine Kingdom are indeed much stricter than those of neutral alliances. This is true from any angle. Behind the advantages, there are also disadvantages. Everything has two sides. Lin Qun, upon hearing this, felt somewhat relieved that humanity had made the right choice. If they had joined the Divine Kingdom's camp back then, things would have been truly troublesome. It wouldn't just be a matter of their fleet escaping the targeted special blockade, the entire civilization would be under the control of the Divine Kingdom's camp. That wouldn't be good for humanity. Now, combined with the information humanity had discovered on the Kate civilization's ship, Lin Qun was beginning to believe Castle's words to a large extent. He and the luminous representative of the Meyer civilization were both somewhat tempted. Lin Qun cut to the chase. So what exactly is your plan? The Kyan civilization is a superior civilization. How do you obtain the opportunity to leave this special blockade from their followers? As you say, you're just cannon fodder, at best well-used cannon fodder. You're not even a civilization. Do you think they'll let you go? You yourselves can't even leave, let alone us. We have a plan. Castle said, within the Divine Kingdom camp, there is a supplier route. A portion of the civilization is specifically responsible for traversing the sealed-off space. If we can get this job, we will gain the authority granted by the Divine Kingdom camp to freely enter this sealed-off area. Then, as long as we can get out, we can immediately escape. A supplier route. Castle nodded and said, yes. A supplier route. Some of the Divine Kingdom camp's reinforcements and resources enter and exit through this route. Our idea is simple. We just need to figure out who these civilizations that can enter and exit the blockade zone are, then we can go there, seize their ships, and take their warp engines. That way, we can use their warp engines to leave. Once we're outside the blockade zone of the God Kingdom faction, their influence on our own warp devices will be gone. Then we can successfully escape. After we are far away and in a safe place, we can apply to withdraw from the God Kingdom faction. However, this plan also requires the help of external forces. Because our Kate civilization is already part of the God Kingdom faction, we can't attack other civilizations within the God Kingdom faction, so we can't seize their ships. So, I said we can cooperate. We'll provide you with information, and you help us. We'll escape together. Isn't this a win-win plan? After saying this, Castle looked around, somewhat nervous but also quite expectant. The luminous representative of the Mir civilization quickly asked, you seem very confident. Do you already know who the civilizations related to this passage are? We don't know yet, but the Kyan civilization does. We're trying to get the list from them, Castle said. If you let us go back, we can cooperate from the inside and outside, and achieve a win-win situation. We can leap out of here. Cazelle's eyes seemed to glow. It appeared to be genuinely sincere, not just seeking immediate survival but also future opportunities. It even extended an invitation to the human and Meyer civilizations surrounding them. However, neither Lin Qun nor the luminous representatives of the Meyer civilization immediately agreed. Instead, they returned to their fleets and discussed the matter carefully. They had been searching for a way to safely jump out of the Divine Realm's directional spatial blockade zone, and now that the solution had arrived, they were hesitant, unsure whether to trust it. Lin Qun said, Cazelle of the Kate civilization proposed a cooperation plan. We release them, and they provide us with coordinates to follow them and the fleet of the Kayaniu civilization they follow. Once they obtain the list and coordinates of the civilizations that can freely jump in and out of these supply channels, we will immediately cooperate with them. The plan itself seems sound. The Kate civilization also seems to genuinely need our help. A mutually beneficial cooperative relationship seems possible, but what if they return and immediately inform the Kayaniu civilization of our existence, then launch an attack on us? We'd be walking into a trap. Although they're different from the civilization we captured last time, and there's no war or blood feud, the risk remains the same. And besides that, there are other risks. Suji and the fleet's higher-ranking officials joined the discussion. Meanwhile, the Meyer civilization and others were also caught in the same debate. As for the Jiki civilization and the other civilizations, they had no decision-making power, and their discussions were useless. They could only wait for the humans and the Meyer civilization to make a decision. Trusting an alien civilization and cooperating with it meant unpredictable risks for any civilization and life form. Ultimately, after discussion, both the human and Meyer civilizations agreed that they could try cooperating first and see how it went. Because currently, there were no better options. Even if they encountered other civilizations, they would inevitably face the same problem. And this Kate civilization was far better than the divine kingdoms captured by the humans and Meyer civilizations before. The possibility and scope for cooperation were significant. With no other options, this was the only thing we could try. Waiting around wouldn't improve the situation. Danger would come sooner or later anyway. Lin Qun said, even if it's a trap, and they really let the tiger return to the mountain, attracting the enemy, we can simply fight our way out. We can retreat. A cold light flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. He had many trump cards and ways to retreat, but under the God Kingdom's directional spatial blockade, he truly had no means of leaving. Therefore, the cooperation proposed by Castle might be worth a try. Suji, after a moment of silence, said, since Mr. Lin has said so, I feel more confident. Let's try cooperating. What if they really want to cooperate? Lin Qun nodded, yes. The Meyer civilization also believes that the Kate civilization's statement about wanting to cooperate and leave the God Kingdom's camp has a certain possibility of being true. However, even if they do cooperate, they will probably have their own hidden agendas. We must be extremely careful. The Meyer civilization made the same choice. They didn't have Lin Qun's confidence, but they also had no other choice. This place was becoming increasingly dangerous, and they didn't want to stay any longer. Now that they finally had a chance to leave quickly, the Meyer civilization didn't want to let it slip by, even though there were many uncontrollable risks involved. They quickly gave the Kate civilization a reply. Castle said, don't worry, we won't deceive you. We will leave here together, we'll send you the coordinates when we get back. Follow us quietly, and remember, don't let the Kayaniu civilization or other civilizations in the Divine Kingdom camp discover you, otherwise, you will surely die. And we can't help you. Driven by shared interests, several civilizations were coming together. They quickly communicated, agreed on the details of their cooperation plan, and reached a complete agreement. However, in space, such cooperation has no contracts or constraints. The only thing binding the parties is their purpose and interests. Therefore, for all parties involved, this cooperation itself contained enormous risks. The human and Meyer civilizations also released all the Kate civilization's warships and personnel back. A brief alliance was thus formed. The Kate civilization then pretended to search the area before re-entering warp and leaving. Shortly after, they did send coordinates, the current location of themselves and the armies of the Jin-Yu civilization and other divine kingdoms. They instructed humanity and the Meyer civilization to warp there as soon as possible to catch up and prepare for action. The coordinates Castle provided to humanity and the Meyer civilization were quite far from their current location. The only way to catch up quickly was through warp. However, neither humanity nor the Meyer civilization did so. They continued to fly forward in pursuit. Warp, even short-distance warp, was too risky. Flying directly, although it took more time, allowed for advanced observation and risk avoidance. After all, if the Kate civilization broke the alliance, and humanity and the Meyer civilization foolishly warped there, they would likely be met by the armies of the divine kingdoms led by the Jin-Yu civilization. In that case, they would be walking into a trap and committing suicide. The legion led by the Kayaniu civilization is far beyond the current capabilities of the Meyer and human civilizations. While flying there might take longer, at least the fleet's coordinates wouldn't be known to the Kate civilization, giving humanity and the Mire civilization the initiative. Even if danger arises, they can act flexibly and retreat, making them relatively safer. Clearly, although cooperation has been reached, neither side dares to easily trust the other. Everyone is seasoned and naturally extremely cautious. For the Mire and human civilizations, the Kate civilization is even less trustworthy than each other. They would never have chosen this option if they hadn't been desperate. For now, caution is paramount. They must slowly make contact and observe. The Kate civilization is clearly in the same boat, also making contact and probing, each with their own objectives. Whether others achieve their goals is irrelevant, what matters is whether their own. Chapter 674 8th Level of Sword Control Technique. The human and Mire civilization fleet set sail into space. The flashes of their engines were fleeting. They sped towards the coordinates provided by the Kate civilization, their warships inconspicuous, seemingly blending into the surrounding starry sky. While the Kate civilization was somewhat displeased that the humans and Mire civilizations hadn't followed their advice to warp in, they said nothing. This was a necessary precaution, and they couldn't insist on continuing. Within the Kate civilization's fleet. After reporting this information, Castle's subordinate said, "Lord Castle, it seems they don't trust us." Castle replied calmly, "It's normal that they don't trust us. But that's alright. They need us, and we need them. Then, should we really share our escape plan with them?" Castle said coldly, "The escape plan can be shared, but whether we can escape is another matter. I haven't told them our whole plan. We'll shift the blame to those two civilizations, let the Thousand Year civilization and the Divine Kingdom faction hunt them down, and we can retreat calmly. Isn't that better?" Upon hearing this, its subordinate immediately smiled, "My lord is wise. So what if those two neutral civilizations are stronger than us? In the starry sky, survival is king." Castle didn't answer again. It simply raised its head, its entire body and eyes illuminated by the light ahead. At this moment, they had returned to the Divine Kingdom faction's fleet. Ahead of them was the vast fleet of the Thousand Year civilization. Their flagship warships, as imposing as mountains, lit up, illuminating the fleet behind them and Castle's own body, casting long, distorted shadows on the ground. While both humanity and the Mire civilization wanted to quickly and normally transition away from this directional spatial blockade zone, they weren't in such a hurry that they acted recklessly. Most importantly, the Kate civilization hadn't yet obtained the list and coordinates of the civilizations associated with the supplier routes from the Jin Yu civilization. Their haste was futile. They naturally chose the safest and most secure path. However, this meant even more time would be spent. The human and Mire civilization fleets traversed the starry sky, flying forward at high speed. They intentionally avoided risks along the way, making it relatively safe. However, they were in pursuit, and the Jin Yu civilization's Divine Kingdom fleet, which the Kate civilization was following, was constantly moving. It would take a long time to truly catch up. Occasionally, the human and Mire fleets encountered other civilizations, but these were always small fleets. Battles broke out quickly and ended just as quickly. The human and Mire civilization fleets continued forward. Throughout this process, Suji and the others maintained contact with the Kate civilization, constantly adjusting their coordinates and positions. Lin Qun, meanwhile, continued his cultivation in his room. This time, however, Lin Qun didn't practice the sword control technique. With a triple tonic, he only needed time to level up naturally, so there was no need to waste time on the 8th level of the sword control technique. Lin Qun switched to other skills, such as the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. He had just broken through another level, reaching the 4th level of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Lin Qun had already achieved the first 3 levels of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, leveling up through contribution points. However, later on, further upgrades required 100,000 contribution points, and Lin Qun felt that continuing to rely on cheating was inappropriate, so he stopped and focused on improving the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique through his own cultivation. Now, he had finally succeeded in breaking through, raising the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique to the 4th level. This meant that Lin Qun could now directly increase his combat power 4-fold when using the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. With the help of the all-encompassing secret technique, Lin Qun calmed his mind and continued his attempt to break through to the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. The effects of the greedy potion continued to work, automatically awarding Lin Qun 500 contribution points every 24 hours. During this process, he occasionally went out to inquire about the situation. As they advanced, they seemed to be entering a densely populated war zone. The human and Mire civilization fleets, while advancing, constantly detected battles breaking out in all directions. Almost all of them involved civilizations from the Divine Kingdom faction. Large numbers of Divine Kingdom faction civilization fleets appeared throughout the starry sky, hunting and killing in all directions. In some places, the battles were fierce and evenly matched, while in others, it was a one-sided massacre with almost no suspense. But it was unclear who they were fighting. Perhaps it was the life forms of other neutral civilizations, or perhaps it was the fleet of the so-called evil super-civilization alliance. This was not only because civilizations outside the Divine Kingdom faction were difficult to distinguish, but also because this area was currently sealed off by the Divine Kingdom faction. Those active here were mainly civilizations from the Divine Kingdom faction, making them more conspicuous and easy to identify by their identity and faction. This area, however, has become noticeably more active, transforming into a dangerous and perilous place. Of course, the civilizations of the Divine Kingdom camp are not invincible. Humanity has observed their defeats, their fleet scattered and adrift in space by unknown civilizations. The unknown civilizations then gracefully turn and vanish into the void. Humanity and the Mire civilization fleet occasionally engage, sweeping away smaller, unknown civilization fleets and reaping contribution points. But they always leave quickly after the battle. This is because there is a great deal of interaction between civilizations in this area. Civilizations within the Divine Kingdom camp support each other, and civilizations within the Super Civilization Alliance also reinforce one another. Sometimes, what is initially a battle between two civilizations quickly escalates into a chaotic war involving multiple civilizations. The situation with neutral civilizations is unknown, but to Lin Qun and other humans, the battle between the Divine Kingdom camp and the Super Civilization Alliance here has truly taken on a fierce intensity, resembling a civil legion war. If it weren't for the civilization battlefield in the Divine Kingdom, it would be hard to imagine that such a gathering of civilizations could exist in the universe, fighting against other civilization groups. Furthermore, the Divine Kingdom faction's use of directional spatial blockades to create a choke point forced everyone to strategize within this area, escalating the war and making it even more intense. Despite his efforts to avoid conflict, Lin Qun had still managed to gain a considerable number of contribution points, his total rapidly increasing. Although each individual gain was small, the continuous warfare and the cumulative effect added up to a substantial amount. When the greed potion's effects wore off after 30 days, and the 15,000 contribution points were credited to his account, Lin Qun's total contribution points reached 120,000 once again. With the greed potion's effects fading, the triple tonic continued to work, and the second potion, the force potion, appeared directly in Lin Qun's hand. Without hesitation, Lin Qun drank it all in one gulp. The taste was similar to the previous one. Currently, the temporary boost of 100 points to all attributes isn't a significant increase for Lin Qun. A permanent boost would be acceptable, but it only lasts 10 days, rendering it useless. Therefore, this potion's effect on Lin Qun's strength is less than its other effects. He should take it quickly and wait for the skill potion to appear. This is what Lin Qun truly wants, and it's the most effective of the three tonics for him. In the dark starry sky, as they advanced, they gradually closed the distance with 1,000 civilization legion of the Divine Kingdom faction ahead. They maintained contact with the Kate civilization, which didn't object to the human fleet's decision not to directly jump over as suggested, choosing to acquiesce. However, the Kate civilization hasn't succeeded yet. According to information provided by the Kate civilization, the 1,000 civilization isn't currently following the terrifying Divine Kingdom faction legion that humans and the Mire civilization had encountered. Instead, it's an independent, small-scale legion acting on its own, seemingly with some objective, and thus active in this area, apparently chasing a powerful civilization from a super civilization alliance. Of course, even a small-scale civilization legion like the Jin-Yu civilizations was terrifying, far beyond the scale that the current human fleet and the Mire civilization could possibly contend with. They could only cautiously follow behind. In this pursuit, the distance between humanity and the Jin-Yu civilization, part of the Divine Kingdom, gradually closed. Another 30 days passed. Such time, in the vastness of space, was fleeting. Lin Qun's force elixir was finished, and with the 30 days gone by, The last of the 3 tonics, the skill elixir, arrived. The bottle for the skill elixir was the same as before, but the liquid inside possessed a dreamlike, ethereal blue hue, quite peculiar. However, the taste was no different from before, it had no particular flavor. But the effect appeared quickly. A unique notification appeared before Lin Qun, informing him that he had gained an extra skill upgrade point. He could use it to upgrade any of his available skills. This was exactly what Lin Qun wanted. Without hesitation, Lin Qun chose to upgrade his sword control technique, immediately allocating the skill point. With a single skill point, Lin Qun's sword control technique instantly rose from level 7 to level 8. Lin Qun's own experience was quite remarkable. The instant he chose to upgrade, he felt as if an invisible force swept over his entire body, giving him an instant feeling of rebirth. This feeling was similar to his own breakthrough, yet it possessed a faster and more unique quality. Lin Qun hadn't even fully reacted before he had already reached the corresponding level. A true breakthrough in a second. The century-long effort to break through to level 8 of sword control technique was completely expended. The effect of this potion was quite good, the long wait was worthwhile. Of course, this wait was nothing compared to the time required to normally cultivate sword control technique to reach level 8. At this moment, Lin Qun slowly closed his eyes, quietly sensing his surroundings. His current state is indeed different from before. All his attributes have increased by at least 130 points. Lin Qun himself senses that his strength attribute has reached 1,800, while his agility and constitution are both above 1,700, and his energy attribute has reached over 1,500. This stat sheet is extremely impressive even among evolved beings. Ordinary life forms need to constantly level up to achieve such attributes, but the higher the level, the more experience is required, the slower the leveling speed, and the more difficult it is to improve attributes. However, Lin Qun has the sword control technique and many other methods, so his attributes are quite high. Moreover, Lin Qun's aura is more profound, and most importantly, the golden core within his body has become more solid with the improvement of his realm, as if it has a physical form. The dark energy flowing through Lin Qun's body is also more surging. His current sword control technique is at the 8th level, which is already at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. However, what Lin Qun really wants to know is not the current 8th level of the sword control technique, but the higher 9th level. Therefore, Lin Qun only needed to sense it briefly before quickly switching to the Fiery Sun armor, preparing to activate the Fiery Sun power. Lin Qun had actually tested this Fiery Sun power before, it could indeed achieve a level of strength improvement. However, previously, Lin Qun was only at the 7th level of sword control technique. Even if he reached the 8th level using the Fiery Sun power, it would only be a slight improvement, not a substantial qualitative change. But this time, it was different. The Fiery Sun armor was now fully charged. Upon activating the Fiery Sun power, Lin Qun felt the entire armor heat up, and a terrifying aura surged in. That aura was scorching and burning, carrying an indescribable, surging power that impacted his limbs and bones. Lin Qun's eyes flashed crimson at this moment. He felt as if the suppressed ferocious energy within him was vibrating, as if it were about to burst forth. This time, the Fiery Sun power of the Fiery Sun armor was even more explosive than when Lin Qun had tested it before, as if it were about to unleash all of Lin Qun's potential. Under the impact of this explosive power, Lin Qun even briefly lost consciousness for about 2 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, his entire aura had changed. It was as if an invisible shock burst forth from his body, spreading in all directions. This was genuine source energy aura. The aura Lin Qun unleashed in that instant was almost uncontrollable even to himself. Fortunately, Lin Qun was prepared. He had entered his alternate dimension beforehand and activated the power of the blazing sun. Therefore, this change in aura would not be known to the outside world, nor would it reveal his aura or strength. But this time, Lin Qun clearly felt that his 8th level of sword control technique, combined with the effect of the blazing sun armor, had directly increased by 1 level, reaching the 9th level. And the 9th level of sword control technique, as Lin Qun had predicted, could indeed be at the source energy level. Moreover, the feeling of Lin Qun achieving the source energy level through the power of the blazing sun was different from the feeling he had when using the spirit summoning talisman. The latter felt like external power was injected, giving him the power of source energy. At this moment, the blazing sun armor directly helped Lin Qun's sword control technique reach another level. Although it wasn't entirely accurate to say that Lin Qun had reached the 9th level of sword control on his own, he had achieved it through this method. His perception of the source energy level was much clearer than when relying on the spirit summoning talisman. That state was a feeling of being connected to heaven and earth. Lin Qun even felt that his current perception, capable of controlling the dark energy of the starry sky in the blink of an eye at the speed of light, seemed to be achieved through this very ability. Previously, Lin Qun could also do this with his spirit summoning talisman, but without such a profound feeling. Lin Qun realized that this blazing sun power not only provided him with a stable boost to his combat strength, but also allowed him to gain an early understanding of the 9th level of sword control and the source energy level, greatly benefiting his breakthrough to the source energy level. In fact, under normal circumstances, the 9th level of sword control alone does not correspond to the source energy level. It was only because of the combined strength and attributes of Lin Qun that he was able to directly reach the source energy level upon stepping out of this level. Of course, the source energy Lin Qun achieved at this moment wasn't true source energy, because Lin Qun's perception confirmed that the source energy level he achieved using the Flame Sun armor, and the power of rules he possessed, seemed to be related to the Flame Sun armor. It was the power of fire. Lin Qun stood in his own alternate dimension. His gaze moved. Wherever his gaze fell, wherever the dark energy and the power of rules reached, everything instantly ignited. All of it was hellfire. No medium, no other conventional conditions were needed, hellfire could be ignited directly. Even in a vacuum, Lin Qun could use dark energy as the power of rules to burn hellfire. Lin Qun's understanding of the power of rules became much clearer after this experience. The power of rules, as the name suggests, is a unique ability of the source energy level. And this power of rules is a strange force that can operate regardless of the physical laws of the normal world. Regardless of the original physical laws, under the influence of the source energy level's rule power, they can all be overridden, even manifesting in ways that completely violate normal physical laws. Unless suppressed and influenced by a higher rule power, one side's rule power is the one that reshapes the rules. This is why source energy level rule power often possesses various incredible effects. And now, Lin Qun is not yet a true source energy being. The rule power he obtained through the Flaming Sun armor is also related to the Flaming Sun armor, thus it is the rule power that can ignite hellfire anywhere. Therefore, the source energy that Lin Qun achieved through the Flaming Sun armor is actually weaker than ordinary source energy. Lin Qun himself estimates it to be around source energy level 1, which is inevitable, since it's not true source energy. However, for Lin Qun, this is more than enough. Reaching the source energy level is the most important thing. It's the foundation for Lin Qun to fight against source energy level lifeforms. Therefore, Lin Qun is quite satisfied with this. Lin Qun is somewhat looking forward to what kind of rule power he will obtain if he one day reaches the source energy level. That would be the true power of his rules. Chapter 675 Card Draw. Lin Qun also tested the time reversal ability of the Fiery Sun armor. It could indeed, in conjunction with the power of the Fiery Sun, extend the effect of 10 minutes to 20 minutes. This made the Fiery Sun armor's capabilities quite considerable. Reaching the 8th level of the sword control technique, combined with the Fiery Sun armor, meant stable source energy combat power. Although it was only for 20 minutes, it was highly efficient for Lin Qun. What he lacked was precisely this stable source energy combat power. If he could achieve a level comparable to normal source energy, he could naturally unleash sufficient combat power, something normal evolved beings couldn't achieve. However, while the source energy boost from the Fiery Sun armor was better than that of the spirit summoning talisman, more continuous and stable, and not a one-time effect, it still had a slight difference from true source energy. It wasn't true source energy after all. This was the effect provided by the Fiery Sun armor. But Lin Qun was quite satisfied with it. Even if it wasn't true source energy, it was still far stronger than that of an evolved being. Combined with Lin Qun's other methods, it could almost completely eliminate the gap in combat against true source energy. What Lin Qun needed was precisely this leveling up, which was crucial. And now it seemed the Fiery Sun armor hadn't been fused in vain. It truly demonstrated a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Although this was a test, Lin Qun also carefully experienced and felt the state and conditions of the source energy level within those 20 minutes. This was an opportunity that other evolvers could only dream of. Being able to understand the higher levels of source energy in advance would be helpful for breaking through to the source energy realm. However, 20 minutes was still somewhat short for the path of cultivation. Lin Qun sensed for a long time, feeling he had vaguely grasped something, but it seemed to be veiled by a thin layer, still impossible to penetrate. Lin Qun knew that what remained was time. In fact, compared to other life forms, he was already incredibly privileged. He didn't need to cultivate himself, he could advance step by step, relying solely on his sword control technique to break through. He had reached the 8th level of sword control technique. Lin Qun's next goal was the 9th level of sword control technique. Meanwhile, their fleet continued to advance. In the dark expanse of space, the chilling fleet swiftly traversed, its movements utterly concealed. The distance between them and the fleet of the Thousand-Year civilization, part of the Divine Kingdom faction, gradually closed. However, with this approach, the pace of war in the surrounding cosmos intensified dramatically. The conflict was escalating, forcing more and more civilizations into its clutches. The Thousand-Year civilization's advance was followed by locations where war had broken out, and the human fleet, naturally, arrived in this region of intense fighting. Numerous smaller battlefields and conflicts arose in the surrounding area. Various civilizations clashed, those from the Divine Kingdom, those from super-civilization alliances, neutral civilizations, and even groups of unknown origin. All were forced into the chaos for various reasons. The situation resembled a clash between two terrifying deep-sea monsters, with bystanders and hunters drawn by the scent of blood joining the fray, fighting amongst themselves. Lin Qun said, "This is actually a good situation. Not only do we have more opportunities to harvest contribution points, but we also don't need to worry so much about being discovered when we get close." This fleet of the Divine Kingdom faction, led by the Jin Yu civilization, advanced with the entire fleet, paying almost no attention to the surrounding minor battles and civilizations, and showing no intention of intervening. This further confirmed to both the humans and the Mir civilization that they had a clear objective. As for the Kate civilization, they hadn't succeeded yet. The information they sent back only stated that they had made some progress, but were still some distance from truly obtaining what they wanted. They were simply urging the human and Mir civilization fleets to catch up as soon as possible and provide support. These Kate civilization lives have now returned to the Divine Kingdom faction, and their attitude towards us has changed. They're even starting to act like they were the ones in charge, Wang Qizhang said, a slight smirk on his face as he looked at the information from the Kate civilization. Just as Wang Qizhang said, the Kate civilization, having broken free from the constraints of the humans and Mir civilizations, was now much stronger than before. Suji laughed, "That's natural. When they were surrounded here, they were the weaker party, their life or death was in our hands and the Mir civilizations. Now, we're cooperating with them, and they've returned to the Divine Kingdom's fleet. Their safety is no longer threatened by us, while we still need them to leave this place. Although our goals are the same, we now need them more, so naturally they want a piece of the pie, and their backs are straightened." Lin Qun, on the other side, said, "Be wary of them. This Kate civilization may not have good intentions. Whether it's the Mir civilization or this Kate civilization, it's like dealing with a tiger. When interests align, everyone is on good terms, but once those interests diverge, they'll likely immediately turn on each other and break off relations. Therefore, humanity must be prepared for any eventuality." Their discussion ended after just a few sentences, and they turned their attention to the present, because at this moment, their fleet was flying towards a new target. And they were already approaching. This was also a fleet fighting each other in space. Two unknown civilizations were locked in a fierce battle when, suddenly, humanity and the Mir civilization emerged from the shadows, swiftly and unexpectedly entering the fray and unleashing a furious barrage of fire. The battle was quickly brought to an end. Humanity and the Mir civilization had acted with a degree of confidence. Before joining the war, they had already assessed the strength of both sides, concluding they were capable of defeating them, hence the smooth operation. However, they hadn't anticipated that humanity wasn't the only target. As the human fleet cleared the battlefield, a massive fleet emerged from the shadows, a formidable and impressive force, and opened fire immediately, its momentum overwhelming. It seemed they intended to capture both the human and Mir fleets. Neither humanity nor the Mir civilization had detected them before their appearance. There were too many civilizations around, especially those engaged in combat. The commotion they caused often attracted the attention and attacks of surrounding civilizations. This time, it was clear that two hunters had met. Just as humanity was stalking the cicada like a mantis stalking a stalker, this massive fleet that emerged from the shadows sought to be the oriole behind, devouring both humanity and the Maya civilization, the mantis, as well as the other two. Moreover, this fleet was incredibly powerful and technologically advanced, otherwise, it wouldn't have remained undetected until so close. Its attack, like that of the human and Maya civilization fleets, aimed to end the battle swiftly and decisively, preventing it from attracting more opportunistic civilizations. Therefore, the moment it appeared, an aura of source energy rose, advancing alongside its dark and sinister fleet, intending to coordinate a lightning-fast sweep across the human and Maya civilization fleets. In an instant, countless cannon shots rained down on the battlefield, and source energy swept across the battlefield. Although the human and Maya civilization fleets displayed considerable strength, this civilization, possessing source energy, clearly had more confidence and attacked with greater ferocity. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. In this situation, a swift resolution to the battle is crucial. Otherwise, it won't be a matter of who can defeat whom. Instead, it could attract even more enemies. Not only will they fail to reap their rewards, but others will steal their gains, turning them and their fleet into the spoils of war. However, they hadn't anticipated that the human and Maya civilization fleets also possessed source energy. The instant the opponent's source energy aura flickered, the Maya civilization's source energy level units also released their own auras to counter it, instantly resisting the opponent's source energy. After this period, Lin Qun sensed from the auras that the Maya civilization's source energy level units were in significantly better condition, their auras much stronger than when they were severely injured. Therefore, Lin Qun didn't move when the opponent's source energy attacked, because he believed the Maya civilization's source energy would inevitably retaliate. After all, they didn't know that Lin Qun's strength could also contend with source energy. If the opponent's source energy arrived and the Maya civilization held back, wouldn't the entire fleet be doomed? This was an unacceptable consequence for the Maya civilization, so naturally, they had to intervene. Upon discovering that both humanity and the Maya civilization possessed source energy, the previously aggressive fleet paused slightly, then retreated swiftly and without hesitation. Protected by its source energy, it retreated rapidly before the distance between them could close completely, disappearing into space. This retreat was as swift and decisive as its initial attack. Aboard the New Hope, Wang Qizhang exclaimed in surprise, "Why did they just leave like that? They weren't confident they could devour us." Fearing a protracted war and attracting the attention of other civilizations, Lin Qun said, "Let's ignore them and keep going." Since this civilization had retreated on its own, there was no need to pursue it. Moreover, the enemy still possessed a source energy source. And now, the surrounding area was a battlefield, full of prey. Deviating from the course to chase them would only distance them further from the Qianyu civilization's fleet. A brief exchange between the human and Maya civilizations revealed that their thoughts were perfectly aligned. The enemy retreated without hesitation, and humanity and the Maya civilization quickly followed suit, leaving behind only fragments and wreckage of the starry sky. They then regrouped their fleets and continued to pursue the Divine Kingdom Civilization Legion led by the Jinyu civilization, following the direction given by the Kate civilization. During this process, the human fleet and the Maya civilization continuously harvested any targets they could along the way. It was a chaotic battle. Everyone wanted to devour each other and gain contribution points. It was a matter of who had the upper hand. In this situation, there was no room for mercy. If a suitable target appeared, they would strike. Lin Qun and his group even unexpectedly captured a fleet from a civilization under the command of the third cantilever overlord. However, this fleet was also a defeated force, seemingly having suffered heavy losses somewhere, drifting here and directly encountering the guns of humanity and the Maya civilization, where they were annihilated in one fell swoop. A large number of the participants directly became Lin Qun's contribution points. Unfortunately, they had already separated from the third cantilever overlord and could not provide much information about this dominant life form. Of course, some civilizations ran right into the line of fire, while others were civilizations that neither humanity nor the Maya civilization could afford to defend. They had encountered an extremely terrifying spaceship, entirely dark and resembling an egg. No one knew when or where it appeared. By the time they spotted it, it was already nearby. Its technology was incredibly advanced, yet it didn't even glance at the human and Maya civilization fleet before flying past and quickly disappearing into space. It was as if the human and Maya civilization fleet were nothing more than air. If it attacked the human and Mire civilization fleet, they might only realize the enemy was there when they were attacked. However, in space, weaker civilizations were the majority. Given this disparity, although the human and Mire civilization fleets were not large, they were able to achieve victory in most cases. And as a result, Lin Qun's total contribution points once again surpassed the 200,000 mark. In the chaotic space, danger lurked everywhere. And so, the human and Mire civilization fleets gradually closed the distance, finally catching up with a branch fleet of the Divine Kingdom led by the Jin Yu civilization. Upon this close proximity, the human and Mire civilizations immediately became more subdued. Instead of launching proactive attacks, they remained completely concealed, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, ensuring they were not detected while still steadily following. They awaited updates from the Kate civilization. However, out of caution, while the humans and Mire civilization informed the Kate civilization that they had caught up, they did not reveal their actual location, naturally to avoid being betrayed by the Kate civilization. This caution also meant that the humans and Mire civilization approached undetected, following from a distance. So far that the Jin Yu civilization's Divine Kingdom army was completely invisible through the warship's portholes, they could only confirm their presence on radar. This was because the Jin Yu civilization's Divine Kingdom army was extremely difficult to conceal. Lin Qun and his group only realized upon closer approach that while this Jin Yu civilization's Divine Kingdom army was not the complete Divine Kingdom army they had glimpsed before, it was still enormous, not limited to what they had seen previously. Therefore, their fleet was vast and dazzling, like a constellation of stars, making it extremely difficult for them to hide their tracks. Anyone approaching its range would inevitably gain insight into its situation. However, such a massive fleet need not fear any other civilizations, especially since it has the Divine Kingdom's camp behind it. Within this targeted spatial blockade area, the Divine Kingdom's power extends far beyond this. Their target is vast, and their resources are even greater. Lin Qun had never seen such a massive army as the Thousand Yu civilization anywhere else, yet here it was merely a branch fleet of the Divine Kingdom's camp. Following behind this branch fleet of the Divine Kingdom was somewhat nerve-wracking. Human civilization and the Mire civilization, among others, had not joined the Divine Kingdom's camp. If they were discovered and were stealthily following behind, they would surely be attacked. And such a fleet, with its unknown number of source energy levels and advanced, powerful technology, could easily devour a fleet of their size. However, this did not happen. The human and Mire civilization fleets followed behind, maintaining a sufficiently safe distance, and remained undetected. Meanwhile, the human fleet's observations revealed that the Divine Kingdom Civilization Legion, led by the Jin Yu civilization, was indeed pursuing a target in space. While they weren't involved in the battles between unknown civilizations in the vicinity, they were consistently chasing and attacking a specific target, the civilization of the Super Civilization Alliance. Lin Qun and his companions secretly followed, witnessing firsthand the swift and devastating destruction of several powerful civilizations. These civilizations also possessed source energy, and their fleets were formidable. Hiding in space, they desperately tried to evade detection, but were still discovered. Immediately afterward, the Jin Yu civilization's mountain-like behemoths charged out first, followed by multiple source energy users who, controlling space and coordinating with a dense fleet, crushed these civilizations. When the Divine Kingdom Legion's fleet had vanished and the humans and the Mire civilization passed by, all they saw were scattered fragments of starships drifting across the sky. These evil Super Civilization Alliance civilizations had resisted to the very last moment, until complete annihilation, leaving only a single survivor. Only wreckage remained in space, the final traces of their civilizations. Lin Qun passed through them in his spaceship. Of the three most powerful factions known so far, the Divine Kingdom, the evil Super Civilization Alliance, and the elusive Third Cantilever Overlord, Lin Qun has had the least contact with the Super Civilization Alliance. However, in these brief encounters, Lin Qun has a nagging feeling that this Super Civilization Alliance's civilization is somewhat different from other civilizations he's encountered in space. But none of this concerns humanity. What humanity needs to do now is wait patiently. Following behind the massive Divine Kingdom fleet, they await news from the Kate civilization. During this time, Lin Qun also completed another round of card draws, using up his 200,000 contribution points and obtaining a brand new card. Name, Civilization Shield Type, Consumable Effect card rank, S description, Using this card, all targets, including living and non-living things, within a 200-kilometer radius of this civilization will be covered with an invincible shield lasting half a minute. During the shield's duration, unless attacked beyond the card's capabilities, the shield will not be destroyed by any form of attack. The card's effect is simple and easy to understand, an invincible shield. The card art itself is also quite interesting. It depicts a castle-like structure covered by a passport. It's reminiscent of shields in civilization-building games like Clash of Clans and Clash of Kings. However, the card's effect is incredibly powerful. Judging from the description, this shield is far from ordinary. 200 kilometers is more than enough to cover a fleet. It could be extremely useful in a critical moment. And on the 23rd Blue Star Day, after catching up with 1,000 U civilization's divine fleet, the Kate civilization finally brought good news. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.